he were a long-lost friend. When I received your invitation to visit your royal palace, I was quite excited. I think there is much our two peoples can accomplish if we work together. Upon hearing this, Hassan began to chuckle and nodded his head. I look forward to discussing our people's future together. Tell me, who is this beautiful young woman next to you? Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela's shoulder in response to the Sultan's words and dragged her in close to him before declaring her position in his life. This is Adela von Graz, daughter of Marquis Otto von Graz and my fiancé. We will be married next year. The Sultan nodded his head as he heard this before responding to Berenger's claims. You are truly a lucky man, Duke Berenger. I also have a beautiful bride. It would appear that we have more in common than I initially thought. After saying this, the Sultan personally led Berenger, Adela, and their host into his palace, introducing the magnificent structures and grandiose furnishings along the way. After a while, they stopped at the dining hall, where a meal was being prepared. Come, sit, enjoy dinner with my family and me. You must be starving after such a long journey. Upon hearing this, Berenger did not refuse, and as such, he nodded politely before pulling out Adela's seat, allowing her to sit down at the table gracefully, where he then sat next to her. Before long, Berenger and his host as well as the royal family of Granada had gathered in the dining hall to share a meal. This would be the first of many discussions that would occur during Berenger's visit to Granada. With Adela by his side, Berenger was confident in coming to an agreement that would be beneficial to both himself and the Emirate of Granada. Though whether such an alliance would occur was yet to be seen. Chapter 272. Negotiations with the Sultan of Granada. Berenger and Adela sat at the Sultan of Granada's table, enjoying food that was unique to the culture. Berenger had never tasted such delicacies before, and as an avid foodie, he was enjoying it to his heart's content. On the other hand, Adela was slightly worried at the gazes she was receiving from some of the more traditional members of Hassan's dynasty. The unwelcome looks afforded to her resulted from Berenger's refusal to force his young fiancé to wear a hijab. It was a matter of principle to him. Hassan was far more secular than many of the people in Granada, and because of this, he had allowed Adela to walk around freely in his territory without some form of face covering. In his eyes, she was a Christian woman and a diplomat, and it would be rude of him to force such traditions on foreigners like the Austrian host. This lack of devotion to the traditions and the Islamic faith was a point of contention among many other members of Hassan's dynasty, and they had begun to plot in the shadows against the young sultan. Though alcohol was not served at the feast, Berenger enjoyed himself nonetheless. He took a break from the roasted lamb to discuss matters of importance between himself and Hassan. After all, a banquet was an excellent opportunity to discuss business. Tell me, Your Majesty, what is the current situation like with your neighbors? I have heard that the Iberian Catholics are attempting to conquer Granada. All I hear is Catholic propaganda about how it is a matter of time before Granada is reclaimed for Christendom, so I would like to hear your opinion about the ongoing war efforts. While Berenger spoke in German, his words were translated to Hassan by a translator hired by the Royal Court of Granada for this special occasion. Likewise, Berenger himself had a translator to convert the Arabic words of the Sultan into German so that he could adequately understand them. The differences between modern Arabic and medieval Arabic were too significant for Berenger to overcome. After all, he was not even fluent in the modern dialect. Thus the conversation between the two men was carried on by the duo of translators that both parties had hired. Hassan was willing to meet with Berenger because he was aware of the German Reformation that Berenger had spurred and that he was enemies with the Catholic faith. In a way, they held similar positions. Surrounded by hostile neighbors, relying on their means to defend their territory, they would be natural allies if they weren't so far apart. However, Hassan was not willing to reveal the complete difficulty he was facing against the Catholics of Castile, Aragon, and Portugal. The reasons for this were relatively simple. For starters, he was currently negotiating an agreement with Berenger. The benefits he could obtain were purely based upon the show of force he could provide. In reality, his position was relatively poor, barely holding onto the territory he currently had. However, he would never reveal this, and as such, the young sultan proudly declared his army's capability. Despite being surrounded by enemies on all sides, we are holding out well enough. This is a war against our faith, and the soldiers of Granada will never fall so long as they have faith in Allah. Berenger nodded when he heard this. He knew that the Sultan would never accept Christian soldiers on his land as military aid. However, Berenger did not plan to do such a thing, as it would be an open declaration of war against the Catholic world. Instead, he touched upon the weakness of Granada that he knew they were facing. "That is good to hear. I would be beside myself if your mighty kingdom fell against those self-righteous Catholics. Tell me, how are your logistics? Are you able to properly supply your soldiers with food, water, and arms? If not, I would be more than happy to provide material support for your cause." When the members of Hassan's dynasty heard this, they were surprised. Berenger may not be a Catholic, but he was still Christian. The idea of a Christian ruler aiding the Muslim kingdom against other Christians was practically unheard of, at least when it came to European affairs. The Sultan began to discuss among his advisors such a possibility before asking for clarification. After several moments of discussion where Berenger and Adela were merely eating their meal in peace, Hassan began to ask some of the questions on his mind. "You would provide us material aid? In what way?" A smirk began to curve itself upon Berenger's lips when he heard this. The Sultan had taken the bait, and as such, he could start to negotiate on his terms. "I can provide arms, armor, and even food. You will not need to worry about supplies taking months to arrive. My transport ships are the fastest in the world and can sail from Trieste to Motril within a matter of days." The Granadan host was shocked to hear this. Such speeds were unheard of in this period, yet it was confirmed that they had arrived in Granada relatively quickly. As such, the Sultan contemplated upon this for a few moments before asking another one of his questions. "When you say arms, what exactly would you be willing to provide us with?" Berenger drank from the chalice that was filled with water, quenching his parched throat and washing down the roasted lamb before responding to this particular question. His answer, if agreed upon, would change the balance of power within Iberia. After taking his sweet time to respond, Berenger wiped his mouth with a napkin before doing so. "I can provide you with pikes and arquebus firearms for your infantry. In terms of artillery, I can assist you with falconet cannons. These are weapons of my invention that fire a 1-pound cannonball. Despite its small size, it can bring down a castle wall far quicker than traditional siege methods if used in large numbers or repeated barrages. If necessary, I can even send some of my officers to advise you on the tactics and strategies needed to wield such weapons properly." While the two men were conversing their negotiations, Adela was observing. She watched the reactions of the other members of the Sultan's dynasty. Though it went unnoticed by both Berenger and Hassan, the worried expressions on their faces did not get by Adela's sharp gaze. She could instantly tell that something was going on behind the scenes of the Sultan's family, and whatever it could be, it did not bode well for Berenger and his plans. As such, she decided she would properly inform Berenger of these issues when they were alone. Ultimately, the Sultan decided to halt the negotiations. For now, such a substantial promise of support would have to be thoroughly considered. After all, the man was sharp and was not desperate enough to accept such lofty conditions without thinking it through. Thus he announced his decision while maintaining the dignity of a sultan. "Your words intrigue me, but I will need some time to consider your offer. In the meantime, feel free to treat my home as if it were your own. I look forward to our further discussions on this matter." Berenger smiled and nodded before taking a drink from his chalice. He knew he would not reach an agreement at the first discussion. Thus he was well prepared for this. The shifty gazes of Hassan's family did not go unnoticed by Berenger. However, he assumed they were simply nervous about dealing with an infidel, and thus he let it pass for now. After finishing the meal, Berenger, Adela, and their host were led to the quarters allotted to them during their stay. Upon entering his room and lying down on the bed, Berenger heard a knock on his door. He quickly got up from his short rest before opening it, where he noticed Adela standing with a worried expression. "Can I come in?" Berenger thought about it for a moment before silently nodding his head and allowing the girl entry to his room. After doing so, he shut the door and sat down on his bed, where he beckoned his future wife to sit by his side. Adela followed as instructed, and after a few moments of silence, she revealed the thoughts on her mind to Berenger. "Something is going on with the Sultan's family. I may not be as talented in the affairs of intrigue as Linda, but I can tell they are plotting something behind the Sultan's back. If you wish to secure this alliance with Granada, it would be wise to investigate this conspiracy silently. If they plan to assassinate Hassan, then you need to prevent it by any means necessary. Not only is this likely to foster a friendship between you and the Sultan, but it will also secure his power in the region." Berenger was shocked when he heard this. However, he noticed their nervous expressions, though he did not even think of such a possibility. Thinking back upon their looks' disdain when the Sultan entertained Berenger's idea of support, it started to make sense. Luckily for him, Berenger had brought several members of his intelligence agency. The reason for this was simple. Linda wanted to keep an eye on him if he did something foolish like flirt with the Princess of Granada. However, the Sultan's sister was wrapped head to toe in a burqa, and Berenger could not lust for her. As such, Berenger and Adela had begun to intertwine themselves with the affairs of the royal Granadon court and would soon be involved in a grand conspiracy, one whose plot had yet to be revealed. Chapter 274, 273, Conspiring against the Sultan. Late into the night, there was a secret gathering of high-ranking officials within the Emirate of Granada. The Sultan's brother and several advisors were gathered in a part of the castle where they discussed their treasonous thoughts in hushed voices. Yusuf al-Fadl was the younger brother of the Sultan. However, in his mind, his conspiracy that he had established was not a matter of succession, it was a matter of faith. As a religious fundamentalist, he had seen both his elder brother and his father before him spiral into damnation by secular rule. The fact that Hassan entertained the idea of military aid from an infidel while feasting on pork and drinking wine in his spare time was bad enough. However, the Sultan had allowed Adela, a woman, to walk around uncovered. In his eyes, it was simply disgraceful, and the Sultan's lack of faith had gone too far. As such, he was quietly conversing with his co-conspirators in a hidden passage within the castle of Granada. Beside him was the marshal of the realm, the spy master, and the spiritual advisor who happened to be a high-ranking imam. Their reason for the gathering was simple. Now that a foreign Christian ruler was staying within the castle, they had finally found a scapegoat to pin their plot to assassinate the Sultan on. This scapegoat also acted as the perfect way to establish a theocratic caliphate within the territory of Granada. Yusuf was the first to voice his concerns to his fellow conspirators. Hassan must die. In particular, he must die while this infidel of a duke stays within our territory. If we can blame him as the assassin, then we can rally the faithful against the idea of Christian intervention in our lands and establish our caliphate once and for all. The imam was the next to voice his discontent with the current situation. The Sultan has gone too far. He allows a woman to walk around freely without escort, and she is even left uncovered. Such blasphemy cannot be tolerated. We must remove Hassan as quickly as possible. The other conspirators nodded their heads in agreement upon hearing this. All of these men were a part of the Islamic fundamentalist faction. They were willing to die to see the secularism they viewed as cancer upon their realm thoroughly removed from society. Ultimately, the spy master came up with the first plan to assassinate the current Sultan of Granada. In his hands was a vial of clear liquid. It was an odorless and tasteless poison that Berenger had once used on his father's marshal. This is a lethal concentration of the poison known as arsenic. If we put it in Hassan's wine, he will never know that he devoured it. After he is dead, we can blame the poisoning on this Duke Berenger from Austria. We won't need to fabricate too much evidence. After all, the people will easily buy the idea of a Christian assassinating the Sultan. On the other hand, the Marshal disagreed with this point. Why assassinate the Sultan with poison when they can get one of the house guards to kill him? As such, he voiced his disapproval of this plan immediately and offered a counter-solution. Poison has a chance of failure. A loyal soldier with a blade is more likely to succeed. We should utilize one of the members of the house guard who swears loyalty to the faith to kill the Sultan, then plant the bloodied blade among Berenger's possessions. This way, there is irrefutable proof that the Duke of Austria is responsible for the Sultan's death. Upon hearing two potential options for assassination, the leaders of the conspiracy began to fight among themselves to determine the most effective solution to their current predicament. While these men bickered among themselves, they were completely unaware that they were being observed by a pair of icy blue eyes not far away. After Berenger and Adela finished their chat, Berenger immediately set his agents to task with infiltrating the castle and spying on the most likely suspects of the conspiracy. After dressing in all black and waiting for the night, the agents began to blend in with the dimly lit corridors and successfully followed the conspirators to their meeting place. The men who planned to assassinate the Sultan had no way of knowing that everything they said was observed and documented by this Austrian agent. While this agent watched the conspirators, the men involved continued to fight among themselves until they reached a decision. Yusuf was the one to finalize the decision, and as such, spoke with authority on the matter. We will use poison to eliminate the Sultan silently. Then we will plant a vial of the substance among Berenger's belongings. He will be completely unaware that we are framing him and will make the perfect scapegoat. Tomorrow night, at the negotiations, we will enact our plan. The royal cupbearer will be alerted of our decision and will spike Hassan's drink with the poison. Despite the earlier disagreement, all of the men present nodded their heads in affirmation of the plot to assassinate the Sultan and, shortly after that, departed from the scene of their conspiracy. It was only after they all had left that the agent scurried back to Berenger's quarters, triple-checking along the way to make sure he was not observed. After the coast was clear, he knocked on Berenger's door in a specific way that symbolized he was a member of Berenger's intelligence agency. He then slid the document that he had written recording the conspirators' conversation underneath the door. Afterward, the man disappeared into the darkness and returned to his quarters. His actions were completely unnoticed by the conspirators. As Berenger read the information, he had a smile on his face before lighting the note of flame with a candle. If things turned for the worst, he did not plan to have written evidence of the conspiracy to assassinate the Sultan, even if it were in the form of recording the actual conspirators' conversation. Thus Berenger hatched a plan to spend the next day alongside Hassan and closely watched him to make sure that none of the assassination plots that had been hatched against him came to fruition. Granada was crucial to his plans for the future, and he could not allow it to fall into a state of Islamic fundamentalism. At this moment, he began to hatch a goal to investigate and reveal the conspiracy between the Sultan's brother and several of his councilmen. By doing so, he hoped to gain the favor of the Sultan and forge an alliance between the two. After thinking of his plan, Berenger went to sleep. For the first time in a long time, he was utterly alone at night, making him quite irritable. Eventually, the dawn rose and Berenger was up bright and early. As usual, he was awake long before the members of his house were. Thus he got out of bed and decided to go for a walk. He traversed the castle's grounds before stumbling upon Hassan awake and hard at work in his study. Interestingly enough, The man had the same habits as Berenger, awakening early and getting to work as soon as possible. As such, Berenger knocked on his door, which altered the man to his presence. The moment he looked up and gazed upon Berenger's figure with a look of confusion on his face, he inquired about it. "Duke Berenger, what are you doing up so early? Did you not sleep well? Was there something wrong with your accommodations? If they are not to your liking, I can have them changed immediately." To this, Berenger merely shook his head before responding to the young sultan with a smile on his face. On the contrary, I was quite pleased with the room I was provided with. It was extremely comfortable. I wake up at this time every day, where I usually get some exercise in before getting straight to work. Upon hearing this, a smile formed across Hassan's face as he got up from his seat and greeted his guest. We truly do have much in common. In response to this, Berenger nodded his head before asking the Sultan the question on his mind. "Would you like to join me? I know a few exercises that are great for your health. Like I always say, a healthy body creates a healthy mind." Thinking about it for a few moments, Hassan eventually smiled and nodded before speaking his thoughts. "Sure, I was not involved in anything too important anyways." The Duke of Austria and the Sultan of Granada went for a run. Afterward, they began to do push-ups, sit-ups, squats, and pull-ups. By the time they were done with the morning exercise, Hassan was exhausted and in dire need of something to eat. Berenger and Hassan sat down at the breakfast table, covered in sweat, waiting for the morning meal to arrive. With this small action, they had taken the first step to friendship. Chapter 274, Assembling a Crew. While Berenger and Adela were away at the royal court of Granada, Honoria was tasked with another objective. To put it simply, the runaway princess turned privateer queen was in the middle of searching for a crew. At the moment, she was within the city of Kufstein. As per usual, she was flanked by Berenger's guards and protected from any possible threat. The beautiful white-haired princess was no longer dressed in some extravagant noblewoman's dress. Instead, she was dressed in something loosely resembling the naval uniforms Berenger had provided to his sailors. His sailors were dressed like the old Elizabethan sea dogs from his previous life. However, Berenger had custom-designed uniforms for Honoria and her crew rather than have them outright cross-dress. When designing Honoria's privateer attire, Berenger wanted something lightweight, comfy, and easy to move around in. Ultimately, what he created for her was a pair of slim black velvet breeches with minor golden embellishment and a couple of thigh-high black leather boots. For her upper attire, she wore a charcoal gray silk shirt with a black velvet jerkin that was designed for the female body. This jerkin was slightly embellished with golden embroidery. Honoria did not feel like wearing a hat most of the time, but it would be a matching cavalier hat when she did. Honoria also wore a black leather baldric that contained a frog for her sword's scabbard to be attached to and a holster that held her 4-shot repeating flintlock, which was based upon the Belton flintlock action from Berenger's previous life. These weapons were an enormous expense to produce, but Berenger had opted to outfit her and her crew with such expensive and effective weaponry for Honoria's safety. After all, if they ever found themselves in close quarters combat with men, they would be at a severe disadvantage. Thus he felt the need to equip them with multi-shot weapons. While Honoria was walking through the city of Kufstein, she noticed a young girl slightly younger than herself being forced to sweep outside a run-down shop. The girl had a pitiful look in her eye, and at the moment, there were a series of screams going on within the shop. From one glance, Honoria could tell this girl was in some trouble and thus opted to approach her. However, despite doing so, the girl refused to look up from the ground as she swept. That is until the door slammed open and a young man in extravagant attire walked out with a slip of paper in his hands. This young man had a smug grin on his face as he boldly announced to the girl in front of him the fate that awaited her. Your parents have decided to pay off their debt to me by selling you into my service." However, after saying this, the girl refused to do as she was told and continued to sweep outside the shop. She was aware that so long as the Duke's guard were nearby, no harm could come to her, even from the hands of a nobleman. The man had not seen Anuria or her guards. Instead, he was too focused on the young and cute girl who had taken his fancy. When the girl did not go willingly with him, the man resorted to violence. He latched upon her wrist and tried to force her away. Immediately, the young girl resisted, and for doing so, the man slapped her across the face and began to raise his voice at the girl. "You belong to me now. You are nothing more than a slave that I have purchased for my amusement, and you will do what you are told." When Anuria heard this, she began to frown and instantly approached the man. She was greatly displeased with this scene. For starters, Berenger had outright banned slavery. It was illegal and carried a punishment of 25 years to life. There were many reasons for this, but to put it simply, Berenger wanted to avoid the centuries of domestic issues that followed American slavery in his previous life. Thus, by holding what was little more than a slavery contract in his hands and boldly declaring that the young woman belonged to him, he was committing a serious offense. Secondly, Anuria was against the idea of treating women as nothing more than slaves. After all, she had been lucky with Berenger, who allowed her a much greater degree of freedom than women of the period were typically allowed. Thus, when she approached the man, she was far from in a diplomatic mood. Without even addressing the man, she ordered her guards at once. "Guards, arrest this man. He has openly stated that he is engaging in slavery, and Duke Berenger has made his stance on such immoral acts abundantly clear." The moment the young nobleman heard this, he turned around with shock in his eyes. He had not even noticed Anuria or the guards nearby. By now, everyone in Kufstein was aware that Berenger had taken a white-haired beauty from the Byzantine Empire as a lover. As one of Berenger's women, Anuria held the authority to order her guards to act in such a manner. The man immediately tried to declare his innocence. However, the guards grabbed hold of the man and sequestered him. "You don't understand. This is not slavery. It is a simple business transaction. The girl will work off her parents' debt to me until it is fully repaid." However, Anuria was not buying his lame excuse and instead looked at the contract given to her by one of the guards who had seized it from the young nobleman. After reading it thoroughly, Anuria stated the conditions of the contract. In return for absolving the Schneider family of their debt owed to Oswald von Fieberbrunn, Landolf Schneider agrees to sell his daughter Alfrun into the service of Oswald von Fieberbrunn in perpetuity. A lifetime of service to a master that sounds like slavery to me. The man's eyes shrank as he heard this. This deal was supposed to be silent and secret, yet by chance, one of Berenger's lovers was walking by with her guards and witnessed the whole thing. He could be facing a minimum period of 25 years in a labor camp while the maximum sentence carried for slavery was life imprisonment, which meant that he would be forced to work in backbreaking labor until he died. Despite his noble status under Berenger's legal reforms, he was not afforded any special treatment regarding the law. As such, the man was terrified of the outcome and began to panic. However, he was restrained well by the nearby guards who awaited the arrival of the law enforcement officers to take the man into custody. With no other options, the man began screaming at the young girl he had attempted to buy in a fit of fury. "You bitch! You better pray I never escape. For if I do, you will die a bloody death." There were several eyewitnesses to this man's response, and he had foolishly just stated intent to murder the victim of his crime. Thus, to make an example of him and all potential slavers. Berenger's courts would eventually use this as an excuse to throw the book at the man and keep him in a labor camp until the day he died. Though the man's family would protest these actions, there was nothing they could do in response to the overwhelming power Berenger held. After all, they were a minor noble family climbing the social ladder due to the wealth they gained from owning a few small businesses in Kufstein. After the man was dragged away in chains by the law enforcement agents, Anuria approached the young girl named Elfrun, who was in tears. She was thankful that her life had been spared from a horrific experience of sexual slavery. However, she also lamented the fact that her family was willing to condemn her to such a cruel fate due to their debt to the minor nobleman. With no options, the girl began to despair, and Anuria knew this to be the case. As such, she presented a viable alternative to the girl. You are a free woman now, and thus the choice of what you do in the future is up to you, but if I were you, I wouldn't want to stay with a family who so easily sold me into slavery either. As Elfrun wept, she spoke the thoughts on her mind to the beautiful and comforting young woman next to her. I have nowhere else to go, but I can never look at my parents the same way after this. With a gentle smile on her face, Anuria clasped the girl's shoulder, causing her to look up at her with shock. Anuria proceeded to drag the girl into her arms and hugged her while stroking her long, dirty blonde hair. If you have nowhere else to go, then you can join me. I am putting together a crew to set sail across the Mediterranean. Adventure and glory await. Are you up to the task? Upon hearing this, Elfrun had a glimmer in her eyes. The offer enticed her, and as such, she swallowed her tears before nodding with firm resolve. Such a fate was better than lying around in Kufstein waiting to be sold off to another man. Aye. With that said, Anuria had gotten her first crew member. She just needed a few dozen more, and she would have a full-sized crew to man her future sloop of war. Of course, training these wenches to be an effective privateer crew was another story entirely. Chapter 276, 275, Conspiring against the conspirators. After eating breakfast with the Sultan of Granada, Berenger took his morning bath. Though the bathhouse in the castle of Granada was better than most, it still failed to compare to the elaborate design that Berenger had made for himself. However, it was enough to get the job done, and after finishing his bath, Berenger got dressed in his extravagant attire before regrouping with Adela. The young woman looked visibly stressed, as if she had been contemplating what actions to take during the entirety of her sleep. Nevertheless, Berenger grabbed a hold of his little fiancée and shoved her into his arms as he stroked her silky golden hair. The girl had just left her quarters before running into Berenger, and as such, she was curious about the intelligence Berenger could collect in the previous night. As such, she looked around cautiously to make sure nobody else was nearby before asking the question in her mind in a calm voice. What did you find out? Berenger nuzzled his cheek against her to put on a show of affection. If anyone were secretly watching their moves, they would think the two were embracing each other like a couple usually did. After getting close to her ears, he whispered to his little fiancé. It is worse than we thought. Yusuf, the younger brother of Hassan, and at least 3 of his ministers are involved in a plot to assassinate the Sultan and pin the blame onto us. They intend to create a theocratic caliphate here in Granada. Though Adela was shocked to hear this, she played the part of a fiancée who was being doted on by her future husband, and as such, she did not make any facial expressions to indicate her true feelings. When do they plan to do it? Berenger danced around with Adela slightly as he kissed her forehead before speaking further about the plans. Tonight at dinner, they intend to poison Hassan's drink. The cupbearer is part of the conspiracy. I have already dispatched my agents to gather more intelligence. We cannot allow this to unfold. After saying this, Berenger broke away from the long hug and held onto Adela's hand tightly while acting as if they were not just conspiring. Well, my love, I think it is time for you to get some breakfast. I have already eaten with the Sultan, but I will accompany you anyway. With this, Adela nodded and followed Berenger to the dining hall, where the rest of Hassan's dynasty were busy eating breakfast. As for Berenger, he silently observed the discussions that were taking place at the table. After a while, the meal was over and Adela and Berenger were free to return to their business. Berenger searched for the Sultan and eventually found him in his study once more. As such, Berenger decided to investigate whether Hassan knew he was being conspired against. Thus, he shut the door behind him as he began to question the young Sultan in a not-too-obvious way. Berenger had brought his translator with him, though the topic they would be discussing was confidential. The man who Berenger used as a translator was from his own court, and was someone Berenger could trust with critical information. As such, he began to speak with Hassan while his words were translated into Arabic. "Pardon me if it is not my place, but I get the feeling that some of your ministers are not exactly welcome to the idea of me staying here." When Hassan heard this, he began to frown, not over Berenger's choice of words, but because Berenger was correct when he said that. As such, he sighed heavily before resting his face in his hands. It was only after a few moments that Hassan began to speak. "My brother is a deeply religious person and is foolish enough to believe that the imams should run the state. I do not know where he got such beliefs. What I know is that he is deeply disturbed by our family's more secular nature as rulers. Thus, he has been conspiring with my more fanatical advisors for some time. I fear eventually they will make an attempt on my life. I am sorry to trouble you with such things. I suppose you also must have a hard time at home. After all, you are one of the figureheads of the German Reformation, and there must be die-hard Catholics who surround and scheme against you." Berenger sat in front of the man and took out a flask from his pocket and took a sip from it. The Sultan eyed the flask thoughtfully as Berenger did so. Seeing the hopeful expression on the man's face, Berenger plugged the flask and tossed it over to him before explaining its contents. "It is a fortified wine. We make it in southern Tyrol. It has become one of my favorite drinks." The man quickly took off the flask's cap before smelling it. After doing so, he had a taste. When he did so, his eyes began to shine with excitement before he took another swig. After drinking his fill, he handed the flask back to Berenger, which was half empty, and Berenger merely chuckled in response. "You like it, huh?" To this, the Sultan nodded his head before sighing heavily. "It is a damn shame I can't drink openly. The more faithful of my followers would become disgruntled if they saw me doing such a thing." In response to this, Berenger took another swig before addressing the Sultan's previous concerns. "I can't say I had issues with fanatical Catholics in my ranks. I did a thorough purge of such people during my rise to power. They were removed from their positions of power and replaced with like-minded people. If what you say is true, the fanatics in your court are already plotting your death. I would be careful if I were you. Anyone who remotely disfavors your secular nature could be a threat. Tell me, who in your court would you label as a fanatic?" Hassan thought about it for a few moments before he came to a sudden realization. Among all of the members of his court, few looked fondly upon his secular rule. Most of them were religious fundamentalists. As such, he quickly began to write down a list of potential suspects and their occupations. Among the members listed were his brother, most of his advisors, his cupbearer, his cooks, and even 2 of his wives. He began to become filled with paranoia as he thought about these people as potential assassins. Eventually, Hassan looked up at Berenger with a look of panic in his eyes, which slowly began to turn into a look of terror. "What do I do? Any one of these people who are close to me could be a potential assassin." Berenger's lips began to curve into a wicked smile as he began to fill the young Sultan with ideas of tyranny. As such, he took a sip from the flask once more before speaking the thoughts on his mind. "Anyone, no matter what their relation to you, who is a potential threat should be removed from any position where they could endanger your life. Your cupbearer, for example, I see you have listed him as a potential threat. What if tonight is the night he slips poison into your chalice? Several of your cooks are listed as well. They could easily poison your food without you realizing it. Your marshal? He can rally religious fundamentalists in your army to attack you personally. The captain of your house guard? He can turn them against you at any time. What you need to do is remove these people immediately while surrounding yourself with allies. I do not mean to suggest surrounding yourself with sycophants who tell you what you want to hear. They are equally dangerous. You need people to support you, people who share your vision. There must be some people in your court who believe in your cause. I find it hard to believe that your father could rule for so long as a secular ruler without being assassinated if everyone in this kingdom is a religious fundamentalist like you have surrounded yourself with. You should make a list of your loyal followers, men who would kill and die for you, and have them remove every person on this list tonight at dinner. If necessary, do not be afraid to shed blood. Do not partake of the food or drink until you have secured your position. That is my suggestion. Hassan took Berenger's words to heart, but did not immediately proceed to implement them into action. Instead, he looked at Berenger with a gaze of confusion before asking the question on his mind. Why are you willing to help me to such a degree? We barely know each other, and we come from two different worlds. Berenger's expression sank to one of pure coldness as he addressed the young sultan over his concerns. I have seen men of every denomination kill and die in the name of their religion. These men should never be afforded a position of power. It only brings death and destruction to every poor soul caught in their wake. Though I have not known you for long, I can tell you are a man capable of bringing your people into a new golden age, one where a man isn't persecuted by the faithful because he views the world through a different lens than religion. The path to power is filled with the corpses of your enemies. If you do not have the stomach to do what is necessary, then one day, the enemies surrounding you will succeed in claiming your life. You asked why I was helping you? You could say it is because I would rather not see the potential of a great man snuffed out by religious fanatics. With this said, Berenger raised from his seat and approached the door. It was only after he had grasped upon the knob and began to open it that he revealed the last part of his train of thought. For the record, I killed my brother when he made an attempt on my life. If only I had done it sooner, I might have saved myself from the loss of my right eye. Learn from my mistake and spare yourself some suffering. After leaving behind his message, Berenger left the Sultan's study and allowed the young man to dwell upon their discussion. Whether or not Hassan would be able to survive the night depended entirely upon how he proceeded with the information Berenger provided him. Chapter 277, 276. Purging the opposition. The time had finally come. Once more, Hassan had thrown a giant feast to celebrate the arrival of his guests from the east. Those guests, of course, were Berenger and his host. At the same time, Hassan sat at the head of the table with his first wife and his family gathering beside him. Yusuf sat at the other end of the table with his allies nearby. Berenger and his host were caught between two factions vying for power in the middle of the table. He did not know whether or not Hassan had taken their conversation seriously, but either way, he would be in for a good show tonight. Berenger had decided to take a gamble and allow the young sultan to grow as a ruler. Thus, aside from having his guard nearby to protect the lives of Adela and himself, Berenger planned to sit back and watch the show. He was not nervous in the slightest. However, Adela was having a difficult time sitting still. She was filled with anxiety and feared the potential of the Sultan being poisoned, and she and Berenger taking the blame. Seeing his fiancée getting fidgety, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and whispered to her with a voice filled with confidence. "Relax. Everything is going to be fine." Upon feeling the warmth of Berenger's hand, Adela began to calm down. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath while gripping Berenger's hand tightly. As time passed, the food was eventually brought to the table, where Berenger and Adela waited for the Muslims to say their prayers. After that was over, Berenger eyed Hassan with hidden intent. While doing so, the cupbearer was beginning to pour Hassan's wine. Though Berenger had not outright said that the chalice would be poisoned, he heavily implied it. Thus, he hoped that the young sultan would not be foolish enough to take a drink from it. After catching Berenger's gaze, Hassan nodded in return, which signaled to Berenger that everything was going to be okay. Seeing this, Berenger began to relax his grip on Adela's hand slightly. Instead, he began to drink from the fruit juice which was poured for their consumption. He knew his glass would not be poisoned. After all, he was the scapegoat the conspirators intended to implicate in their crime. Thus he took a heavy swig before placing the chalice down. After doing so, Hassan tapped his goblet with a spoon, gaining everyone's attention before giving a speech. "I would like to make a toast to our guests from Austria. I see great things happening between our two realms shortly. They have journeyed a long way to help us in our time of need, and as such, I would like to personally thank Duke Berenger for the assistance he has provided me during his stay." When these words were spoken, Yusuf and his allies looked at each other with troubled gazes. They did not know precisely what Hassan was referring to. However, it did not matter. In the end, Hassan would still be poisoned, and Berenger would take the blame, or so they thought. After saying his piece, Hassan lifted his glass in the air and said the final words of his toast. "To a new golden age." Berenger quickly raised his glass and replied before drinking its contents. As for Hassan, he did not take a drink from the glass and instead placed it on the table, still filled to the brim. In doing so, Yusuf and his allies became alarmed. Hassan was supposed to drink the fruit juice laced with arsenic, yet he had not done so. As such, Yusuf began to put on the facade of a concerned brother as he asked Hassan the question on his mind. "Dearest brother, is your stomach upset? Why do you not drink after your toast?" To this, Hassan merely sneered as he pushed the glass across the table, sliding it over to Yusuf without spilling a drop. After doing so, he gazed at Yusuf with an intimidating glare. "Brother, prove your loyalty to me and drink from this chalice. After all, if you truly supported me, you would be happy to make sure that I am not about to be poisoned, would you not?" The moment Hassan said this, Yusuf's eyes opened wide in shock, as did his allies. Yusuf began to protest as he tried not to drink from the chalice that he knew was poisoned. "I would not dare drink from the Sultan's prized chalice. It would be disrespectful." In response to this, Hassan smiled cruelly and spoke his mind. "I am afraid I am going to have to insist." Immediately after saying this, the young Sultan snapped his fingers. In doing so, the house guard who were present immediately restrained Yusuf and his allies at the table, as well as the cupbearer who poisoned the drink. While Yusuf struggled desperately from the grasp of the house guards who held him in place, one of the men loyal to Hassan had a wicked smile on his face as he picked up the poisoned chalice and forced its contents down Yusuf's throat. Within seconds, Yusuf began to foam at the mouth as he broke out into seizures, eventually passing away on the spot. Upon seeing this, the women present started to shriek in horror, including Adela, who was sitting next to Berenger. Berenger, of course, was enjoying the sight as if it were the most entertaining show he had ever watched. After Yusuf's body collapsed onto the floor, Hassan gave a new decree to the guards present who were loyal to him. "My brother tried to poison me. The men who sit next to him conspired against my life so that they could usurp my position. Kill them all." With this said, the house guards unleashed their blades as they began to slaughter the religious fanatics who comprised Hassan's royal court. Immediately a spear was thrust through the back of the marshal where it protruded through his chest. Blood spilled onto the table as the spy master gazed in horror at the sight. However, before he could react, his jugular and carotid arteries were cut open by another man loyal to the Sultan. As this was going on, Berenger's guards surrounded him and Adela, forming a wall of steel around their master and his fiancée to protect them from the chaos. They wielded their muskets with bayonets affixed in all directions, prepared to kill anyone who decided to harm them. As for Hassan, he sat down at the table and began to dig into the food. Seeing the banquet host taking the first bite, Berenger followed suit. In the middle of the bloodshed, Two rulers partook of the meat on the table as if the gruesome sight did not cause the slightest bit of discomfort. Before long, the guards had cleared the dining hall and had begun to spread through every corner of the castle, killing everyone on the list of names that Hassan had written as a potential assassin within his court. Sounds of steel clashing with steel resounded as the royal guard began to fight among themselves. Those loyal to Hassan had been alerted of this event beforehand and were adequately armed and prepared for the slaughter. Yusuf and his allies had no way of knowing that Hassan had the guards loyal to them taken off duty for the night and replaced with those loyal to himself. After all, chainmail veils covered all of their faces. After slaughtering the opposition at the dinner table, the loyal guards proceeded to the rest quarters of the disloyal guards and began to kill them in their sleep. Some had woken up due to the sounds of chaos and prepared themselves, but it was not enough to spare their lives. While Berenger dined upon the roasted lamb, he commented on the flavor as if the bloodbath transpiring around them was non-existent. "I will tell you one thing, lamb is the king of all meats, and your chefs know how to prepare it wonderfully." Hassan sighed upon hearing this before responding with a dejected expression. "It is a pity most of my kitchen staff are going to be purged tonight." Berenger merely nodded his head upon hearing this and responding in an equally depressing voice. "It is a pity indeed." Adela was in the middle of her seat, freaking out. She had never seen such violence and brutality. It was shocking for her. As she began to panic, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and tried to calm her down. "Relax, sweetheart. Everything will be fine." Adela unknowingly began to scream at Berenger as she raised from her seat. "Fine? How can you call this fine? How are you so calm in a situation like this? How can you still eat despite all this bloodshed? I think I am going to be sick." After saying this, Adela leaned over and hurled up the contents of her stomach. The sights and smells were too much for her fragile mind to handle. Berenger deeply regretted bringing her along. Such a sight was something he never wanted her to witness. Berenger sat Adela down next to him and began to rub her shoulders as he comforted her. Her gaze was affixed on the floor below, too frightened to look up at the savage display that surrounded her. "If I had known things would end up like this, I would have never brought you here, Adela. I am truly sorry. However, I am a man who has fought on the front lines of war. This is trivial to compare to what I have witnessed." While he was comforting Adela, one of Hassan's wives pulled out a dagger from her dress and charged at the young sultan. However, before she could reach him with her blade, one of Berenger's guards lowered his musket and fired a golf ball-sized hole through her chest, killing her on the spot. A few of the other guards immediately lowered their rifled muskets as well, presenting a threat to the sultan's other wives. Upon seeing this, Hassan was shocked. He knew some of his wives were among the opposition, but he never thought they would dare kill him. As such, he wiped the sweat from his brow before addressing Berenger. "Thanks. If not for your warning or your men, I would have died tonight." Berenger shook his head. He was still comforting Adela when he spoke to Hassan, and thus was relatively calm about the whole thing. "Not a problem. So I have to ask, what happens now?" As the screams of the slaughter continued in the background, Hassan began to speak of his plans for the future. "In the upcoming days, I will purge the opposition from my army when only men loyal to me remain among its ranks. We can discuss the military aid you offered. I owe you my life, and a military alliance between our two kingdoms is the least I can do to repay you." While listening to Hassan's plans, Berenger poured some of his fortified wine into his chalice. After Hassan was finished speaking, he lifted the goblet in the air and spoke the words, "Assalamu alaikum." In response to this, Hassan raised his new chalice as well before responding with the phrase, "Wa alaikum salam." The purges of the Kingdom of Granda would go on for a few more days. Thousands of conspirators from every facet of society and those loyal to them would be slaughtered by Hassan as he solidified his power as the Sultan of Granada. After all, not all of the religious fundamentalists who wanted Hassan removed were stationed in Granada. By the end of this event, Sultan Hassan al-Fadl would reign supreme in the Emirate of Granada, and in doing so, provided Berengar with a valuable ally in Iberia. With Berengar's interference, the era of secular rule in Granada had truly begun. Chapter 278, 277. You are right. It is not meant to be. A week had passed since the fateful night where Berengar convinced Hassan to purge his kingdom of the faction of religious fanatics who intended to overthrow his legitimate and secular government in favor of a theocratic caliphate. During this time, Berengar comforted Adela over the overwhelming stress and anxiety she felt during the purge. As a show of thanks to Berengar's support, Hassan had given Berengar a beachside villa off the coast of Gibraltar. This beachside house was delivered in perpetuity to the von Kufstein dynasty as a show of friendship. While Hassan was busy purging the remaining opposition forces within his kingdom, Berengar watched Adela play on the beach while sipping on a glass filled with fortified wine. For the first time since Berengar had transmigrated to this world, he was finally able to see a pretty girl in a bikini. That's right, knowing that he would be traveling to Iberia, Berengar purposely had a bikini made for Adela. Because Berengar had yet to develop the process for creating nylon and other synthetic materials, Berengar could only resort to using natural fibers like hemp. Hemp was breathable and dried quickly. As such, it was a good substitute for nylon when making swimwear. In fact, he was wearing modern-style swim trunks fashioned from the material. The fresh air of the Mediterranean combined with the fun of the beach had begun to lift Adela's spirit after the brutal slaughter she had witnessed. Considering that a large chunk of the beach was reserved for Berengar and his dynasty's private use, there was not another person visible for several hundred meters. Adela's bikini was sapphire in color like her eyes, and she was pretty embarrassed while wearing such little clothing. However, Berengar had assured her it was only natural to wear light clothing on a beach, and considering she did not know any better, she decided to trust him. Which, speaking from a modern perspective, this was the truth. Besides, even if she could not admit it, it was exciting to be alone with Berengar and catch his fancy without any other girls interfering for once. As such, she began to construct a sandcastle on the beach while Berengar watched her with joy. It was not until some time later that Berengar's fun was interrupted by a messenger on horseback. He had ridden from Granada to give Berengar a letter. As Berengar opened the letter and read its contents, his smile began to fade, and he nodded at the writer before sending him back to his master. Berengar quickly approached Adela, informing her of the business at hand. Looks like our little vacation is over. Now is the time to return to Granada and discuss the terms of our newfound alliance with the Sultan. Upon hearing this, Adela's eye began to show panic, and Berengar understood why. After witnessing such a horrific scene, Adela had no desire to go back to Granada. The very thought of it could induce panic attacks. As such, he hugged the girl who was beginning to breathe heavily and stroked her golden hair. It is fine, you can stay here and enjoy the beach, but I have to go. I will make sure some of my guards stay behind to protect you. Despite Berengar's kindness, Adela shook her head and steeled her resolve. She responded to Berengar with a look of great determination in her eyes. I will not be your burden. You asked me to come with you to ensure that your diplomatic efforts succeed. Even though I can't do much, I can still make sure you remain calm if things get heated. So despite my misgivings, I will accompany you. After all, I am your wife. Berengar's jaw nearly fell agape as he heard this. All he could think of in his mind was one simple phrase. This girl is too cute. With that, he picked Adela up and carried her princess style back to the manor, where they began to separate so that they could change into the appropriate attire. After doing so, they stepped out of the castle and entered the carriage prepared for them by the Sultan. After traveling for a few days, They finally arrived in Granada, where Adela had difficulty stepping out of the carriage and into the castle. Berenger grasped onto her shaking hand as he led her into the castle. Thankfully, any sign of the massacre that had previously taken place here was thoroughly cleaned up, as if it had never happened, allowing Adela to breathe easily. After traversing through the castle into the Sultan's great hall, Berenger and Adela stood before the Sultan of Granada, who stood up from his seat and approached Berenger while smiling. Hassan grabbed a hold of Berenger and hugged him as if he were a long-lost brother. After a few seconds, he let go of his grasp and began to speak to Berenger about what had happened over the last week. "My friend, it is great to see you. I can assure you that the fanatics who opposed my rule have been eliminated. There is no threat to my power left within my emirate, and it is all thanks to your advice. If I did not have you to guide me, I would have been killed on that dreadful night. I hope the villa was to your liking." In response to this, Berenger smiled and clasped the man's shoulder as he nodded his head with a smile on his face. "It was wonderful. You have a beautiful country. I look forward to spending much of my future at the villa you have provided my family and me." Hassan smiled and nodded as he spoke to Berenger. "Excellent. Excellent. I knew you would enjoy it. Again, I am so sorry you had to witness that barbaric display. I assure you, I am taking every precaution to appoint loyal and competent subjects as you have advised. Now we can discuss matters of state without the interference of those fanatics." Berenger walked by Hassan's side, and Adela followed behind the two men as they chatted. Berenger fully announced his plans for the future of their two states. "I will be frank with you, Hassan. Within a year, I intend to become fully independent of the Holy Roman Empire, establishing the Kingdom of Austria. The Emperor plots against me, and I can no longer remain loyal to a man who would try to sabotage my people's wealth and happiness over religious differences. More than anything, I need an ally, someone dependable, someone like-minded, and someone with the potential to grow alongside me. I suggest comprehensive trade agreements between our two kingdoms to expand our wealth further, but more importantly, a powerful military alliance between our two states. I can supply you with arms, armor, and munitions at a discounted price, and even provide you with military advisors for 5 years so that your troops can become fully equipped with the knowledge and resources to defeat your enemies. In return, all that I ask is that if I ever come into a situation where I am incapable of defending my borders by myself, that you aid me. In return for this, I promise to do the same for you, my friend." When Hassan heard this, he was pretty shocked. Berenger was making quite a large request of the Sultan. However, the Sultan also knew that Berenger's armies were among the best in Europe. As such, he was interested in the offer and thus voiced his concerns on the matter. "When you say you will provide me with arms, armor, and munitions, I assume you are not referring to the ones that your army utilizes." Berenger began to chuckle as he heard this and responded honestly. "You would be correct. I won't lie to you. I intend to maintain the stranglehold I have over advanced military technology. However, what I can do is provide you with the arms, armor, munitions, and tactics I have sold to the Byzantines." Hassan's interest grew further when he heard this. What Berenger had offered him was a far better deal than what Berenger gave the Hussites. While Berenger officially had no ties to the Hussites, Hassan was not foolish enough to believe Berenger was innocent of what he proclaimed himself regarding the war in Bohemia. The fact that Berenger was willing to provide the same level of assistance to Hassan that he offered to the Byzantines proved that the young duke was sincere about the alliance with Granada. After all, the Byzantines had begun to make significant advances into Egypt and Libya throughout the last year, mainly due to Berenger's equipment. After hearing this, Hassan sighed and voiced his concerns over the arrangement. Normally, an alliance like this is sealed with marriage. Before Berenger could allow Hassan to finish the statement, he interjected. "Don't even think about it. I already have 3 women, If I add another one, I am almost certain at least one of my girls will kill me in my sleep. Hassan began to chuckle at this response and gazed over at Adela, who was pouting silently to Berenger's words. There was no denying it. The fury in her eyes showed that two other girls were already her limit as the main wife. Adela outright refused to allow Berenger to take in some Moorish whore as yet another bride-to-be. Seeing the terrifying look on Adela's cute little face, Hassan clasped Berenger's shoulder and sighed. You have my sympathies, my friend. I too know what it is like to have one of your wives make an attempt on your life. Fine, forget what I said. Since I owe you my life, this request of a comprehensive alliance between our two realms is a small thing to ask. We will draft a mutually beneficial treaty for our people, and I will be more than happy to sign it. It is just a shame. Berenger was smiling throughout Hassan's response, but when he heard that last part, it made him instinctively curious, and as such, Berenger asked the question on his mind. What is? Hassan chuckled as he heard this before replying. My little sister is quite beautiful and in need of a husband. Oh well, I guess it is not meant to be. Hearing this, Berenger nearly cursed under his breath, but he felt the murderous gaze of Adela watching over his every move and thus sighed instead. You are right. It is not meant to be. Chapter 279. 278. The King's Sorrows. Aubry was back at the palace in Paris. His father, King Gilles de Valois of France, was currently in the process of scolding the errant prince. For the past year, Aubry had been fighting alongside one of his lovers, the Duke of Burgundy, against the English invasion. Rumors began to spread of the Holy Maiden of France, and they had inspired a fighting spirit within the French people. As such, the French had started to make significant gains, that is until now. The Duke of Burgundy had made a shocking announcement on this day. He would be seceding from France and pledging his support to the English crown. Few knew the actual reason for him doing so, and it had begun to cause speculation within the French royal court as to why the Duke would suddenly turn sides despite the French beginning to gain the upper hand in the conflict. The reason for this was quite simple. The Duke of Burgundy found out that Prince Aubry was cheating on him with a total of 4 other lovers, feeling betrayed and outraged that the young man he had pledged his love to was such a filthy slut. The Duke of Burgundy declared open rebellion against the French crown. Because of this, France had once more begun to enter into a state of defeat, as they were now being attacked on both sides by their enemies, splitting their armies in two to combat the new threat from within. Gilles was one of the few men aware of the reasoning for the Duke of Burgundy's betrayal, and he only had one person he could blame. That being his errant son, who liked to dress up as a woman and get rammed by other men. Seeing his son kneeling before him, who looked prettier than his daughter, caused Gilles to spit upon the youth in disgust. Your degeneracy truly knows no bounds, my son. I would have thought that you learned your lesson by now, but you can't behave yourself, can you? Aubry had a calm expression. He had been in this situation many times before, and as such, was well aware that his father's punishment would never be too severe. Thus he merely sat there stoically waiting for his father's critique of his behavior to end. Do you not have anything to say for yourself? Are you not sorry for the damage your actions have caused? The lives that have been lost? Do you have any idea what you have done to this kingdom? With each question the king asked, his tone of voice grew more furious, and so too did it become louder. Still, Aubry did not speak a word while being scolded in such an outrageous manner. Sibylla, on the other hand, gazed at Aubry from the other side of the chamber. She was Aubry's elder sister and the only princess of France. Though nobody knew it, it was precisely her fault that Aubry turned into a cross-dressing freak. She had always been envious of Aubry's natural beauty, even when they were children, and as such, she had spent a great deal of time dressing Aubry up in girls' clothes and putting makeup on him. Eventually, such behavior influenced the boy into the young man he had become. Even she was amazed at the body count Aubry had behind him. Princess Sibylla was by no means pure, despite being unmarried, but she was far from as experienced as Aubrey was. Such a thing was another point of contention in her heart, as more than once, guys she wanted to get with passed her by so they could sleep with her cross-dressing little brother. After all of this, Aubrey was somehow labeled the Holy Maiden of France and caused such a huge fiasco. She was both impressed and envious of Aubrey's talents in attracting men. As such, she merely sat by and watched with glee as her younger brother was scolded for his lecherous actions that had led to the Duke of Burgundy acting in rebellion. Eventually, the king sighed heavily before web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. For calming himself down. He rested his head within his hands before coming to a decision. I have no choice but to send you to the front lines again. You will bring back the head of your former lover, or you will never be allowed to return to this palace. Do I make myself understood? Aubrey snickered as he heard this lenient sentence for his crimes and responded to his father like an obedient child. Yes, Daddy. The king's skin instantly crawled when he heard this. Every time his son referred to him in such a manner, it made him want to cut his own ears off. Aubrey needed to be taught a proper lesson, but he simply did not have the heart to be so cruel. Aubrey raised from his position and left the great hall, leaving the king alone with his only daughter. Sibylla immediately began to chastise her father for being so lenient with Aubrey. TSK, TSK, TSK. The King of France is being lenient on his children once again. Do you ever wonder if that's the reason we all turned out so sinful? The moment she said this, the king's expression worsened as he heard his equally as disappointing daughter enter the fray. As such, he responded with a weary face. Sibylla, my only daughter, don't you have something better to do? For example, you could be skinning a puppy or pushing a baker's son into the oven at this very moment. Anything other than giving this old man even greater heartache. Sibylla immediately began to protest as she heard this. You pushed the baker's son into an oven one time, and you never live it down. No, father, I do not have anything better to do at the moment besides watch you slap Aubrey on the wrist for causing the Duke of Burgundy to rebel against you. The king immediately began to fire back at Sibylla's response as he began to chastise her as well. Don't even get started with me, young lady. You have caused your fair share of internal rebellion. Remember the time you caused the Duchy of Aquitaine to side with the English because you nailed the Duke's scrotum to his bed frame? As Sibylla heard this, she began to giggle wickedly. She had completely forgotten about the incident and began to mock the events. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Of course, it was his fault. He told me I couldn't make him cry in bed, and I took that as a challenge. The King of France began to sigh once more as he heard his daughter's reasoning for her actions. Sometimes he swore that God was punishing him by giving him such wicked children. Aubrey was a lustful crossdresser, and Sibylla was a violent psychopath. His other two children were not much better. One was a lazy glutton, and the other was a greedy coward. He could swear that if he ended up having 7 children, they would each be the personification of at least one of the 7 deadly sins. He had no idea how his children turned out so horrible. Maybe Sibylla was right. Perhaps he was a terrible father who allowed them to get away with too much mischief. As he thought about such things, Sibylla began to laugh once more before speaking the thoughts on her mind. Do you actually trust Aubrey to lead an army against the Duke of Burgundy? I mean, he will probably just end up sleeping with all of his knights. To think that the legendary Holy Maiden of France is nothing more than a perverted prince. It is hilarious, isn't it? At this point, the king had suffered enough of his daughter's torment and got up from his seat before slapping her across the face. Get out of my sight. In response to this, Sibylla snarled at the king as if she were some wild beast before turning away and walking towards her room, leaving the King of France alone on his throne, thinking about how he had managed to screw up so much as a father and as a king. Aside from his wayward children, there were several other things that the king had been lamenting as of late. The war against England would not be ending anytime soon, and none of his children were up to the task of leading the armies against the invaders. His most excellent general had just turned against him because of his son's scandalous actions, and now he was left with a war on 3 fronts. The English invaded from the north and the southwest, and now he had to fight the Burgundians in the southeast. Things did not look like they could get much worse. He knew that when the English king heard about this latest betrayal, he would be laughing up a storm at the misery and humiliation that the French royal dynasty had suffered on this day. As such, the French king had turned to his most recent pastime, the method that most depressed people use to get through the day. Thus the French king poured himself a chalice filled with wine and began to drink his sorrows away. Chapter 280, 279, Alliance of Gibraltar. At the moment, Berenger and Hassan were sitting across from each other in the middle of the villa that had been given to Berenger. The two men had a scribe draft up a copy of the alliance agreement that was to take effect between the two realms. Berenger and Hassan sat for several hours and debated the clauses and stipulations added to the treaty. By the time the sun began to set, the document was drafted in its final state and was fully agreed on between the two parties. After several rereadings to ensure that everything was 100% correct, the two men signed it into effect. This was more than a mutual defensive pact. What the two rulers signed would later become known as the Alliance of Gibraltar. This treaty stipulated several essential factors, one of them guaranteeing independence between the two realms. The other portions of the treaty included a mutual defense pact and a comprehensive trade agreement to ensure the prosperity of both nations. After it was signed into law, Berenger had done the unthinkable. A Christian duke had established a long-term alliance with a Muslim emirate. As part of the trade agreement, Berenger would supply the Emirate of Granada with arms, armor, and munitions at a discounted price of 25%. It was a better deal than he was giving the Byzantines, and though Hassan was not aware of this, he did suspect it. Berenger's reasoning for this was simple. The Byzantine Empire was mighty enough without his weapons and could be a bulwark against his enemies. In comparison, Granada was pretty weak, and as such, Berenger had to bolster their strength as quickly as possible if they were going to prove to be a menace to their Catholic neighbors when the time for it was needed. After signing the defensive pact, Berenger pulled out a bottle of fortified wine and opened it on the spot, pouring it into a pair of crystal glasses. Though Hassan had previously seen such prominent glassware in the market, as Berenger had already begun trading in Granada, he did not own a set himself. After swirling the red liquid in his cup for a few moments, Berenger sniffed the aroma that the alcoholic beverage provided before taking a sip from it. He swirled it around his tongue for a few moments before swallowing it and exhaling as he did so. Wine does not get better than this. Hassan began to drink from his glass similarly. He seemed to enjoy the product. As he swallowed from the cup's contents, he exhaled before exclaiming the thoughts in his mind. I trust that this wine will be included in our trade agreement. Upon hearing this, Berenger broke out into laughter and made a jest towards his new friend. Of course, though I doubt it will sell well in Granada. After all, it is forbidden in your holy book to drink alcohol. Hassan also began to chuckle as he heard Berenger's comment. However, he knew that there were still plenty of men who drank wine, and as such, he decided to inform Berenger of this. That is true, and most people adhere to such strict principles. However, there are still quite a few among us who love the taste of wine. I assure you, those noblemen who care for such things will pay a premium to get their hands on this. After hearing this, Berenger nodded before drinking from his glass once more, After he finished sipping on the fortified wine, he agreed to sell the product in Granada. Well, if that is the case, I will have no problem selling you this wine. Of course, I have plenty of other types of alcohol if you are interested. Some are even stronger than this. After Hassan heard this, his eyes nearly jumped out of his sockets. This was already stronger than any drink he had ever tasted, at least in terms of alcohol content. He had trouble believing Berenger's words. However, the next moment Berenger pulled out a small bottle filled with an amber substance. It was some of the whiskey he had been distilling in Kufstein for some time now. After pouring the beverage into a small shot glass, he downed it in one go. Berenger proceeded to directly pour another one for Hassan with a cruel smile on his face. However, Hassan did not know what Berenger was planning and instead was looking at Berenger as if he were an idiot. When he saw the minuscule amount of liquid Berenger had provided him, he could not help but be offended. "My friend, is this a joke, or are you just being stingy?" As Berenger heard this, he had a wicked grin on his face as he challenged Hassan to drink it whole. "If you can drink everything in that small glass in one go without choking, I will give you 5 whole bottles for free. How about that?" Seeing Berenger just down the contents of the small glass as if it were nothing, Hassan felt pretty confident, and as such, he smiled at Berenger before grabbing a hold of the shot glass and dumping the contents down his throat. The moment he did, he instantly regretted it as he felt all of the cells in his mouth immediately dehydrate. As Hassan choked on the liquid for several moments, Berenger laughed and clapped in the background. While the two men were having a foolish bet, Adela was down on the beach below, playing with the crabs on the beach. Berenger occasionally watched her do so, and he was not the only one. Hassan was surprised that she was wearing so little clothing. After all, she was dressed in the hemp bikini Berenger had made for her, and as such, the young sultan was attracted to her. Noticing Hassan's gaze, Berenger snapped him out of it with a sharp response. "Don't even think about it." Hearing the chilling tone in Berenger's voice, the slightly intoxicated sultan realized he had done wrong and apologized. "I am sorry. It must be the alcohol. That is some wildly strong shit. Still, I have to ask, why do you let your woman dress in so little clothing?" Berenger merely laughed at this comment as he responded to Hassan's inquiry. "Because I enjoy the sight. Also, she's on the beach. What else is she supposed to wear? There are few better sights in this world than a pretty girl in a bikini." Hassan had no idea what a bikini was, but he could guess by the context of Berenger's statement that it was the item of clothing that Adela was wearing. As such, he thought of a brilliant idea. "How much for these bikinis?" "I want some for my wives." Berenger chuckled in response to this. Few men could resist the allure of a pretty girl in a bikini. As such, Berenger decided to do Hassan a favor. "Send me your wife's measurements, and I will be happy to get a few of them made for your women. I will send them with the next shipment to Granda for no extra charge." Hassan immediately began to smile as he decided to drink more whiskey. He could already imagine what his beautiful wives would look like in such little attire. After drinking for a while longer, Berenger and Adela began to see Hassan off. The man was reasonably intoxicated at this point and looked at Berenger with fondness. "Until we meet again, my friend, it is just a shame you have to return to your home so soon." Berenger nodded and sighed. "I enjoyed the time we spent together. I look forward to your future visit to my homeland. When you arrive, I can show off all of our cuisines. I am sure you will enjoy it." With that said, Hassan got into his carriage and began his journey back to his home in Granada. As for Berenger and Adela, they would be sailing back to Kufstein in the following morning. As such, Berenger wanted to spend a little bit more time with his fiancée. Berenger grabbed a hold of Adela's dainty hand and led her down to the beach, where the couple walked along the soft sand barefoot while gazing up at the moon and the stars above. Berenger had a lot to say on his mind to the girl before they returned home, and would not see each other for some time. Thus Berenger immediately turned around, and looked Adela in the eyes while conveying his thoughts. I am sorry. Adela was slightly confused when she heard this, and as such, she asked for clarification. For what? Berenger sighed heavily before revealing the regrets he had contained deep within his heart since the first time he cheated on his little fiancée. For starters, I am sorry I am such a piece of shit. We were engaged and set to be a happy couple, and like every relationship I have ever had with another person, I had to fuck it up. I couldn't keep my urges to myself, and I slept with Linda, then I lied to you repeatedly about it. When my lies were finally exposed, you stuck beside me, and I ended up repaying your kindness by taking in another girl before I ever had the chance to be with you. I know it doesn't change anything. I have to take responsibility for my actions after all. I just wanted you to know that I am sorry for treating you so poorly and forcing you to go along with my selfish desires. Adela looked at Berenger with a complicated gaze. She took this statement as Berenger's way of admitting he had already slept with Honoria, which she did not know about until now. As such, she looked away from Berenger before asking the question on her mind. Berenger, be honest with me. Why did you take me on this trip? You seem to have handled everything on your own the entire time. Berenger sighed before gazing off into the moonlight. After doing so for a few moments, he smiled bitterly before revealing his thought process on the matter. I wanted to spend some quality time with you. Since you departed from Kufstein, I have not spent as much time with you as I would have liked. I honestly had no idea we would be caught in a conspiracy and have to witness such horrific scenes. I am sorry for that as well. If I had known such a thing would have happened, I never would have brought you here. Adela sighed heavily before lying down on the beach and staring up at the stars. Berenger took the hint and lay down next to her, where Adela grabbed a hold of his hand and said with a bitter smile on her face, "One more year. Just one more year, and we can finally get married." Berenger could see the tiny tear forming in the girl's sapphire eyes as she said this, and as such, he forced a smile upon his face as he spoke the truth. I look forward to it. After saying that, the couple had a long conversation on the beach. What exactly was said on that fateful night has been lost to history. However, one thing was certain: the relationship between Adela and Berniger improved afterward. Chapter 281. 280. God's gift to the world. Weeks had passed since Berenger returned to Kufstein, and during this time, he had been focused on expanding his naval capacity. Compared to the Venetian arsenal, he still lacked output, even though he had 3 shipyards equal in scale, if not more significant. The reason for this was simple: a lack of experience on the part of the workers who created the ships from the prefabricated components. The Venetians had centuries of experience building vessels, and as such, they could crank out a single ship every day. Whether or not they could manufacture the cannons necessary to equip these vessels was another story. After all, they were using relatively small-bore primitive bronze cannons at this point. Bronze is a much rarer material than iron and, of course, more expensive. The Venetian warships also lacked broadside cannons, with their armaments exclusively being located at the fore and aft positions. Compared to the Venetian arsenal, Berenger's shipyards in Trieste and Pola, dedicated to naval armament, were only capable of producing 1 ship every 4 days. However, these ships were fifth-rate frigates with a total of 44 24-pound cannons on board. As such, his navy began to expand rapidly in terms of the number of vessels available, and thus Berenger had to boost recruitment efforts towards his navy. As for his merchant fleet, it was also growing rapidly, with 1 clipper being built every 3 days. While naval power was necessary to secure his dominion over the region, a properly established merchant fleet was necessary to establish trade across the Mediterranean. At the moment, Berenger's Grand Army was 50,000 strong and was the most well-equipped and trained army in all of Europe. However, his navy severely lacked comparison, with only 10,000 recruits over the past year, which was barely enough to field 45 vessels. At the moment, Berenger was in the middle of implementing an essential resource to his naval vessels. He was honestly surprised that he had not thought of such a thing before. His vessels were currently using inferior hemp rope, and he was planning to improve it with superior manila rope when he reached the Philippines, much like how the Spanish had done in his previous life. However, Berenger came to a sudden realization that he had a far more valuable resource and a vast stockpile of it that could be utilized in the manufacture of rope for sailing vessels. This material was, of course, high-carbon steel. Beginning in the 1830s of Berenger's previous life, steel wire rope had started to replace the traditional manila rope used by most sailing vessels. The reason for this was that steel wire rope was superior in strength, durability, and flexibility compared to textile rope. Due to the advancements in steel-making technology and the massive supply the Europeans were able to produce during this time, they used such materials to improve the rigging of their sailing vessels. As such, Berenger had begun to place an order to construct high-carbon galvanized steel wire where it would be converted into ropes for sailing and replace the existing hemp ropes that were used on what few vessels Berenger had available. It was best to make these innovations as early as possible. As such, Berenger had begun to implement them for all new vessels in the future. He also planned to convert the ropes on the existing ships as quickly as he could manage. After drafting the designs and sending them to his industrial district within Trieste via courier, Berenger sat back and relaxed in his dining hall. Just when he was about to sip some tea, he received some shocking news from one of his servants who had appeared before him. "Your Grace, Sir Andronikos of the Byzantine Empire is here to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed before getting up from his seat and approaching the great hall, leaving behind his tea in the process. When Berenger arrived, the man from the east had a broad smile on his face as he greeted the young Duke of Austria. "Your Grace, it is good to see that you are well." Berenger put on a smile as he greeted the man who had long since become his primary means of trade with the East since Arethusa had become engaged in his campaign for North Africa. "And you as well, my friend. Tell me, how is the war effort going in Egypt and Libya?" Andronikos sighed as he heard this question and revealed the results of the ongoing campaign. "For the most part, it is going well. We have seized a quarter of Egypt and Libya and are currently expanding forward. However, the Knights Hospitaller, who has supported us for some time, has begun to withdraw. Those fanatics realized that we were being supplied by Austria and immediately became offended. Stating it was either you or them, we chose your support. Seeing as your weapons are superior to the men they provide for the war effort." Berenger chuckled at this comment before shifting the conversation to the issue at hand. "Tell me, Andronikos, why are you here in Kufstein?" The Byzantine man smiled before pulling out a ceramic jar. He revealed the contents within after opening it. Berenger was shocked when he saw what was inside the container. Small dark brown beans that Berenger instantly recognized. The young duke's eyes grew wide with excitement when he saw what was in front of him. As such, he grabbed a hold of one of the beans and sniffed it to make sure he was not dreaming. What Andronikos had brought him was something he had desired since he arrived in this world. It was none other than coffee. As such, Berenger immediately inquired about where Andronikos had gotten such a thing. "Tell me, my friend, where did you get this?" Andronikos was surprised that Berenger asked where he obtained the coffee beans, not what they were. Nevertheless, he began to inform Berenger of his recent discovery. "Not long ago, I was invited to Ethiopia by one of the local noblemen. When I arrived, I was served this bitter tea, except it wasn't tea, and it provided substantial benefits such as an increase in energy and focus. The Ethiopians explained to me that this is God's gift to the world, and they call it coffee. Naturally, I bought an ample supply of it, and the first thing I thought of when I returned home was the potential that such a product has. While we in the Empire have access to the trade routes in the Mediterranean, it would be difficult for us to sell the substance further into Europe. As such, I thought of a trading partner with a significant deal of reach further inland, and immediately your name came to mind. Allow me to brew a drink for you to see for yourself how excellent this product is. If you enjoy it and think it has as much potential as I do, we can discuss importing it into Kufstein, where you can resell it to the rest of Europe. Berenger naturally accepted his offer and led the man to the kitchen, where he ground the beans into a fine powder before boiling water and adding it through the filter to create a cup of coffee. Berenger tasted the bitter black substance with a smile on his face while nodding his head. It is wonderful, but don't you think it would taste better with something added to it? Maybe some milk and sugar? Andronikos had not thought about this and as such was interested in the topic. Therefore Berenger made a mixture of the coffee with milk and sugar added to it before handing a cup to Andronikos. After the man sipped from the ceramic cup, his eyes widened and a giant smile formed on his face. This tastes so much better than the coffee by itself. Your Grace, you're a genius. After hearing this, Berenger merely smiled in silence and drank from his cup of coffee. Finally, he had acquired one of the many things he missed from his previous life in the 21st century. After the two men had drunk their fair share of coffee, Berenger began to speak to Andronikos about his decision. I will buy as much of the material as you can give me, and I would be more than happy to sell it across Austria and the neighboring regions. Considering your lack in trade routes to the north, the two of us combined can sell this fine substance across all of Europe and make a major profit off of it. After hearing this, Andronikos smiled. The remaining details about what the cost was for importing the coffee and what Berenger would resell it at was negotiated over a breakfast, where Berenger and Andronikos introduced coffee to Linda, Honoria, and Henrietta, all three of which fell in love with the drink. With milk and sugar added to the mix, coffee would become a desirable commodity within Europe in due time. Both Austria and the Byzantine Empire would make a fortune off of the monopoly they would establish over the substance. After all, few in Europe had contact with Ethiopia and were unaware of where the strange drink originated from. Berenger was delighted to know that by supplying the Byzantines with arms in this timeline, they were capable of recapturing large swaths of Egypt and Libya, where they immediately took advantage of the newly gained territory to send trade expeditions into Africa, in doing so bringing coffee to Europe over a century earlier than it had been done in his previous life's history. Chapter 282, 281, War of Attrition. Eckhard gazed upon the remains of the battlefield. Corpses littered the valley, belonging to both sides of the conflict in the thousands. Hussites and Catholics alike lie dead for the sake of their religious convictions. The battle was bloody and brutal, yet in the end, the Hussites had won. During this last year of conflict, the violence that had occurred in Bohemia was on a scale truly fitting of a religious civil war. Eckhard, as the chief military advisor tasked with providing support to the Hussites, had witnessed the cruelty of man at its full scale, and for what? Minor religious differences? The sheer level of savagery committed by both sides of the conflict was enough for a man to question his faith. Did God genuinely desire such death and destruction in his name? Probably not, but if the idea of such actions reviled him, why did he permit it? These were thoughts going through the field marshal's head as he stood by his lonesome, observing the despair that resulted from the chaotic battle. Eckhard sighed heavily as he voiced his innermost thoughts on the issue. I have seen enough of death and destruction in my lifetime. Despite saying this, the veteran field marshal would continue his duties serving as Berenger's lead general, for war was an inevitable result of man's actions. It was also the only thing the man was any good at. After praying for the souls of the fallen, Eckhard returned to the other officers of the Grand Army of Austria who had accompanied him during the Hussite campaign. Berenger's strategy had been to stall the conflict for as long as possible and dragged as many Catholics to their deaths to delay the upcoming crusade against the Berenger heresy. Eckhard did not disappoint on this matter. He advised the Hussites to slow down their forces and consolidate their gains over the past year. As such, the Hussites had less land than they could have seized. However, these lands were well fortified and defended. Several months ago, the Pope declared a crusade against the Hussites because they were becoming increasingly close to overall victory. As such, the crusading orders of the world had gathered what few men they could spare to put down the Hussite heresy before they could cause any further damage. Among these Catholic military orders was the Bohemian Order of the Dragon, which had made a name for itself for the sheer acts of brutality they engaged in against the Hussites, and especially the people who supported them. At the moment, the banner of the order lay tattered and broken alongside the thousands of corpses of their fallen soldiers. The Hussite force had thoroughly crushed the latter under the guidance of Eckhard and his military advisors. Eckhard gazed upon the once proud banner of the chivalric order who had lost their lives in battle, particularly that of the Grand Master, whose lifeless eyes gazed towards the heavens as blood dripped from his mouth onto his beard. In this single battle, the main force of the Order of the Dragon was crushed, snuffed out before they could make a name for themselves like the outstanding orders established centuries ago. Despite this, Eckhard knew this would not be the end of Bohemian Knights. The Order of the Dragon was not to be confused with the Welsh Order of the Red Dragon, which the Vatican recently established to counteract the Berenger heresy. This was a much older chivalric order found in Bohemia, Hungary, and Wallachia. They would return in time with more significant numbers to attack the Hussites. Eckhard was sure of this. After taking one last glance at the blood and bile that filled the field, Eckhard shifted his attention to his officers nearby before speaking to them with a voice filled with determination. "This is just one of many battles that await us. This war will not end anytime soon. Steel yourselves, for we have much work to do." After saying that, Eckhard approached the command tent where Alexej and the other Hussite leaders were gathered. Having stepped inside the dwelling, the Hussite leaders glanced over at Eckhard. They held much respect for the Austrian field marshal. After all, if not for him and his officers, they could have suffered substantially more casualties throughout this war. The leaders of the Hussites who were standing in the tent were encircled around a table filled with a map of Bohemia and the forces that represented both sides. Under Eckhard's guidance, the Hussites had taken a firm defensive stance and, as such, mainly was engaging in battles within their provinces. At the moment, the Hussites held 4 out of 7 provinces of the Kingdom of Bohemia. Through their best efforts and the advice of Eckhard, the Hussites had gained significant ground. This battle that had just occurred was fought in the fields of Plzeň, where the Hussites had defeated an army of Catholic soldiers. Plzeň was a region owned by one of the Hussite factions, and the Kasparians had responded to their aid after a Catholic army was spotted in their lands. Through much hardship, a victory was achieved defending the ground, but it came at high costs. Ultimately, the Kasparian armies arrived and drove their enemies out, slaughtering all who dared to attack the peasants of Plzeň and their farms. Alexej, who had personally led his forces into the fray, was currently displaying the latest report from his scouts about the enemy's movements. The main force of the Order of the Dragon has been defeated. They will probably crawl back to Hungary to lick their wounds until they can fight once more. However, news from the other side of the world is troublesome. The Hospitallers have cut off support from the Byzantine armies in Egypt and Libya. They have withdrawn from their crusade in North Africa and pledged support to the Catholics in Bohemia. As such, tens of thousands of crusaders now march towards our lands. The army is meant for a single purpose, to destroy our movement and massacre every man, woman, and child they deem to be a heretic. Eckhard observed the map closely. With the Hospitaller Knights entering the fray, this meant things would become difficult. They were a large and prestigious order, and were also battle-hardened from the decades of warfare in North Africa. He would have to readjust his strategy if such a quantity of crusaders were to pour into the war. The veteran field marshal approached the map and began to shift the pieces around without permission from the others. He moved several wooden pieces that represented Hussite troops into positions near the borders and the various fortifications that guarded them. After doing so, he spoke with determination and authority. The Hospitallers have entered Bohemia, which means we will be fighting thousands, if not tens of thousands of more men. To put it simply, gaining any further ground is unlikely. What we need to do is defend our borders to the best of our ability and wear down the Catholics' numbers through attrition. As of now, we are fighting a defensive war. Our best course of action is to maintain the ground we have gained while sending operatives into the enemy territory to sabotage their fields and food stockpiles. It may take months or even years, but sooner or later, the enemy will break their backs against our defenses and starve into submission. There was not a single voice of disagreement at the conference. The Hussite commanders were all well aware that the arrival of the Hospitallers represented a shift in the balance of power, and as such, fighting on these terms was their best solution. The war in Bohemia began to take a turn for the worse. The Hussites decided to engage in a series of protracted sieges while meeting the enemy in the fields of their territory to protect their citizens. The Catholics, overzealous and eager for vengeance, would slowly use their newfound strength to push into Hussite lands. When this war of attrition waged, the Hussites would further import weapons, munitions, and food from Austria, racking up an enormous debt. The larger the debt, the more land Berenger would demand as a form of repayment. The silver mines of Bohemia were a valuable resource, and as Berenger's economy grew, it also began to stagnate due to a lack of currency. Thus, he needed the mines in Bohemia to stimulate his nation's growth until he could start his colonization of the New World and Africa. Unknowingly, the Hussites had begun to trap themselves in debt to Austria, in doing so sealing their fates. Berenger had not only sent his advisors to aid the Hussites, but to ensure that the Hussites incurred more significant debt, one that could only be repaid with valuable land. If the Hussites refused to surrender Bohemia to Austria after the war, Berenger would use the debt as a valid casus belli to take what he wanted. To him, the war in Bohemia was of great importance to funding his future campaigns to unify the German people. Chapter 283, 282, Reuniting with an old friend. Since Honoria's escape from Constantinople, Melissa had been staying in Antioch under the name of Vistula Melodia. Throughout this entire time, the Byzantine royal family was unable to determine her real identity or that she had aided Honoria in her escape. As such, she made a life for herself in Antioch. Having been given a second chance at life, Melissa did not go back to whoring herself out for a living. Instead, she eventually found herself married to a hardworking carpenter in the city. Initially, she had spent her days in bliss. Her marriage was a happy one at first, and she loved the man who had taken her in when she was down on her luck. However, happiness never truly lasts, and as such, Melissa's husband soon found himself drafted into the armed forces to fight in North Africa. The meager pay that the man earned in the armies of the Byzantine Empire was sent back to Melissa in Antioch. However, this stipend was barely enough to survive. As such, her life was filled with hardship as she struggled to maintain her lifestyle. Things turned for the worse as the young woman finally received news that her husband had died in battle. In return, she received nothing other than a body to bury, and with her little savings, she could not afford a proper funeral. Thus, in the act of desperation, she had taken out a loan from some unsavory merchants and used it to cover her husband's funeral expenses. Before long, the loan sharks had come to claim the debt she owed, and when they found out that she could not pay it, they attempted to force her into prostitution once more to clear the debt that she owed. However, Melissa had promised that she would never degrade herself in such a manner ever again, As such, she packed up what little belongings she could take and made her way out of Antioch, heading to the one place where she knew anyone who could remotely help her. After months of traveling, Melissa had finally arrived in Kufstein. The moment she entered the city's gates, the woman was astounded that such a magnificent city had been developed in the middle of Austria, a place that was not long ago considered a backwater by the Byzantines. She could hardly believe her eyes as she walked through the city with her pack slung around her back. The city of Kufstein was unlike anything she thought it would be. It even could be said to rival some of the cities of the empire. After searching around some of the local shops in the trade district, Melissa spotted the location where she intended to visit. Luckily for her, she could immediately tell her destination because the castle was built upon a hill overlooking the city. After traveling through the city streets observing all kinds of exciting sights, Melissa finally arrived at the castle's gates. However, when she finally reached her destination, she was blocked by the castle garrison, who prevented her entry into the mighty fortress where the Duke resided. Hold it right there. The Duke is currently not seeing any visitors, so unless you have an invitation, you are not allowed into the castle. The moment Melissa heard this, she began to frown. She had been through so much and traveled so far that she felt it was a bit anticlimactic to be denied entry just like this. However, she could not easily get past the garrison, and as such, she began to sigh before turning around. Maybe if she were lucky, she could run into Honoria on the street someday. Whether it was divine intervention or just random chance, Honoria had been out in the city meeting with her newest acquisitions to her crew and had just begun to return to the castle. The last time Honoria saw the woman known as Melissa, she wore a wig and extensive makeup. Despite this, the princess could easily identify the woman as they walked past each other. As such, Honoria stopped in her tracks and grabbed a hold of the woman's wrist, scaring her in the process. Yet the next moment when Honoria called out her name, the woman realized who it was who had grabbed her and began to calm herself. "Melissa, is that you? What are you doing here in Kufstein?" After saying that, Honoria brought the woman into a friendly hug before releasing her. Melissa was quite shocked that she had managed to run into Honoria out of pure chance and struggled to gain her composure. Eventually, she calmed herself down before voicing her concerns to the young princess she had helped run away from home. "Honoria, I need your help." Seeing the troubled look in Melissa's eyes, Honoria became worried and grabbed a hold of the woman's hand before dragging her towards the castle with a pretty smile on her face. "Whatever kind of trouble you are in, I am sure that Berenger can help you." When the guards saw the girl return, they were about to lower their rifles in a threatening gesture. However, they immediately pounded their chests in salute to the Duke's lover when they noticed Honoria was by her side. "Lady Valeria, I am sorry we did not know this woman was your friend. I apologize on behalf of myself and my subordinates for any rudeness we might have shown her." Honoria paid no mind to the guard's statements. In her eyes, they were doing their job, keeping away the rabble and threats to the safety of those who dwelled within. As such, she smiled when responding to the men who guarded the castle's gates. "Think nothing of it. I am certain you are fulfilling the task His Grace has given you." Seeing the cheery smile on the princess's face was enough to melt even the most stoic man's icy heart. If there was one thing the guards in Kufstein Castle liked to chat about, it was the competition between the two goddesses who stayed by Berenger's side, and which of the two women were better. As such, the guards were just happy to have a conversation with such an angelic beauty and merely nodded their heads in silence, allowing Honoria and Melissa to enter the castle's gates. After entering the structure, Honoria took Melissa to the dining hall, where she ordered the kitchen staff to prepare something for the woman to eat and drink. The two women sat in silence for some time before the food arrived, and they finally began to discuss the issue at hand. After taking a few bites of the delicious food, Melissa began to break out into tears as she confessed her faults to the princess. I am sorry, Anuria, I just had nowhere else to go. Anuria instantly began to comfort the woman by rubbing her back. The two of them discussed the events that Melissa had been through in the past year in length for some time. Afterward, Anuria responded to Melissa with a gentle tone. If you need a place to stay, I am sure I can get Berenger to arrange a place for you. If you need a job, there is plenty of work available here in Kufstein. If you need the training to fulfill the job of your desires, that can be provided to you as well. You do not need to worry anymore. Here in Kufstein, even women can work if they need to. What Anuria had said was true. Women were able to work in Kufstein. However, they were encouraged to get married, stay home, and raise families. The reason for this was simple. Berenger needed massive population growth if he intended to colonize the New World and Africa. There were only so many people in all German-speaking regions. The number was likely less than 10 million in total. However, Berenger recognized that there were women in situations where they too needed to work to provide for their families or themselves. As such, Berenger had allowed women to work in various fields, albeit segregated from the male workforce. When Melissa heard this, she stopped crying and looked at Anuria with a careful gaze. She could hardly believe it. However, the earnest look in Anuria's mint-green eyes told the woman all she needed to know about this, and as such, she hugged Anuria before thanking her. Thank you. I will appreciate any help you can provide. Anuria had reunited with an old friend, and Melissa would begin working in Kufstein soon enough, in a career that did not degrade her, which was all she ever wanted. The two women continued to chat for some time, as Anuria told Melissa all about what had happened during her stay in Kufstein and how she had fallen in love with Berenger. Melissa was happy to see that life had worked out well for Anuria, and thus the two women became closer. Despite this being the second time they had met, they already felt as if they had been friends for life. Chapter 284, 283, Fertility Incentives Once More. Berenger was in his study, which was where he spent most of his waking hours when he was at home. He was drafting a piece of legislation designed to encourage fertility among the Austrian population. The reason for him doing so was because he was looking towards the future. Within the upcoming decades, Berenger had intended to conquer and colonize large swaths of land across the world and inhabit it with German citizens. However, the German population at this time was low. It was at most between 10 to 15 million people, and due to the ongoing conflict, those numbers dwindled by the day. As such, Berenger had established several laws designed to create strong families that could raise multiple children. First and foremost, Berenger established both paid paternity and maternity leave. To Berenger, the physical and mental health of the next generation was a critical concern. Berenger had based several laws on the Scandinavian countries from his past life, who had some of the best welfare laws on the books. Parents of a child were entitled to up to 480 days of paid leave to raise a newborn child. Of course, this was the maximum based on specific requirements. A typical two-parent household was likely to get 240 days of paid leave. Berenger's other laws to help raise fertility rates included a monthly stipend for every child a family had to help with childcare costs, and what Berenger liked to refer to as a child starter pack. This starter pack was based upon what the Finnish government provided expecting mothers in his previous life. The state provided this child starter pack to every expecting mother, which included a crib with a mattress, clothes, diapers, hygiene products, a sleeping bag, and outdoor gear. It also had a few small toys and a propaganda book for the parents to read to the children, which contained whitewashed children's stories of Berenger's conquests and goals. Several sanitary measures were required by law that was put into place during childbirth, especially regarding washing one's hands and sterilizing tools used in the process. Berenger wanted to lower the child mortality rate to the best of his ability and had devised laws and procedures to achieve this goal. After this comprehensive reform was signed into law under his executive powers, Berenger decided to relax for the time being. He already had 2 children, a son and a daughter with Linda, and it would not be long before Anuria came around to the idea of having children. However, Berenger wanted to prevent that until after he married Adela and had a child with her. He felt terrible for the girl, always coming in last place among his women, and as such, was willing to wait for some time with Anuria. Another reason for this was a matter of legitimacy. Until Berenger married Adela as his first wife, he could not enact polygamy for himself as the ruler of his realm and therefore could not marry either Linda or Adela as his other wives. Thus at the moment, Linda's children were nothing more than bastards. Berenger would have to wait another year before he married their mother and legitimized them. Reflecting upon this, Berenger decided to pour himself a glass of fortified wine, immediately drinking its contents before pouring himself another. As he did so, he heard a knock on his door and knew it could only be one of 2 people. As such, he sighed heavily before responding. "It's open." After the door opened, Anuria revealed herself, and in tow was a woman Berenger had not met before. However, at first glance, the 2 women appeared to be close. The moment Anuria entered the room, she put on a pleading expression as she asked her lover for a favor. "Berenger, this is Melissa. She helped me escape from Constantinople and has fallen on some rough times. She has recently arrived in Kufstein and has no place to stay, nor any currency left over from her journey. Could you help her out?" After hearing this, Berenger took a sip from his skull chalice once more before reaching into his desk and pulling out a token, where he proceeded to hand it over to Anuria. This token had the new ducal arms of Berenger's house carved into it and symbolized his authority. After handing this token over to his lover, Berenger sighed before responding to her request. "Show that to the landlord of whatever tenement she desires to move into, and also to whatever employer she seeks to work for. The Treasury will pay out any costs accrued during her moving expenses. It is the least I can do for a friend of yours who aided you on your journey." Melissa was shocked when she heard this. However, Anuria's actions startled her even more as the princess ran up to Berenger and hugged him before planting a kiss on his lips. Afterward, she responded in an affectionate tone. "Thanks, Daddy." Berenger cringed when he heard this. For whatever reason, Anuria had begun to call him this after they started dating. It was pretty embarrassing for Berenger, but he supposed it was not too inaccurate. In a way, he provided for Anuria and looked after her as a father figure that she could look up to over this last year. Of course, the moment Anuria realized she had called Berenger by his pet name in front of Melissa, she began to flush with embarrassment. She had forgotten entirely that Melissa was present and said something shameful in front of her friend. If Linda called Berenger by the title Master in private, and Anuria referred to him as Daddy, then Berenger dreaded the idea of what embarrassing pet name Adela would give him after they were finally married. Berenger did not show it upon his face. As a ruler, he had to be dignified in all situations, and since they were not alone, he had a stoic expression on his face as he flicked Anuria on the forehead before chastising her. "Behave yourself while we have company." When Anuria heard this, she bowed her head, too embarrassed to look her lover or her friend in the eyes. After a few moments of silence, Berenger gave Anuria an order. "You've taken up enough of my time. Go find your friend a place to stay and a job so that she can sustain herself. While you are at it, find yourself the rest of your crew members." Anuria nodded before thanking Berenger one final time with a kiss on the cheek. Afterward, she left with Melissa in tow, leaving Berenger by his lonesome. Though not for long, as Linda appeared shortly after and began to mock him. "Daddy? Wow, I did not know you were into that kind of thing." She had been hiding in the shadows outside the door to his study the entire time, and as such, heard the conversation. Berenger smiled before grabbing a hold of his other lover and pulling her into his lap. Funny, I don't remember giving you permission to mock me. When Linda heard this, her training took over, and she instantly bowed her head in remorse before playing along to Berenger's games. I am sorry, master. Please forgive this rude slave for not knowing her place. As Berenger heard this, he began to chuckle before pushing Linda off of his lap. He knew what she wanted, but he was far too busy to entertain her desires. As such, he slapped her on her perfect behind before giving her a command. I am far too busy to entertain you right now. Go play with yourself. I promise that tonight you can have me as much as you want. In response to this, Linda began to pout, but she did not make a fuss. Instead, she smiled before commenting on Berenger's remarks. I am going to hold you to that. With that said, she disappeared from Berenger's sight, leaving him alone in his study with nothing but a mountain of paperwork to get through. Gazing upon the large stack of paperwork in front of him, Berenger sighed heavily before pulling another document from the pile and beginning to read through it. He sighed to himself as he voiced his discontent with his current lot in life. Some people say peace is a desirable state, and for the people, I assume it is. To me, it is nothing but paperwork, and paperwork is dreadfully boring. As such, Berenger continued to fulfill his daily work well into the night, burning the midnight oil as per usual. It was well past midnight by the time he was able to fulfill his promise to Linda. Luckily for him, he had the stamina of a horse and could perform as long as Linda needed. By morning, Berenger was dreadfully exhausted and decided for once in his life to sleep in. As such, it would not be until past noon when he finally awoke from his slumber and was forced to resume his work. Chapter 284. Appointing an admiral. The sun shined down upon the Adriatic Sea. Off the coast of Trieste, there were a total of 10 frigates lined up. These ships were among the largest available in Europe, and each held 44 24-pound cannons on board. These ships were none other than the Berenger-class frigates that had been manufactured since the shipyards had finished construction. These ships were crewed by hundreds, if not thousands of men. Among them were various officers, many of whom had shown a tacit understanding of naval doctrine and tactics since the establishment of the Navy. Berenger had spared no expense in raising sailors, marines, and officers alike in the construction of his navy. He had even begun construction of a naval academy in Trieste. Though for the time being the officers underwent the same crash course of warfare and doctrine that their counterparts in the army went over. The difference was that the curriculum was specially tailored for the Navy. Among the ranks of these fine officers was a minor Austrian nobleman by the name of Emmerich von Lotziing. This man had proven time and again his capability in learning and employing naval doctrine. So much so that he had caught Berenger's eye. The Duchy of Austria held a relatively large territory, and as such, there were plenty of talented individuals within the realm. Some of them had potential in areas that had yet to be established. Emmerich was one of these men. Until recently, there was no such thing as an Austrian navy, and as such, the man had no idea the degree of natural talent he had for naval warfare. However, after enlisting in the Austrian Navy and going through basic training as well as officer school, none stood out as much as Emmerich had. One could say that Emmerich had the same level of potential in the field of naval warfare that Eckhard had on the land. The difference was that Emmerich was considerably younger than Eckhard and less experienced. Berenger gazed at the sailors and officers gathered for this occasion and smiled upon them. These men were the first among his naval personnel, and as such, they would form the backbone of his vision for a grand armada. As he stood there smiling before his soldiers, Berenger began to clear his throat before addressing the men in uniform. I stand before each and every one of you humbled as I admire the spirit that has driven you to the lengths you have achieved this day. These few vessels that have been constructed are just the beginning of your journey as members of the Austrian Navy. In the upcoming years, we will expand the number of vessels under our control and the size of them as well. These frigates are just a sample of the advancements in naval technology that have come to be under my reign. Before long, there will be no force on this great earth that can stand against you. The amount of firepower you all have available to you at the moment pales in comparison to what you will wield in the future. Today is a joyous occasion as it marks the establishment of the first Austrian fleet that will be stationed here in Trieste. With the establishment of the first fleet, there needs to be a man to command it, and though all of the officers among your ranks have proven yourselves capable in your own right, ultimately the position of admiral has fallen to one man in particular. Emmerich von Lotziang, step forward. The moment Berenger made this decree, the man in question did as he was ordered and stood before Berenger. He was dressed in the typical uniform afforded to an officer in Berenger's navy. The colors, in particular, were black, charcoal, and gold. When compared to Eckhard, he was considerably younger. Emmerich was in his early 30s. He was a tall and fit man with a robust bone structure that showed itself in his face. He had short brown hair and a matching beard. The man stood at attention, saluting Berenger as he waited for the Duke to convey his thoughts. As such, Berenger began to express his reasoning for selecting Emmerich as the admiral of his navy. Emmerich von Lotziang, out of all of my naval officers, you have stood out as the most exceptional. Your talent for naval warfare and your understanding of the tactics I have presented in your learning material has shocked me. I believe it is no exaggeration to say that you command the respect of the sailors and officers alike, and as such, I see no reason not to present you with the rank of admiral. After saying this, Berenger presented the man with a ceremonial sword. This ceremonial sword was also functional and had been designed around the sword that his army used. The hilt was protected by the same intricate guard based upon the British 1788 heavy cavalry sword from his previous life. However, there was one considerable difference. The blade was based upon the U.S. 1860 naval cutlass from Berenger's past life. Unlike the sword utilized by the army, this weapon had a single-edged, curved blade. This blade was made out of Damascus steel imported from the East, while the hilt was constructed of black leather, wrapped in a gold wire. The guard itself was made from brass. This sword was the symbol of the admiral's authority, and as such, the man unsheathed the blade and inspected it in front of his sailors. After doing so, a round of applause erupted, with Berenger himself congratulating the man on his rise to such a prominent position. Berenger placed his hand on the man's shoulder after sheathed the sword and stowed it away. With a gentle smile on his face, Berenger spoke to the man in a soothing tone. I expect great things from you, Emmerich. The world is vast and filled with unfathomable depths. It is your job to conquer the oceans in the name of Austria. The road ahead is a difficult one, but with my backing, I am certain that you will rise to the occasion and make our nation proud. Having heard this, Emmerich nodded his head with a stoic expression and expressed his thanks. Thank you, Your Grace. I shall remember the kindness you have shown me this day. However, Berenger responded unexpectedly as he shook his head and lectured the man. Don't thank me. Thank your effort and your God-given talent. You have earned this. After saying this, a band began to play the song Kameraden auf See. It was a German naval song from his previous life and had a relatively upbeat sound. As such, Berenger thought it was perfect for this occasion and had given the sheet music to the naval band to play at the ceremony. As the band played the song, a small parade began to celebrate the occasion. As such, Berenger stood next to Emmerich as the two men watched the display of festivities. Emmerich had no idea that Berenger had prepared such an excessive event for what he thought was just a minor occasion. Berenger had a flair for extravagance, and a naval parade could very quickly be used as a propaganda piece. As such, he had decided to make proper use of this occasion to display the brilliance of the Austrian Navy. The Austrian banners and flag that Berenger had created were being waved in the parade, and the people of Trieste had gathered to witness the event. Sailors, soldiers, and citizens alike had begun to watch on the sides as the Austrian naval personnel celebrated the occasion. At the head of the parade watching over the event were Berenger and Emmerich. Despite the festivities and the loud sounds it produced, Berenger managed to lean over and whisper to his new admiral. "Magnificent, isn't it? Just wait until you see what I have in store for the future of the Navy." While Emmerich knew that Berenger intended to expand the Navy substantially, he had no idea that Berenger intended to become the world's supreme naval power, much like Britain had managed to accomplish in his past life. To Berenger, his future German Empire would need a powerful navy to maintain control over its many colonies. As such, he intended to create the largest and most powerful navy in the world. Besides, with his current technological capabilities, it would be generations before the rest of the world caught up to the present might of his vessels. By then, the German navy could be filled with ironclads. Whether or not Berenger would be able to live long enough to see such a future was another story. After all, producing an industrial society powered by steam engines was a far-off goal and was not easily achieved in a single lifetime. Thus Berenger watched on with a broad smile as the naval parade continued, envisioning the future of his grand armada within his mind and the dominance he believed it would have over the world. He had learned from his previous life's history. He knew for Germany to become the preeminent global power, it would need the ability to project force around the globe, and the only way to do that was with a powerful navy. Chapter 286. 285, advancing into southern Egypt. Arethusa stood on a hilltop above his army. He had achieved much in his campaign to reconquer North Africa for the Byzantine Empire throughout the last year. With the overwhelming support the empire's forces had received from Austria in the form of material aid, the Byzantine soldiers were now a significant force, armed in the era of pike shot. The falconet cannons proved exceptionally effective against the enemy fortifications. However, it took longer to bring down a castle wall with the 1-pound cannonballs compared to the 12-pound explosive shells that Berenger utilized. If repeatedly fired at a concentrated area, it was still enough to bring down a wall far quicker than the traditional methods available. With the northernmost regions of Egypt and Libya captured from the Mamluk Sultanate, Arethusa had taken a defensive stance while waiting for reinforcements from the empire. The reason for this was simple. He wanted more men by his side as he pushed into the fertile lands of the Nile and conquered the remainder of Egypt. Egypt was once the breadbasket of the Roman Empire. Because of this, it was a strategic location, and whoever controlled it was sure to see significant prosperity. Arethusa was ordered not to return to Constantinople until all of Egypt and Libya had been reclaimed. Today was the day his reinforcements had arrived, clad in mirror-pattern armor and armed with pikes and firearms. They presented a significant threat to the Mamluk Sultanate, who had failed to counter the new tactics devised by Berenger and given to the empire. Arethusa had achieved endless victories against his enemies in Egypt. He was confident that with the arrival of thousands of new soldiers, he could push into the rest of Egypt and seize it in its entirety within the following year. He was currently observing his armies beginning to march south. In total, there were 25,000 men in his army. This was the largest army that the Byzantines had fielded in the last 20 years, and there was only one man to thank for this. Duke Berenger von Kufstein. Without his support, these troops would be nothing more than peasant levies with little to no armor, and at best, spears in their hands. However, thanks to Berenger's material aid and military advisors, the Byzantine army had rapidly expanded into a professional force, armed with weapons and armor second only to the Grand Austrian army. Though Arethusa knew the rising debt that the empire had owed to the man in question, it was to a startling degree and was beginning to weigh on his conscience. Though they could afford to repay it with the recapture of Egypt and Libya, it would undoubtedly cost them a large chunk of their spoils. Aretha sighed heavily as he regretted his life decisions. If only he had attempted to convince the emperor to marry Anuria off to Berenger, things might not have ended this way. The Byzantine royal family had given up searching for Anuria, declaring the lost princess dead, and holding a massive state funeral for the girl. Arethusa was forced to stay in North Africa and thus could not even attend the funeral of his goddaughter. Because of this, he had been desperate to achieve results in the shortest time span possible so that he could return to Constantinople and pay his respects to the missing princess. However, now he did not have time to think about that. Instead, he climbed onto his mount and rode off towards his army, whose presence was growing distant as they marched into the sands of Egypt. Before long, Arethusa caught up with his soldiers, who had marched for some time. After doing so, he spoke with his officers. However, shortly after that, a rider came forth and reported the situation ahead. The Mamluks have blocked the way ahead. We must prepare for battle. With this, Arethusa sighed before nodding his head. As such, he began to give out orders for the Byzantine forces to prepare their ranks. By now, the Byzantine soldiers, for the most part, were veterans, and the recruits were merged into the ranks of the veteran soldiers so that they would have the proper support they needed to be effective in combat. After forming their lines, the Byzantines began to advance into the fray while in formation. The army marched for a few more miles before the Byzantine forces came across the armies of the Mamluk Sultanate. Despite being defeated at every turn, the Mamluks still bravely fought on. Though their empire existed further westward, Egypt and Libya were the core of their nation. Without it, they would quickly become a shadow of their former power. As such, they had begun using any means necessary to combat the growing tide of the Byzantine forces. The falconet cannons were set up in the background and began to pelt the Mamluk army with their 1-pound cannonballs. Though they were non-explosive, the fact that these solid metal balls rained down upon them and tore their way through the Mamluk torsos caused a great deal of panic and confusion among the ranks of the Mamluk army. Under the cover of cannon fire and without fear in their eyes, the Byzantine soldiers moved forward until they could see the whites in their enemies' eyes. While marching arrows rained down upon them, and yet they did not falter while being pelted by the projectiles. For the most part, their vitals were protected by the armor provided by Austria, and as such, few deaths occurred as they kept marching under their orders. Any greenhorn soldier who began to panic was quickly deterred from doing anything stupid by the veterans in their ranks. Eventually, the Byzantines were close enough to fire off effective shots. As such, they lowered their arquebuses and aimed before firing off a volley into the ranks of the Mamluk Sultanate, who charged at them in an attempt to break their line of fire. In doing so, the Mamluk forces ran headfirst into a field of lead balls, smashing through their defenses and penetrating their bodies, sending blood, bone, and sinew in every direction. The moment the arquebusiers fired their shots, they began to reload, whereas the nearby pikemen began to advance and deter the Mamluk soldiers. Even though the Mamluks had gathered every man and boy that could bear arms within a 100-mile radius, the vast majority of their troops were simply peasants conscripted into fighting the moment the first volley was fired. These levies began to break ranks and flee. Only a few thousand Mamluk veterans remained behind. However, compared to the 25,000 Byzantine solid armies, their might was laughable. This was not the first time the Mamluks had gotten desperate and gathered everyone they possibly could to act as a meat shield to soak up the projectiles used by the Byzantine arquebusiers. The Byzantines needed little more than another volley to shred the remaining Mamluk forces to pieces. After all, they were vastly outnumbered and outgunned by the Byzantine army. The battle was already over before it could reach its zenith, with the Mamluks suffering another humiliating defeat. Seeing yet another victory, Arethusa gazed upon the death and destruction and gave his troops an order. Tend to the wounded and prepare to march within 3 hours. Aside from superficial arrow wounds and a few unlucky souls who had been caught in the throat with Mamluk projectiles, the majority of the Byzantine forces were unscathed in this battle. Mainly because they were fighting against a small number of Mamluk troops, most of them were just conscripts given at best a spear and thrown into the meat grinder. The fact that the Mamluks had begun to resort to such tactics was proof that this war would not last much longer. The majority of the Mamluks' troops were crushed in the early battles. Now, they could only rely on human wave tactics in an attempt to overrun the Byzantine lines. With this small victory, the path towards southern Egypt was wide open, and Arethusa intended to take full advantage of this. As such, his forces had spent 3 hours resting before they were back on the march. Berenger would later receive word of Arethusa's efforts in North Africa. The rapid rate that the Byzantine general conquered his enemies' lands was shocking to Berenger. As such, he would have to readjust his time frame for independence. If the Byzantines won the war before declaring themselves king, they would undoubtedly repay the debt they owed him with the spoils gained from their conquests. If this were to happen, Berenger would lose his opportunity to coerce them into giving him Honoria's hand in marriage. If there was one thing Berenger needed, it was a long-term alliance with the Byzantines, and the only way he could achieve this was through marriage. Though the Byzantines had no way of knowing this, their actions in North Africa would soon have a significant effect on European politics as a whole. Chapter 287. Piracy Operations. Emmerich was in the process of taking out the Austrian First Fleet for its maiden voyage. This fleet comprised of 10 Berenger-class frigates. These frigates had a crew complement of 450 men each, as well as 55 Marines on board. Needless to say, it was among the finest fleets in existence, and would soon be playing a pivotal role in the establishment of Austrian power in the Mediterranean. It was supposed to be a standard patrol mission off the coastline of the Duchy of Austria. However, the moment these ships set sail, they quickly noticed a peculiar scene. A clipper waving the flag of Austria was in the process of being pursued by 3 caravels. Though the clipper was far faster than the caravels chasing after it and would eventually escape, it did not mean that the admiral would leave such lawlessness unpunished. Assuming that this was the act of pirates, Admiral Emmerich gave the command to pursue the pirates and end their actions. As such, the 10 frigates began to sail at an exceptional speed of 13 knots. When compared to the 8 knots that the caravels were traveling at, the frigates quickly caught up to the would-be pirates. The massive 44-gun frigates formed into a line and presented their broadside cannons at the pirates, who had nearly shut their pants in fear of the gigantic vessels that had appeared before them so suddenly. During this era, broadside cannons were non-existent on European vessels. As such, Berenger's ships held an enormous advantage in terms of firepower. At best, these small caravels had 2 guns, one in the fore and the other in the ship's aft. As such, the vessel desperately tried to turn their boats around to fire onto the 10 frigates that hard surrounded them on both sides. However, the next moment the SMS Berenger, the first of its class, and the current flagship of Admiral Emmerich opened fire with the guns on its starboard side, the pirates' hopes vanished. The thunder of the guns echoed into the air as the shells fired out of the massive steel cannons, exploding upon impact and blasting the caravel to smithereens, along with the crew on board. Explosive shells were deadly weapons to a wooden ship, which is the main reason why ironclads were developed in Berenger's previous life, specifically to counteract the existence of cannons capable of firing explosive shells from the 1850s onward. Seeing one of their allies taken out in a single barrage from a single ship, the deckhand of the other caravels immediately tried to raise the white flag. Still, a few other vessels unleashed a barrage of their guns before they could do so, blasting the small 75-foot-long caravels into pieces. Whatever was on board these pirate ships were either blown apart or sunk to the depths of the Adriatic Sea. Little did Emmerich know that the Venetian Republic secretly hired these pirates to harass Berenger's shipping. However, they had achieved virtually no success. The clippers were too fast for the caravels to compete. A caravel was capable of at most 8 knots of speed, whereas the clippers' top rate maxed out over 22 knots. There was simply no way for the vessels of the era to catch Berenger's merchant ships. While Emmerich continued his patrol, a nearby Venetian vessel and its crew that had observed the display of prowess by the 10 frigates were stunned into silence. The captain on board the vessel watching the swift destruction of the pirates was at a loss for words. Cold sweat poured from the man's brow as he thought back to the near-instant destruction the Austrian vessels had caused to the small pirate fleet. It was only after several minutes did someone finally voice a thought on the matter. It was one of the officers under the captain's command. "Captain, what do we do about this?" The captain had an urge to strip off his uniform and jump into the Adriatic Sea. Knowing that the Doge wanted to go to war against such terrifying power, and that the Austrians were pumping out ships like this every week stripped away any semblance of bravery the man thought he had. Within a year, the Austrians would potentially have hundreds of these vessels. Hell, even if they only managed to create 50 of those damn things, the Venetian navy would be in for a world of hurt. Not only was there a significant speed advantage that the frigates held, but the firepower on a single one of the Austrian ships was more than enough to take on a fleet of their own. As such, the captain swallowed his saliva and took a deep breath in an attempt to calm himself down before responding to the officer's question. "Set a course for Venice. We must alert the Admiralty of this news as soon as possible." With that said, the Venetian naval vessel immediately changed course and began to head back to Venice. When they finally arrived, the head admiral was already in the middle of a conversation with the Doge, rather than wait around for the head of state and the foremost admiral to finish their discussion. The captain decided to risk his position and barged into the door after arguing with the secretary. The moment the captain entered the room, the Doge and admiral glared at him with fury. The Venetian head of state immediately began to chastise the captain. "What do you think you are doing barging into the middle of my office? Who permitted you to do such a thing?" However, the captain could not care less about proper etiquette at this moment and instantly began to inform the two men of the terrifying sight he had witnessed. "Your Serenity, Admiral, I apologize for the intrusion, but I have urgent news from the Adriatic Sea that you must be aware of. It has to do with the pirates we have hired to attack Austrian shipping." The Doge began to curse under his breath as he heard this. "Useless fucking pirates. What the hell am I paying them for? Go on, spit it out." Not willing to waste a second, the captain immediately reported what he and his crew had witnessed and the overwhelming destructive power of a single frigate used by the Austrian navy. After a lengthy discussion, the captain was dismissed, leaving the head admiral and the Doge with grim expressions as they stood in silence by themselves. They had a hard time believing the captain's reports and had even questioned the man's sanity as he told the horrific tale of the pirates' untimely demise. Ultimately, the Doge posed a question to the admiral. "Do you think he was telling the truth?" The admiral scratched his chin for a bit before sighing. "I believe that he believes that he was telling the truth." The Doge looked at the admiral with a questioning gaze as he heard this and asked for clarification. "Meaning?" After careful consideration, the admiral laid out what he believed to be a more likely scenario. "What the captain says is too unrealistic. Even with the alleged industrial prowess of Austria, to make 10 ships, each armed with dozens of cannons, that is capable of firing projectiles that explode upon impact is unlikely. I mean, I have heard reports of his army using such technology, but this is mostly from second-hand information and is probably just a propaganda tactic the Austrians are using to mislead us about their actual military capabilities. I don't doubt that the pirate ships were destroyed, but by a single vessel with a single bombardment? Preposterous. Unless I can personally witness such a thing, I refuse to believe in such a fantasy." No, I think it is far more likely that the Austrians have constructed a new kind of vessel capable of having cannons on the broadside, and all 10 of the ships opened fire on the 3 pirate vessels simultaneously. At most, they have 5 cannons on each side, which is not something we need to worry about. After all, we planned for unexpected circumstances such as this, and we are producing a new warship every day. Assuming Berniger isn't foolish enough to attack us, we will have our 1,000 ships in under 3 years. By then, it does not matter how many of these ships the Austrians have, they will be outnumbered. After hearing this estimation, the Doge began to calm down and think about the circumstances more rationally. The admiral was right. Such firepower on a vessel was not just outrageous, it was downright otherworldly. Unless Berenger had received divine inspiration from the Lord Almighty himself, there was no way he could design such monstrous vessels. As such, the valuable intelligence that the captain reported was disregarded as the rantings of a coward. Little did the Venetian Admiralty realize that every word the captain had spoken was complete and utter truth, because the Doge and head admiral had disregarded the captain's testimony. They would be in for a world of hurt the day they were unfortunate enough to enter a war with Austria and the Tyrant of Steel. Chapter 288, 287. Troubles at the Vatican. Deep within the Vatican, a meeting was held between the Holy Father and the Holy Roman Emperor. Pope Julius and Emperor Balsamo discussed their difficulties over the past year and how to proceed forward. Emperor Balsamo was the first to voice his discontent with the rapid growth that Austria had been blessed with since Berenger had seized control of the duchy. Berenger's power grows by the day. I have received concerning reports about a visit to Granada. Supposedly the heretic is consulting with the Moorish Sultan. We do not know what objective Berenger had or what form of agreement the two men came to, but there is little doubt in my mind that it does not bode well for our faith. When Pope Julius heard this, he sneered in disdain as he cursed Berenger for his actions. Fucking heretic. Of course, he would lie with the Moorish dogs. May Berenger's soul be cast into the furthest pit of hell for his treason against Christendom. While Julius continued to throw out profanity regarding Berenger's association with the Emirate of Granada, Balsamo had more pressing concerns about the issue and interrupted the Pope and his vile behavior. Your Holiness, we have bigger concerns. If Austria and Granada are to ally, it threatens the Church's position in Iberia. If Berenger chooses to arm the Moors like he has done the Byzantines, it means we might see a new caliphate form in Iberia. The rebirth of Al-Andalus is not something we can afford, not after the progress we have made over the centuries. This notion immediately snapped Julius from his rant and calmed his senses. He gazed at Emperor Balsamo with a vicious glare in his eyes as he coldly stated his intentions regarding Iberia. I will contact the Iberian kings and pressure them into unifying against the Moorish menace. Suppose the Emirate of Granada is to receive military aid by Berniger the Accursed and his Grand Austrian army. In that case, it means that Reconquista is going to become very bloody real soon. After hearing this, Balsamo nodded at the Pope's statement. It was certainly in Portugal, Castile, and Aragon's best interest to unite against the new threat that had presented itself. As such, not only would the Pope pressure Iberian unification, but so too would the Holy Roman Emperor. As for the other issues the Church was facing, Balsamo began to complain about what was transpiring within his borders. Your Holiness, the Berenger heresy has spread from southern Germany into the Rhineland and the East German states. The heretic known as Ludolf has personally taken up a mission to convert the locals of the Rhineland, and he has fallen under the protection of the local lords who tolerate his beliefs. If left unchecked, Germany as a whole will soon fall to the Berenger heresy, and we will see ourselves without one of the pillars of the Catholic world. Pope Julius frowned when he heard this news. Whether it was Iberia or Germany, things were looking grim for the Catholic faith in those regions, and as such, the Pope decided to intervene on this matter. I will send in the Inquisition to exterminate these heretics. I don't care if entire villages have to be massacred. The situation in Germany is now beyond redemption. As for you, as emperor, you need to declare the Berenger heresy unlawful and that all adherents will face the penalty of death upon discovery. Use your forces to suppress them if need be. Upon hearing this, the Holy Roman Emperor smiled wickedly before responding. There was a murderous glint in his eye as he did so. Yes, your holiness. The blood of every last heretic in Germany shall be spilled in the name of God. With the plans established to deal with the difficulties the Church was facing in both Iberia and Germany, another critical issue had begun to surface as Julius started to discuss how to deal with the Hussites. The Hussites have entrenched themselves in their territory. They are no longer fighting an offensive war. Instead, they seek to defend what they have gained and desire to drag out this conflict as long as possible. Despite the intervention of the Hospitallers, the war has only become more bloody, and our side continues to suffer casualties. Though we can't prove that Berenger is providing the Hussites with their weapons, it is becoming increasingly apparent that Austria is supporting them. There is not much we can do to cut Austrian support since the Hussites and the Austrians share a border. In response to this, I intend to rally support from Hungary and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. I will send word to the Hungarian and Polish kings and request their assistance in the war for Bohemia. We have to end this war quickly. The more time we spend fighting in Bohemia, the more Berenger has time to prepare himself for the upcoming crusade against him. Balsamo immediately began to interject on this matter and voice his concerns. The Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth is currently engaged in a war with the Teutonic state. Though the Teutonic Order is on the verge of collapse, they aren't likely to send aid to our forces in Bohemia so long as the Teutonic Order still draws breath. When the Pope heard this, he sighed heavily before voicing his opinion. You are right, but it does not hurt to ask for their aid. At the very least, they can provide material support to the Bohemian crown. After the two men thoroughly discussed this matter, they turned their attention to something of greater importance, the growing divide with the Eastern world. Despite abandoning the Teutonic Order in their time of need, the relationship between the Orthodox Church and the Vatican worsened. Part of this was due to Berenger's interference. The Byzantine Emperor was growing more and more reliant on Austrian support when it came to his war for the reconquest of Egypt and Libya. As such, the Orthodox Church had been crippled in terms of showing any form of support to their Catholic brothers to the West when it came to the subject of the Berenger heresy. Because of this lack of support, more than a few cardinals of the Catholic Church were condemning the Patriarch of Constantinople for doing nothing as the Berenger heresy had begun to spread like wildfire across Germany. With the arrival of the Hussite wars in Bohemia, Catholic influence began to wane across Europe. There were even rumors of an English reformist movement starting to appear within the British Isles. Without the support of the other major branch of Christianity, the Catholics had grown bitter and had begun to lash out verbally at their Orthodox counterparts. With this in mind, the Orthodox Church had sent a letter to Pope Julius requesting that he condemn his cardinals and bishops, who had begun referring to the Orthodox Church as the devil's minions. This put Julius in a bind. If he condemned his supporters for criticizing the Orthodox's weak stance on the Berenger heresy, he would only be furthering discontent in his ranks. As such, the Pope wanted an opinion from the Holy Roman Emperor on the matter, and thus asked the question on his mind. What should be done about the Orthodox Church? Balsamo was by no means a fan of the Orthodox Church or the Byzantine Empire for that matter. Since the formation of the Holy Roman Empire, the two empires had fought for legitimacy in terms of who was the actual successor of ancient Rome. Now that he had a chance to destabilize the relationship between the Byzantine Emperor and the Orthodox Church, the Holy Roman Emperor intended to take full advantage of it. As such, a cruel smirk appeared on the corners of his lips as he offered his advice to deal with the situation. The Patriarch of Constantinople is a coward who bows to the Byzantine emperor, and the emperor is a man already influenced by Berenger's wicked ways. You should never condemn the faithful for pointing out that our Eastern brothers are tainted. There is only one reasonable response to the current predicament. You must force the Patriarch of Constantinople to condemn the Byzantine emperor for aiding and abetting a condemned heretic. Inform them that they are committing a grave sin by sitting by and allowing the Byzantine royal family to associate themselves with the devil's personal representative on this earth. If they refuse to do so, condemn the Patriarch as a heretic as well. After hearing this, the Pope thought about Balsamo's words for some time before he ultimately agreed with them. Very well, I will pressure the Patriarch of Constantinople to denounce the Byzantine emperor for his crimes. If they refuse to do so, I will not hold back my discontent. Berenger's strength relies on his trade with the East. If the Byzantines continue engaging in such heresy, they must be condemned. With this said, the relations between the Catholic and Orthodox churches were about to take a turn for the worse, all because of Berenger's influence. Despite sticking together for centuries longer than in Berenger's previous life, the two pillars of the Christian world were on the edge of a full-scale schism. After all was said and done, the Vatican had come up with several ways to counteract Berenger's activities in Europe. It would not be long before more proxy wars between the Catholic Church, Berenger began to appear. The Hussite Wars were just the beginning. Chapter 289, 288. Reforming the Granadon army. The sun held high in the clear blue sky above the Andalusian hills. In the valley between the mounds was an army standing and drilling within the formation. These were the men of the Granadon Royal Army, and excited expressions were on their faces as they donned their new attire and wielded their most recent acquisition. Like the Byzantine army, the Granadon army was now equipped with mirror pattern armor, arquebus firearms, and pikes. If anything, the Granadon forces with their newest armor began to resemble the Ottoman forces from the 16th century of Berenger's previous life. Within the ranks of the Granadon troops were a series of officers dressed in the black and gold attire afforded to the Grand Army of Austria. These men were instructing the Granadon troops on the knowledge and tactics of how to wield their new weapons with efficiency. Standing on the hilltop above, under the protection of an awning, stood Sultan Hassan al-Fadl and Viscount Arnulf von Thiercy. Since Berenger's rise to the position of Duke, Arnulf, Berenger's other most capable general, had been rewarded with the position of the Viscount of Trent. With Berenger overseeing the Duchy of Austria, the loyal nobleman and general of Berenger's Grand Army had been sent to supervise the training of the Granadon Royal Army. While entertaining his guest, Hassan poured himself a glass of the fortified wine that he had purchased in bulk from Berenger's wineries. As he did so, he poured another for Arnulf. However, the man declined it with a stern expression. "Apologies, Sultan, but I am on duty, and it is forbidden to drink while in such a position." Hearing this, Hassan smiled bitterly. The level of discipline that Berenger's troops held was to a degree he had never seen before, and as such, his respect for Berenger raised even more. After hearing this, the young sultan took a sip from his glass before responding to Arnulf. "Tell me, General, how is His Grace Berenger at the moment?" Arnulf did not break his focus as he observed the Granadon troops form ranks before firing their arquebuses at the targets. While keeping the soldiers' actions below, he answered the Sultan's question with a bit of annoyance in his voice. "He's busy. The Duke works harder than anyone I know. I swear if it weren't for his beautiful lovers who take care of his stress every night, he probably would have blown his brains out by now." Hassan laughed when he heard this and merely sipped from his drink with a smug grin on his face. He too knew the pleasures of being surrounded by beautiful wives, and though Berenger had yet to marry his women, the young sultan did not doubt that the man would eventually do so. As such, he sighed with desperation before responding to Arnulf's claims. "I offered to marry my beautiful older sister off to him, but he declined. His wives appear to be the jealous type. By that little blonde girl's expression, I could tell that she was far from willing to allow such a thing. It is a pity. My dear Yasmin is already 25, and yet I still have not found a man for her to marry. Though I have not given up on Berenger, it is clear to me that he intends to engage in polygamy, and I greatly desire to be brothers with the man. Besides, he only has 3 wives so far, right? In my country, a man is allowed up to 4 wives, so there is still hope for the 2 of them. Arnulf shook his head in silence when he heard this. After one visit to a Muslim country, Berenger had practically gone native. It was one thing for him to have 1 wife and several mistresses, but to entertain the idea of polygamy as a Christian? That was asking for trouble, and for whatever reason, Berenger enjoyed antagonizing those around him. As such, Arnulf returned his attention to the Granadon troops below. The pikemen had begun to take the place of the arquebusiers who reloaded their weapons. Due to the technological limitations of the matchlock design, these arquebus firearms took up to a minute to prepare the next volley. Compared to the Austrian flintlocks with quick-loading tubes, the difference in reload speed was quite vast. In Berenger's previous life, it took weeks to train pikemen and arquebusiers. However, Berenger had a higher standard than the early modern armies. As such, he taught his troops for much longer. As for his allies, Berenger expected the same discipline level. As such, he had his officers train them according to his standards. It would not be long before the Granadans could field a much larger and well-trained force than their enemies nearby. Part of the reason why firearms were destined to replace the traditional bows and crossbows was due to the short amount of time it took to train someone in their use effectively. At the same time, one would have to spend their whole lives to master a bow effectively. Learning how to wield a firearm within formation took weeks of training. The same could be said about pikes when compared to more traditional melee weapons. Even though the arquebus had limited range compared to Austria's rifled muskets, or even the bows of the era, the number of arquebusiers that could be trained in a short period greatly outnumbered the alternative. With this in mind, Arnulf watched the Granadans undergo their training and could witness the results within a short time frame. After just a few weeks, they were beginning to resemble a proper army, at least in accordance with the stringent standards of Austria. As for Hassan, he was greatly impressed by the weapons wielded by his troops, and now understood why Berenger was able to rise to power so rapidly. These weapons were revolutionary and could undoubtedly change the tides of war. With Berenger's support, the rise of a new Al-Andalus was highly likely, and Hassan had grand ambitions for the Iberian Peninsula. Seeing that the dreams of his forefathers now had the potential to become a reality, the Sultan asked the question he was most concerned about. How long until they are ready for combat? When my neighbors find out about the aid you have provided me, they will without question invade my lands. Arnulf scratched his chin and rolled his head to the side as he thought about the question. The only sound that could be overheard was the echo of the falconet cannons firing in the distance. After several moments of ambience, Arnulf lifted 2 fingers as he addressed the Sultan's concerns. 2 weeks, and your troops will be prepared to face whatever challenges the Catholic armies will throw at them. As long as your commanders are competent in the tactics we have provided them, the Iberian kings will be kneeling before you, begging for mercy in a matter of years. Upon hearing this, Hassan lifted his chalice and took a swig from it, smiling as he did so. After drinking from his goblet, he stared at his troops mustered below with a grin curved upon his lips, releasing the thoughts held deep within his mind. This is just the beginning. Soon I will have a grand army of my own, and it is all thanks to Berenger. With that said, the troops continued to train in the field below while the Austrian advisors corrected any faults in their efforts. When the new wave of Reconquista found itself at Granada's gates, they would be more than prepared to handle such a frightful event. In doing so, Berenger would find the pressure he faced from the Catholic Church alleviated as the Moors and Iberians began a new wave of warfare that would consume the peninsula in fire and blood. Who would remain at the end of such a brutal conflict? Only time will tell. Chapter 290, 289, Formation of the Iberian Union. While Granada was preparing for the inevitable war with its neighbors, the Iberian Catholic monarchs had been summoned to a meeting at the Vatican. The Pope had purposely asked for their attendance, and as exceptional members of the faith, they had not disobeyed his commands. The kings of Portugal, Castile, and Aragon were gathered in a room with the Pope. It had been some time since these men had been in the same room, and they had a feeling they knew what this was about. As such, Pope Julius was the first to speak as he addressed the men who had gathered. "My children, I must thank you for traveling all of this way to the Holy See. We find ourselves in grave times, and it is with a heavy heart that I must request something important of every one of you." The three Iberian kings nodded their heads in silence as they waited for the Pope to speak his piece. After doing so, the Pope sighed heavily before revealing the Holy Roman Empire's intelligence about Berenger's actions in Iberia. "You should all be aware of the heretic known as Berenger the Accursed. We do not know what evil intentions he has, but the man visited Granada and met with the Sultan. We fear he may be plotting to arm the Moors with his demonic devices. If we do not act now, then your kingdoms are in grave danger of being overrun. I implore the three of you to join together and fight against the Moorish menace." This news came as a shock to the three kings of Iberia. They were not aware that Berenger had met with the Sultan of Granada, nor that he was in the process of arming and training them for war. However, if such a thing was true, it did indeed threaten the stability of the region. As such, the three men began to bicker among themselves for the best course of action. As the king of the most extensive kingdom of Iberia, King Francisco de Trastamara of the Kingdom of Castile was the first to voice his support for the Pope's words. "I agree with His Holiness. If we do not join together to fight against the Moors, then we will be opening ourselves up to future troubles. This must end now. For too long, the Muslim filth has occupied our lands." King Felipe de Trastamara of the Kingdom of Aragon was the next to speak on the matter. As such, he cleared his throat before speaking in an authoritative tone. "And who will lead this supposed alliance of ours? I do not know about you, but I do not trust King Francisco not to stab me in the back when this is all over." The two kings were cousins and, as such, had a bitter rivalry as they both intended to take over each other's kingdoms. Thus, without an outside enemy's interference, it was unlikely for the two men to come together and unify their forces. The moment Felipe made this claim, Francisco nearly jumped out of his chair as he raised his voice at his cousin. "How dare you claim such a thing about my character? I'll have you know that my honor is renowned across the globe. To insinuate that I would betray you if anything resembles your character greater than my own." Before the two kings could lunge at each other over the words that had been spoken, the Pope interrupted by clearing his throat. The moment he did so, the two men shrank back into their seats as if they were schoolchildren being scolded by their teacher. "We have greater concerns than your petty squabbles. I suggest the two of you look at the big picture. If the Granadans are armed and trained by the Austrians, then only by coming together and uniting your armies against them do you stand a chance of survival. Look at yourselves closely and ask yourselves if your disputes are worth the destruction of your kingdom." After saying this, the two kings glanced at one another before quickly looking away. As for the King of Portugal, he enjoyed the sight of the two men bickering. It was not every day that he could witness such a spectacular sight. King Luís de Avis was the current monarch of Portugal and had sustained his territory despite the ongoing conflicts with his neighbors. One of the ways he had managed to do this was by playing the Castilian and Aragonian thrones against one another so that the focus was off of his realm. Though he did not desire to see a union between Castile and Aragon, he had to admit that the threat that an Austro-Granadan alliance posed was significant, especially since he had become aware of the swift vessels known as clippers Berenger had used to transport goods across the Mediterranean rapidly. If Austrian naval vessels were half as fast as his merchant fleet, they posed a significant threat in warfare. As such, the Portuguese king was much more open to the idea of cooperation against the Austro-Granadan alliance. Thus the man spoke with some civility as he began to discuss the potential, albeit temporary union of their three countries. Without a doubt, if we leave the Austro-Granadan alliance to its own devices, they will eventually attack us. We should strike swiftly while the Granadan troops are still unprepared for the event of war. A temporary alliance between our three countries is the most efficient means to achieve victory. If you two have a problem with the potential of each other leading said alliance, then why don't I take the position? Compared to the two of you, I have no interest in either of your realms, and if one of you were to betray the other, I could support the wronged party. These terms are fair, are they not? Hearing this, the other two monarchs frowned. Though they knew what Louis said was reasonable, they were having troubles coming to terms with such an arrangement. Portugal was an outsider. Though they were Iberian, they had begun to split from the Castilians and Aragonians culturally. However, at the same time, it was because they were an outsider that the Portuguese might be the fittest to lead the alliance of the three countries. As such, Francisco was the first to agree to these terms. Very well, though I want you to know that this alliance is temporary. As soon as the Granadans are defeated, I will immediately withdraw my support. Upon hearing this, Felipe became outraged and immediately threw his support behind the Portuguese, not wanting his cousin to gain the upper hand. I, too, support this alliance under the same terms and conditions as Castile. With that said, the three Iberian kings had come to an arrangement, and Pope Julius smiled amicably at the result. Truthfully, he did not care which of these fools led the alliance, only that it was formed to deal with the Grenadans, and by extension, the Austrians with them. After seeing the results, the Pope declared what would shock the Catholic world when it was released to Europe at large. Very well, then it is under these terms that I announce the formation of the Iberian Union, led by the Crown of Portugal. Until the Moorish menace is defeated and driven from the Iberian Peninsula, you three kings will do your best to eliminate them. God wills it. Immediately the three Iberian kings chanted back the Pope's words. God wills it. With that said, the Iberian Union was formed and would face off in a proxy war against the Granadans. In doing so, the conflict between Austria and the papacy had begun to take a more sinister turn. The winner of the fight for Iberia would determine the future of the world in many ways. Chapter 291, 290, preparing to visit the Kalmar Union. As the war for Iberia began to erupt between Granada and the newly established Iberian Union, Berenger sat back and expanded his naval forces. At the moment, the most critical area he was lacking in was naval power, and as such, he had further focused his efforts in that regard. With the expansion of his naval might, the increase in demand for oak became a reality. As such, Berenger had begun to rely on imports from the Kalmar Union to sustain his growth. With the rise in trade between the Duchy of Austria and the Kalmar Union, the beliefs of the German Reformation began to spread to Scandinavia, in particular Sweden. In its own form, a new reformist movement had begun to appear in the region. With it, calls for aid to Austria were made by many reformist noblemen within the kingdom. As such, Berenger, who was sitting on his ducal throne, began to read a letter with the seal of the Scandinavian monarch embossed upon it. The letter expressed interest in reformist views and a willingness to discuss matters of importance between the two leaders. Berenger read the letter with a complicated expression on his face. Though Sweden was a major component of the Protestant Revolution in his previous life, it was still a century too early for them to accept such beliefs. Yet, due to his intervention, not only Sweden but all of Scandinavia had begun to be affected by reformist thought. Unlike in Germany or Bohemia, the reformist movement appeared to be peaceful in the north. Truthfully, Berenger was in awe over such results, and as such, he was pretty cautious in the way he decided to handle this information. After all, unlike the Byzantine Empire and the Emirate of Granada, one day, if all went as planned, then Berenger would share a border with the Scandinavians, and the idea of the conflicts resulting because of this was not a slim possibility. As such, Berenger began to tap his armrest repeatedly as he thought about how to proceed with this invitation. While doing so, Honoria came into the room and spotted Berenger deep in thought. On her shoulder was her trusty eagle Heraclius who, as usual, gazed at Berenger with a watchful eye. Heraclius was no fool. He knew that Berenger and Honoria were now in a relationship, and because of that, he was exceptionally cautious around the man. The eagle's job was to protect his master, and as such, he refused to allow a playboy like Berenger to break Honoria's heart. Thus, when Honoria approached Berenger with a happy face, the eagle screeched at Berenger with hostility. Upon doing so, Berenger simply stared down the bird with a smile on his face. Ever since he had first bedded the princess, the eagle had become quite aggressive with him. Nevertheless, Berenger did not think much of it and smiled amicably at the girl and her companion as she leaped into his arms and greeted him. "Berenger, what are you doing here sitting on your throne by your lonesome?" Upon hearing this, Berenger sighed and handed the letter over to Honoria, allowing her to see the invitation in his hands. After she read through the contents of the letter, a shocked expression formed on her lips. The fact that a monarch of a powerful region like the Kalmar Union had invited him to stay in its capital and discuss matters of religion and trade was a big step forward. As such, she was delighted to see that Berenger was finally making friends. "I'm impressed. First the Granadans, now the Scandinavians. You are beginning to make some allies." Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded his head and sighed before expressing the thoughts on his mind. "So, do you want to sail with me up to Copenhagen?" Upon hearing this, a broad smile formed across Honoria's lips as she grabbed a hold of Berenger and hugged him once more. Of course. After Berenger had missed their trip last year, Honoria fell into a deep depression. Even though they finally became a couple, Berenger had taken Adela with him to his diplomatic visit to Granada shortly after, which had considerably gotten on her nerves. Now that she could finally have some alone time with Berenger, she would not miss the opportunity. As such, she immediately released her hold over Berenger and scurried off while informing him of her intentions. "I'll go pack right away." With that said, the young princess ran off to her room where she would begin to pack for her journey. As she did so, Heraclius' gaze never left Berenger's sight until he exited the room while perched upon Honoria's shoulder. After the two of them disappeared, Berenger chuckled to himself as he began to drink from his skull chalice. While doing so, Linda appeared before him with a scowl on her face. "You're leaving so soon? Didn't you visit Granada a few months ago?" In response, Berenger raised from his seat and grabbed a hold of his woman before dragging her into his embrace. As he did so, he fondled large breasts and her plump bottom while kissing her passionately in the process. Linda was incredibly excited by these actions and began to flush with embarrassment. Seeing this, Berenger grabbed a hold of her hand and led her over to his throne, where he sat down and positioned his lover on top of him. Linda looked around the room nervously, fearing being caught in the act, but as she did so, Berenger grabbed a hold of her chin and redirected her gaze into his deep sapphire eyes before speaking his mind. "I will only be gone for a few weeks, and I need you to look after the kids. When I get back, I promise I won't leave your side for at least a week. You can have me all to yourself." Upon hearing this, Linda began to lick her lover's fingers as she moved the flaps of her dress aside and positioned herself above Berenger's crotch. She was so excited that she no longer cared if she was seen, and as such, she allowed Berenger to enter inside of her. As Linda began to make love to her man upon his throne, she moaned in pleasure while grasping a hold of Berenger's large hand. After a few moments, she expressed her thoughts to the young Duke of Austria. However, all she could get out between her moans were two words. "Swear it." Berenger began to chuckle as he reversed their positions before answering the young woman's request while staring into her beautiful sky-blue eyes. "I swear to God that what I say is true when I return from Scandinavia. You can have me all to yourself for as much as you can handle." After saying this, the couple enjoyed themselves for some time. Luckily for Linda, nobody had decided to intrude upon their shameless actions, and before long, Berenger was ready to depart with Anuria by his side. After saying goodbye to his lover and his children, Berenger, Anuria, and Heraclius departed for Denmark to meet with the king of the Kalmar Union. Throughout the entire journey, Berenger would similarly treat Anuria to how he had just treated Linda in his throne room. After all, what was the point of having two women if you could not enjoy them both? Chapter 292, 291. Arriving in the Kalmar Union, just like his journey to Granada, Berenger had taken a clipper with him to the Kalmar Union. Throughout the journey, Berenger and Anuria had spent most of it within the cabin. The couple made up for lost time in their own way. By the time they arrived in Copenhagen, the capital of the Kalmar Union, Berenger and Anuria were almost completely drained of energy. They had spent so much time in bed that they were in dire need of some coffee or some protein. As such, Berenger and Anuria were quite thankful when they arrived at the king's estate, where he greeted them with open arms. Berenger was initially cautious about such a meeting. Still, despite his worries, the king genuinely seemed to embrace the idea of reformation, or at the very least tolerate it within his kingdom. The Kalmar king was a man in his late 30s with a long flowing golden beard and matching hair. His eyes were a pastel blue, and he had quite a large gut. This man was a glutton, as he weighed more than a man his size should. Nevertheless, the man known as King Alvar quickly greeted Berenger with a pleasant smile on his face. "Duke Berenger of Austria, your reputation precedes you. Welcome to my humble abode. I look forward to speaking with you over the coming days." Seeing the white-haired beauty standing next to Berenger, who was dressed in a mint green gown with golden embroidery and a fur coat draped over it, the king's eyes instantly widened. This young woman was among the most beautiful women he had ever seen, and as such, he greatly desired her. However, the moment he gazed at her with lustful intent, Heraclius, who was perched upon her shoulder, screeched at him with hostility. Thus the king was started. Upon seeing this, Berenger chuckled slightly before giving the king of Scandinavia a fair warning. "I wouldn't get any ideas if I were you. That bird is overprotective of the Lady Valeria." As usual, Berenger used Anuria's disguise as a cover. Since he was bringing her along as his +1, he had decided to use one of the girl's aliases. Of course, Anuria now had two aliases. One was an ordinary orphan and a privateer who was known as Valeria Zanara, and the other was the Lady Valeria Melodia, which was a more enhanced version of her initial alias. Until Berenger could marry the girl as his third wife, he had to be careful about her real identity. Since he was bringing her along with him on his journey to the Kalmar Union, he had to develop a new noble identity for her. As such, he and the princess spent some time on their journey overhauling her alias. Luckily, Scandinavia was so far away from the Byzantine Empire that there was no way to confirm her identity quickly. Thus the king instantly began to greet the woman known as Lady Valeria. "Apologies if I offended your pet, my lady, it won't happen again." To this, Berenger struggled to contain himself from snickering. As such, he grabbed a hold of Anuria's waist and dragged her into his embrace. "The Lady Valeria is my lover, so I would advise you not to get any unhealthy thoughts about her." The intent was clear. Berenger was making a stance immediately to avoid any necessary drama. Of course, The king of the Kalmar Union noticed this and immediately backed off. He had no desire to pick a fight with Austria, especially over a woman. Thus he let go of his thoughts regarding Anuria and helped Berenger and his host move into his castle. It was now close to wintertime, and it was dreadfully cold in Denmark. Thus Berenger and his subordinates were appropriately dressed in fine furs. After getting settled into the same room, Anuria and Berenger prepared themselves for the feast that was about to transpire. As such, they approached the dining hall where a large group of people was sitting. Catholics, reformists, and noblemen all gathered in the dining hall to greet Berenger. Upon seeing this, Berenger was quite entertained by the idea of Catholics and reformists sitting at the same table sharing bread while the rest of the Christian world was at war over their minor differences. When Berenger sat down at the table next to Anuria, they all began to say grace. After that was finished, they dug into their meal, where the head of the local reformist church began to speak to Berenger as if he were a legendary figure. "Your Grace, I must profess that I am a huge fan of your work. Spreading the gospel to all of the people of Germany was a bold move, and I admire your bravery." As for the Catholics, they had rather sour expressions. Under the decree of the king of the Kalmar Union, all Christian faiths were tolerated. The king may be a glutton, but he had seen what was happening in Germany and Bohemia and dreaded the idea of such a thing happening within his own realm. Because of this, he had enacted law of religious tolerance and enforced peace between the burgeoning reformist faction and the Catholic Church within Scandinavia. Thus the Catholics were in a difficult position at the table, as they could not openly make a move against the man known as Berenger, the Accursed. Upon hearing this, Berenger nodded towards the reformist and addressed his concerns. "I believe it is essential for the average person to read the Word of God and understand it within its entirety. There are many things the Catholic Church preaches that are based on the tradition founded upon pagan beliefs, rather than the Word of Christ." Though the Catholics wanted to jump up in response to this comment, the king eyed them carefully with an authoritative gaze. As such, they calmed themselves and ate from the food provided at the table. Seeing the Catholics behaving themselves, Berenger decided to bring up the topic in his mind as he addressed everyone at the table. Seeing Catholics and reformists sharing a meal so peacefully is precisely the vision I had when I started my reformist movement. Unfortunately, in Germany and Bohemia, the Vatican holds too much power and sought to destroy us. I am glad to see that you, King Alvar, have such firm control over your lands that you can allow the peaceful coexistence of our two belief systems. On the one hand, this was a compliment to King Alvar and the Kalmar Union. On the other hand, it was an insult to the Catholics, implying that they hold too much power over the laws of man, and that secular rule was more important. Nevertheless, both King Alvar and his reformist members of his court were happy to hear Berenger's compliment, and as such, King Alvar began to speak to Berenger. "You honor me, O mighty Duke of Austria. I have heard of your exploits. In the taverns, they sing songs about you as if you were some ancient folk hero. The man who commands thunder. That is what some of the bards are referring to you as." Berenger chuckled at this remark before responding. "I claim no such thing. I simply command thousands of men with thousands of guns, and their echo merely resembles thunder." After hearing this, King Alvar began to laugh, so much so that he began to choke on the food he was eating. The moment he did so, the people in the room began to panic. Before long, the man was keeled over, trying his hardest to breathe. Luckily, Berenger was in the room and immediately sprang to action, where he got behind the man and used the Heimlich maneuver he had learned during his duration in the army in his previous life. After a few attempts, the king spat out the chunk of meat lodged in his throat and gasped for air. It took the king a few moments to realize what had happened. After doing so, he got up from his feet and patted Berenger on the back. "I owe you my life." To this, Berenger merely shrugged his hand off and replied calmly, "It was nothing. I know you would have done the same." Despite knowing for a fact that Alvar was incapable of doing such a thing, Berenger's humble attitude in the act of heroism left a favorable impression on the Scandinavian nobility who had gathered at the table. With that said, King Alvar returned to his seat, where he began to make a toast before drinking from his chalice. To a lasting friendship with Austria. Afterward, the people of the court began to drink away their shock and chat among themselves. Though Berenger knew he would not be able to easily establish a military alliance with the Kalmar Union, this coincidental event was enough to help secure him in their good graces. At the very least, he would not have to worry about an invasion from the north for the time being. Chapter 293, 292, Fishing and Diplomacy. Berenger awoke bright and early on the cold near winter's morning. He was lying naked in a feather bed covered in bear fur. Anuria's beautiful bear figure was lying next to him. She was wrapped lovingly around him as if she was utterly unwilling to let him out of her sight, even in her sleep. As for Heraclius, he was sitting perched on the stand Anuria had brought with her for the pet eagle, giving Berenger the stink eye. The more Heraclius stared at Berenger with his master, the more protective he felt. Regardless, Berenger returned the eagle's fierce stare with a wicked smile. After doing so, he grabbed a hold of Anuria's sizable bust and squeezed it softly before kissing her on the lips. The girl quickly awoke after feeling this and stared into Berenger's sapphire eyes. He was not wearing his eye patch at the moment, and as such, she was able to see his scarred pupil, along with his perfectly intact one, which she rarely got to see. Despite the grievous injury, she was not in the least bit frightened. If anything, in her mind, it added to Berenger's character. As such, she cupped his face lovingly as she pushed him down onto the bed and began to kiss him passionately upon the neck. Before long, the two were going at it once more, and Heraclius had decided to shield his eyes with his wing. Since he was trapped in this room with a closed window, there was no way for him to escape the scene. As such, he did his best to avoid it. The entire journey had been like this, and he was beginning to get annoyed with the young couple. After some time, Anuria and Berenger got dressed, where they greeted the king and his family at the dining table for breakfast. After the previous night, King Alvar and Berenger had gotten along quite well. Both men had a penchant for drinking, and Berenger had saved his life. However, Berenger asked for nothing in return, insisting that he was merely doing the right thing and that righteous action should not be repaid as a favor. The reason for this was quite simple. In front of the Scandinavian reformists, they would see this as proof of Berenger's supposed true nature, despite the Catholic Church's slander. As for the Catholic Church, they could not use the event to smear his name, and thus Berenger had bought himself some good publicity in the eyes of the Scandinavian people. Truthfully, Berenger did not want a military alliance with the Kalmar Union. He was confident there would be some conflicts with them in the future over the Schleswig-Holstein question. Thus, what Berenger wanted in this visit was to establish a beneficial trade agreement between the two realms and a non-aggression pact. His goal with this breakfast was to enhance further his relations with the royal family of the Kalmar Union. Thus, Berenger was seated next to Anuria as they dined upon the simple food. It was mainly rye bread, cabbage, and salted pork. As Berenger ate the food, he inquired about the king's plans for the day. "So, King Alvar, tell me, what do you have planned for today?" Seeing as how King Alvar was entertaining a vital guest, he decided to do something recreational, and as such, he stared at Berenger across the table with a fat grin on his face. "I was thinking of going fishing. Would you like to tag along?" Without a second's hesitation, Berenger nodded his head and accepted the offer. "If you're offering, then I would be happy to accept." Upon hearing this, Anuria instantly began to tug on Berenger's sleeve with a pouting expression. She did not want to be left alone with the royal family and a contingent of guards. Nevertheless, Berenger needed to secure his goals in this visit, and as such, he had to leave her behind. After all, fishing was a task where men could bond, and a woman's presence would ruin it. As such, Alvar's house and Berenger's host enjoyed a simple breakfast filled with acceptable banter. It was not until that afternoon where Berenger and King Alvar departed from the castle and approached the docks of Copenhagen, where they began to cast out the lines of their fishing rods and angle for a meal. Though the medieval fishing rod was different than the gear Berenger was accustomed to in the 21st century from his past life, he quickly adapted to it, and before long was sitting back and waiting for a bite. As he did so, he reached into his fur coat and pulled out a wineskin where he began to drink from it. After doing so, he wiped off the lid before handing it over to King Alvar. Alvar nodded at Berenger as he took a sip from the wineskin. After doing so, he handed it right back to Berenger. As the two men sipped on fortified wine while fishing off the coast of Copenhagen, Berenger eventually broke the silence and asked the question on his mind. "Can I ask you something, Your Highness?" Hearing Berenger speak in such a severe tone made the king curious, and as such, he nodded his head silently, giving Berenger permission to ask his question. "What do you intend to do when the Pope finally declares a crusade on the German Reformation?" By now, the wineskin had made its way back into Alvar's hand, and as such, he took a big gulp before responding to the question with another question. "What do you think I should do about it?" It was apparent the man was testing Berenger. The man was all too aware of the stories of Berniger's conquests. He knew that so long as the Catholic Church held significant power, the two factions would fight each other until one managed to gain dominance. He also knew Berenger did not plan to sit back in Austria quietly and most likely had grand ambitions. As such, he was curious if Berenger would call in a favor for saving his life now that they were in private. However, Berenger's answer was not what he expected. Instead, Berenger spoke clearly and confidently as he outlined exactly how he thought the future events would unfold. "Honestly, it is in the best interest of you and your people not to get involved. You have already promoted tolerance of Christian faiths in your land. If you choose one side, you will only be inviting internal chaos. And I have no desire to see the Kalmar Union tear itself apart from internal strife." Berenger could have further elaborated about the strength of his army versus that of the Crusaders. Instead, he chose to keep it short and straightforward, in doing so, nudging towards the idea of a non-aggression pact. As such, the response from King Alvar was one of surprise. Truthfully, he had spent the previous night lamenting the debt he owed Berenger after his life was saved, as he did not want to get involved with the crusade. As such, he began to speak to Berenger with caution as he attempted to clarify the issue at hand. "You don't want me to send troops to your aid?" In response to this question, Berenger merely shook his head as he answered honestly. "Rather than ask for your support, I would prefer you make your stance known to the world that you have no intent to get involved. Sign a non-aggression pact between our two realms, and I can sleep easy knowing that an invasion from the far north is not a possibility." Upon hearing this, King Alvar sighed heavily. He felt as if a great weight on his heart had been released. As such, he nodded his head and placed out his hand to shake upon the agreement. "Deal." With that said, the two men shook hands, agreeing not to attack each other in the near future. Shortly after that, Berenger's line began to bob, and he immediately began angling for the fish. After a brief struggle, Berenger was able to reel it in. The two men smiled as they gazed upon the size of the fish that Berenger had caught. It was a North Sea cod, and its size was about 100 pounds and was close to 5 feet in size. Upon seeing this, Alvar was amazed. Among all of the cod he had ever seen fished from the shore, this was one of the biggest. As such, the two men were eager to have the fish gutted and cooked so that they could eat it. Thus, the two men returned to the castle to draft an official non-aggression pact between Austria and the Kalmar Union. By doing this, Berenger ensured that no man from Scandinavia would enter his realm during the next crusade. If they did so, they would be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Chapter 294, 293. I can die happy now. Several weeks had passed since Berenger first visited the Kalmar Union. The day after returning from his fishing trip with King Alvar, Berenger and the Scandinavian king signed a non-aggression pact between Austria and the Kalmar Union into effect. The two men also signed a comprehensive trade agreement designed to bring wealth to both countries via open trade of raw materials. As such, Berenger was able to acquire raw materials like timber and furs at a reasonable price. After returning home, Berenger found himself fulfilling his promise to his dear lover. Linda monopolized a week's worth of Berenger's time, refusing to allow him to work during that period. As such, he spent the days with his beautiful young lover. When they weren't making love, they were spending time as a family with their children. During this time, Anuria had spent it training the crew she was raising, and as such, rarely saw Berenger. After all, she was well aware of the promise he had made to Linda and had no plans to intrude upon them. Before Berenger knew it, his birthday had arrived, and with it, winter had officially begun. Today was December 21st, 1420, and it was Berenger's 24th birthday. As such, numerous guests had arrived to celebrate it, and though Berenger wanted to keep the attendance to a minimum, he could not very well decline those who had shown up. To Berenger, a birthday was just any other day, and he had never really cared for it, after all. He had spent the overwhelming majority of his birthdays in his past life alone, and thus felt uncomfortable having so many people over celebrating what to him was just an average day. After being surrounded by various guests for some time, Berenger finally managed to escape their grasp as he went to his balcony, where he began to smoke some hemp. Berenger had long since cultivated the material for the textile industry, but now and then, when his nerves were in a wreck, he would smoke some hemp. Unlike cannabis, hemp flower contained a shallow content of THC, and as such, he did not get high. However, it did have a large amount of CBD, and thus it aided with relaxation. As long as there was no tobacco for him to smoke, hemp was pretty much the best way for him to calm his nerves. Eventually, his smoking session came to a halt when Adela appeared behind Berenger and wrapped her hands over his eyes. The moment she did, she asked the question on her mind with a pretty smile on her face. Guess who? The moment Berenger heard this, a smile appeared on his face as he put out the hemp cigarette. He then grabbed a hold of Adela's dainty hands before answering her question. Adela, I know it's you. Because Berenger had not played along with the young woman's games, she immediately let go of him and began to pout. The moment Berenger saw this, he thought it was adorable and petted her silky golden hair in response. This only caused Adela to pout further as she was still being treated as a child, despite her growth over the last few years. After seeing this, Berenger extended his hand out as he looked back inside at the party that was taking place in the ballroom. In doing so, he asked Adela the question she most likely wanted to hear. Would you care for a dance? After hearing this, all of Adela's discontent flew out the window, and she immediately began to smile as she grasped a hold of Berenger's hand, where he led her to the dance floor. Though it had been a while since they had last danced, Berenger did not forget the movements and began to waltz with his fiancée as the crowd of guests watched. As usual, Berenger had stolen the show with his graceful appearance and a beautiful girl by his side, and thus all eyes had drawn themselves to him and his young fiancée. As for Linda and Anuria, they watched with enviable expressions. The two women hatched a plan in their minds at the same time and began to communicate with one another in secret. The moment Berenger had finished his dance with Adela, both Linda and Anuria approached him. Despite his exhaustion from the event, Berenger could see the keen interest in their eyes and reached out his hand towards Linda, where he began to dance with her for some time. The guests gazed upon Berenger and his lover with complicated expressions. Berenger's affair with Linda was well known to the Austrian nobility at this point, After all, he had 2 children with the girl, and despite this scandal, there were few brave enough to rebuke it openly. However, what truly shocked them was that after Berenger had danced with both Adela and Linda, he took Honoria's hand and waltzed with her as well. Few people outside of Kufstein knew of Berenger's newest acquisition, and as such, they were pretty surprised to see that Berenger had potentially taken another lover. After all, the way the two looked at each other was as passionate as the others. As such, a new rumor would begin to spread as the nobility of Austria attempted to inquire about the identity of the young white-haired woman who was by Berenger's side. Eventually, the dancing ended and Berenger opened his presents. It was primarily lavish gifts that Berenger had no use for. Nevertheless, he thanked every one of the guests who provided them before moving on to the cake. Soon the celebration came to an end, and the guests who had visited Kufstein had departed from the castle, their goal being to spend the night in the lodgings provided for them within Kufstein city. Adela and her family stayed behind and were granted access to the castle. After spending some time drinking with Marquis Otto, who Berenger had promoted from a count to his current position after rising to power, Berenger returned to his quarters where a surprise present was waiting for him. Upon entering his bedchambers, he noticed 2 beautiful young women dressed in a nearly matching pair of translucent silk negligées. Linda's exceptionally curvy body showed through the sky blue material, revealing her perky pink nipples beneath them. As for Honoria, she was dressed in the same garment, but in the color of mint green to match her own eyes. Unlike Linda, who was quite amorous by nature, Honoria was blushing profusely as she held onto Linda's hand for encouragement. The two had arranged that their gift for Berenger would be something special, and as such, they decided to present themselves for his enjoyment on his birthday night. The moment Berenger saw the 2 gorgeous girls dressed in such enticing attire, all of his exhaustion accumulated throughout the day vanished from his body, and he shut the door behind him. As he approached the bed, Linda took the lead and was the first to speak as she got up and began to disrobe Berenger. "Master, this is your gift for tonight. Please make use of your slave however you see fit." Honoria struggled to speak the lustful thoughts she had prepared in her head to entice Berenger. After she approached Berenger to help Linda disrobe him, the young duke grabbed a hold of her plump bottom and squeezed it, which caused her to lose her thought process. After a few seconds, she calmed herself, despite her flushed appearance, and spoke her mind. "Daddy, show me your love. Linda and I are prepared to satisfy you in whatever way you desire tonight." Berenger struggled to contain his growing lust, and after he was fully undressed, pushed the 2 girls on the bed and pounced on them like a tiger in heat. He would spend the entire night making love to his 2 women. It was only after the dawn had risen and the 3 of them were covered in sweat, among other bodily fluids, that they fell asleep in each other's arms. As Berenger began to pass out, one final thought appeared on his mind. "I can die happy now." He had no way of knowing it, but this event had strengthened the bonds between the 3 of them. Eventually, such a scene would become routine for Berenger and his lovers. At the moment, he was thoroughly enjoying his peaceful life. However, peace never lasted for long, and soon enough, Austria would be thrust into another war. Chapter 295, 294. Assembling a crew since Berenger's birthday, a total of 3 months had passed, and it was now the early months of 1421. Throughout these past few months, Honoria had worked on assembling a crew from the wayward women of not only Austria, but the nearby regions as well. Germans, Italians, Moors, and Serbs had gathered among the ranks of her privateer crew and trained efficiently in the art of sailing. At the moment, Berenger was standing before Honoria, who was dressed in her privateer captain's attire. He was the only free man allowed on board the 20-gun sloop of war which Honoria had named the Honoria's Revenge after herself. Though few knew her actual identity, and as such, It was presumed to be named after the missing Byzantine princess. Berenger had brought a few weapons crates with him on board, where he then opened them to reveal the contents hidden within. When the women around him gazed at the weapons, they were not surprised. Anuria had promised that Berenger would provide them with firearms. However, when he explained the function of the guns, they were shocked to hear it. These are the 1421 repeating rifled muskets. They are capable of firing 30 to 60 rounds a minute and are appropriately rifled. They utilize the .58 caliber mini-ball projectile, and I assure you are lethal out to 300 yards, even if your opponent is armored in full plate. Berenger had to look out for Anuria, and since her entire crew was comprised of women, he ensured she was adequately equipped to defeat men in battle. As such, he created a series of firearms based upon the Jennings rifle from his previous life. The Jennings rifle was a percussion cap rifle that used superposed loads to rapidly fire multiple shots from a single barrel in a short amount of time. Due to the lack of mercury fulminate, Berenger had altered the design to a flintlock action. The Jennings rifle that the 1421 repeating rifled musket was based on consists of a single barrel and lock, which could fire 20 charges in 2 seconds per charge. The rifle utilized a sliding lock and multiple touch holes similar to earlier designs. The firearm also utilized a mechanism for automatically priming the pan of the lock. In simpler terms, this was a flintlock repeating rifle, whereby simply cocking the gun and pulling the trigger up to 20 rounds could be fired off downrange rapidly. Berenger also designed pistols based upon this principle as sidearms for the women to wield. Essentially, they would be able to effectively engage any man in combat without the need to draw blades. The reason for this was because they could simply fire over 20 rounds without ever needing to reload their weapons. With this in mind, Berenger decided to demonstrate the weapons as he handed Anuria the first repeating flintlock. She had long since been trained in their use. As such, the princess began to teach her privateers how to load the weapons before she tested them on a series of targets set up on the shore. The moment Anuria cocked the flintlock action and fired at a distance of 100 yards, the mini-ball projectile struck through the steel breastplate that was adorned atop the straw target and blasted through the other side with ease. Before anyone had time to react, she cocked the action again and fired another precise shot towards the next target. She repeated this a total of 20 times, hitting most of the dummies in the process. One could say under Berenger's supervision, she had become an excellent marksman. After all, there were few things hotter than a woman who knew how to handle a gun. After smoking her targets, Anuria turned around with a broad smile and asked Berenger the question on her mind. "Did I do good, Daddy?" At this point, she was so used to calling Berenger by that term that it did not even cross her mind that all of her crew members were present to witness it. Berenger, on the other hand, was still not entirely on board with the whole thing and, as such, cleared his throat before responding. "You did well." After hearing this, Anuria smiled before jumping off the bow and into Berenger's arms before kissing his cheek. All of her crew members were stunned by Anuria's actions. They had no idea that Anuria had such a relationship with the Duke of Austria, but they suddenly understood why they were permitted to engage in such a deadly profession. The only member among the crew who knew what kind of relationship Anuria had with Berenger was Melissa. The latter had given up the life of a peaceful employee of a textile factory to join Anuria's privateering crew. If the princess was going to go out on adventures and get herself in trouble, Melissa wanted to be by her side to help. After this embarrassing display of affection, Berenger began handing out the weapons and training the women in their use. This would be their next goal now that they were semi-experienced sailors. As such, the operation of the repeating muskets and cannons was the next step in the training of this wayward crew of wenches. While Anuria was training the women, Elfrun, in particular, was messing with something far more sinister. She had been educated in Berenger's public education system and had always been interested in chemistry. Thus she had begun experimenting with explosives ever since she joined Honoria's crew. Despite being in her early teens, one could say the young girl had become quite obsessed with the explosives such as grenades. As such, she was playing with one of those same explosives when Berenger walked over to her. After doing so, she looked up at him with a murderous glint in her eyes, which Berenger found to be quite odd. However, the girl's following words explained her reasoning perfectly. "Go away, womanizer." In Elfrin's eyes, there was little difference between Berenger and the lower nobleman who tried to purchase her. They were both the same, lecherous men who abused their wealth and power to get what they wanted. As such, she had no interest in talking to Berenger. Upon hearing this, Berenger chuckled and nodded his head before walking away. The only thing he said to the girl before departing were the words, "You're not wrong." Afterward, he left the girl who was playing with grenades to her own devices. Hopefully, she wouldn't do something stupid and irresponsible with those explosives. As such, Berenger returned to Honoria and began to flirt with her. While he did this, Elfrin's gaze did not escape his trail, and she immediately bit her lip upon seeing the way Honoria acted around the young duke. Berenger spent the day getting to know Honoria's various crew members that she had rallied together, and by the end of it, he was quite pleased with the results. At the very least, he could. With this action, Cairo had fallen, and the prestige that came with it entered the young prince's grasp. By doing so, Decentius had made a name for himself as the conqueror of Egypt and would likely convince many of his father's supporters to aid him in his war for succession against his elder brother. Areithous was held at bay for some time until not a single living Mamluk was present within the city. Only after all life had been snuffed out of existence did Decentius appear before the pike wall that had surrounded the mighty Strategos. When Areithous gazed upon his godson, all he could see was malice in the boy's eyes. Areithous knew not what Decentius's intentions were, as such he decided to interrogate the boy for his treacherous actions. "Decentius, this was your plan? Do you realize what you have done? The Mamluks will never forgive the blood you have shed this day." As Decentius heard this, his expression became downcast as he spoke the words that weighed on his heart. "I will mourn your loss, Areithous. You were like a father to me. If it were not for that bitch Honoria and her antics, I would not have to resort to this. Forgive me, my friend." With that said, Decentius grabbed a hold of a nearby pike and thrust it through the neck of the Strategos of Ionia, where Areithous began to choke on his blood. As he did so, Decentius retrieved the weapon and held onto Areithous, gazing into his eyes as the man's soul slowly departed from this world. Not once did Areithous ever expect that he would be betrayed by the young man he thought of as his son. In the end, the mighty Strategos of Ionia, who was supposed to reconquer North Africa, with the weapons Berenger had provided him. The man who was supposed to use his friendship with Berenger to create an alliance between Austria and Byzantium was reported to have died in battle during the early days of the war. The conquest of Egypt and Libya would be known to history as a feat achieved by Decentius Palaiologos. What effect these events would have on the relations between the Duchy of Austria and the Byzantine Emperor would remain to be seen. One thing was certain: if Honoria were ever to become aware of the betrayal that her brother had done unto the late Strategos of Ionia, she would stop at nothing to have his head. Chapter 297. 296. Invasion of Mercia. Months had gone by since the conflict in Iberia had reignited. At the moment, Hassan was at the head of his army, backed by Arnulf and his other officers who acted in an advisory capacity to the Granadon forces. In front of their army of 15,000 men was an army of 20,000 Iberians. This army was just one of the many units at the disposal of Granada's enemies. As for the troops at Hassan's command, this was the maximum amount of soldiers he could field at the moment. Hassan had boldly taken an offensive stance in this conflict after months of defending his borders. As such, he was attacking a region owned by Castile known as Murcia. This region was on the borders of his emirate and once belonged to the Moors. Due to centuries of reconquista, the Moors had been continuously pushed back from the land they had conquered in Iberia to the point that now the Emirate of Granada was all that remained. Before Berengar endorsed the Sultan, it appeared as if the Moors would be pushed out of the region entirely. Yet now, with the military aid that had been given to them, they were able to hold their ground for the time being. As such, Hassan had taken advantage of the situation to press into Murcia. With General Arnulf nearby, Hassan felt the need to ask the Austrian the question on his mind. "What do you think of our chances?" To this, Arnulf scratched his chin before responding. "If your army fulfills their duty to the standards we have trained them in, I'd say there's at least a 60% chance of victory." This figure did not make Hassan very hopeful, however. It was best not to dwell on such things. As such, he sighed heavily before giving his officers their orders. "Prepare the cannons to fire, tell the arquebusiers to load their weapons, and begin their march. The pikemen shall protect their flanks, as for the cavalry form on me." At this point, Hassan unsheathed his ivory and gold-hilted Damascus steel shamshir and raised it into the air as he began to trot forth with his cavalry. The heavily armored Granadan horsemen started their descent from the hilltop above as the falconet cannons began to open fire on the Iberian Union's forces. The 1-pound cannonballs flew at great speed into the ranks of the enemy forces, shattering through their shields and armor, and sending those unfortunate enough to get hit by them directly into the afterlife. In response to this, the Catholic knights immediately began their charge at the infantry. However, the pikes were lowered, scaring the horses to run amok. When they got near the massive pike wall, several knights were thrown off their steeds and onto the ground below where the pikes were thrust into them. Some of the knights were unfortunate enough to have gaps in their armor pierced, and as such were wounded or possibly killed as their blood oozed onto the field below. Others simply got up from the ground and tried to break through the pike wall. However, when they did so, the arquebusiers who had been holding their shots opened fire on the knights and men at arms in front of them, sending their lead projectiles through their torsos and helmets and claiming their lives in the hundreds. Many of the soldiers missed their shots, and after the volley had been fired, they began to reload their weapons, first by taking off the lit match and holding it to the side, then by opening one of the 12 apostles that hung from their bandolier. These so-called apostles contained the powder and shot necessary to load the arquebuse firearms. They then poured the apostles' contents down the barrel before compacting the powder and shot into the barrel with their ramrods. After finishing that step, they had placed the ramrod back in its socket before raising the gun, where they poured some powder from their flask into the pan. After doing so, they put the match back on the lock and cocked it back into action before presenting their arms at the enemy. The entire process took close to a minute for the Granadan troops to complete, and, while they had done so, they were being protected by the ranks of pikemen who rushed into the fray and kept the enemy at bay. The battle raged on, and the pikemen withdrew from the front, allowing the arquebusiers to aim their weapons and fire another shot into the mix. With the Catholic knights sorely defeated, the Granadan cavalry struck at the rear of the Iberian formation. Under Hassan's leadership, the cavalry had circled the enemy troops and attacked from the rear, causing chaos and devastation among their ranks. The lances and swords utilized by the Granadan cavalry as they attacked the hostile soldiers pierced through their weak spots and claimed their lives, spilling blood and bile onto the field in the process. As Hassan was riding on horseback, a cannonball whizzed past his head, nearly claiming his life. The moment it did so, the young sultan almost pissed his pants in fear. Nevertheless, he calmed himself and pressed on as his soldiers trampled through the Granadan's ranks. Seeing that the cavalry had now gotten in range of the friendly cannons, Arnulf waved a small flag signaling the artillery to cease their attack. As such, they immediately complied with their orders and waited for the battle to resolve itself. Arnulf was smirking as he gazed upon the field. the medieval forces of the Iberian Union were not ready for the era of pike and shot, and the victories that had been achieved up until this point was proof of such a thing. Arnulf had no idea how Berenger had come up with such viable strategies, but he was there when Berniger's armies made use of them during the war with Kitzbühel. It had been a little over 3 years since that minor border war, and yet in that time so much had happened. The young Viscount could hardly believe how far he had come in this time, and it was all thanks to one man, even if that man was a filthy degenerate who used the German Reformation as an excuse to absolve himself of his actions in the public eye. As such, a wry smile appeared on the man's face as he reflected on his past. While he was doing this, the Iberian forces had begun to rout, and thus Arnulf snapped to attention, waving a flag in the air signaling the Granadon troops to halt. Eventually, the message was spread, and the Granadans ceased their pursuit of the Iberian Union's army. Though this was not a victory that caused significant casualties to the enemies, it had severely weakened their morale and, more importantly, opened up their path to controlling the province. With the battle over, Arnulf rode down with his officers into the field alongside the Grandin troops who had begun to clean up the battlefield, taking anything of value from the fallen Iberian forces and leaving the rest for the crows to feast upon. After arriving in front of Hassan, Arnulf decided to give the man congratulations for his victory. "Your Eminence, Sultan Hassan al-Fadl, I congratulate you for your victory on this day. Let this be a reminder to the Catholic scum who dare to invade your lands that even a wolf that has been backed into a corner still has teeth." Upon hearing this, Hassan, whose armor was stained in the blood of his enemies, began to laugh. "Well said, my Austrian friend. However, now is not the time to celebrate. First, we must win this war." With that said, the war in Iberia had begun to escalate, as the Granadon forces would soon seize control of Murcia and make further conquests into Catholic territory. The battle here in the Murcian plains was the first of the Emirates of Granada's offensive campaign against their enemies. Chapter 297. Minting new currency. Now that Berenger had established supreme reign over the Duchy of Austria and had begun the process of incorporating the silver and gold mines from throughout the Austrian Alps, he decided it was now time to introduce a national currency. Gold was severely limited at this time. Until he could gain the vast wealth of a region like Mexico or South Africa, he had no means to acquire a substantial sum of the coveted material. As such, Berenger had decided to keep with the silver standard. The most significant problem that the Austrian economy had faced up until this point was that the currency's production was completely localized. The size and quality of the currency entirely depended on regional rulers, and as such, it was horribly debased. Thus, Berenger had opted to revitalize the Austrian coinage and, in the process, make it the universal standard for trade in all of Europe, especially now that his trade reached most corners of the Mediterranean. Thus, with the stroke of a pen, Berenger utilized his executive authority to establish the Coinage Act of 1420. With this, he intended to create a stable centralized currency in the hands of the Austrian government, and by Austrian government, he meant himself. This so-called Austrian thaler was minted with his visage on the front and the Österreich saddler, or double eagle, on the back. It had a finely made reeded edge and was quite aesthetically pleasing. The silver thaler was made of 99.9% fine silver. It weighed 1 troy ounce and had a diameter of 1.5 inches, with a thickness of 0.13 inches. This silver coin was exceptional when compared to the previous currency used within the Duchy of Austria or that which is currently used around the world. To accompany this Austrian thaler, which would act as his silver standard, Berenger also minted a gold coin of a similar design to go along with it. This would scarcely be used in anything other than transactions of significant sizes, as its value was too large. This golden coin was named the Austrian Gulden and shared the aesthetic design of the thaler, the primary difference being it was made out of 99.9% or 24 CT gold and was in slightly different dimensions. While it still weighs 1 troy ounce and has a diameter of 1.5 inches, its thickness was smaller than the Austrian thaler, with a thickness of 0.08 inches. Berenger wanted a robust currency for his realm, and as such, he had decided that pure coinage, free of debasement, was the best option. Thus, he had begun to put the massive stockpiles of gold and silver he had accumulated over the years into producing these 2 coins. After establishing the new currency, Berenger also enacted another law, which was the Banking Act of 1420. In this act, he founded a national bank which was open to citizens of all social standing. This bank could be used to hold currency and distribute loans, among other things. With these 2 economic reforms being established, Berenger could claim that control of the nation's economy was thoroughly centralized in the hands of his dynasty. As such, a broad smile was on his face as he gazed at the silver and gold coins that were in his hands. While he gazed at the coins that displayed his appearance without the eye injury, he was pretty pleased with the way they had turned out. They did not appear like the poor depictions one could find on most medieval coins, and instead looked semi-lifelike, much like a modern coin. The process used to create these coins was quite advanced. Berenger utilized the rolling press machine from his previous life. This device used 2 cylindrical dies that impressed designs on bullion which rolled between them. Once this bullion was imprinted and rolled, the coins were then punched out from the material with a water-powered hammer. Because of this process, most of the coins were relatively uniform and virtually indistinguishable from one another. The actual presentation of the image on the coins was also exceptionally higher than the old hammer coins that other countries were currently using. While Berenger was admiring the set of coins in front of him, he was utterly unaware that Honoria had slipped into the room. She ever so slightly nudged the door open and slid into the room on her knees, which was below the sight of Berenger's desk. As such, she crawled over to Berenger with a wicked smile carved upon her luscious lips. There was only one purpose for so stealthily entering the room, and that was to scare Berenger. The young princess eventually rounded the corner of the desk on Berenger's right side, which was the side of his wounded eye, before silently standing up behind Berenger. When the young duke least expected it, the girl pounced on him with a hug, shocking him in the process. Berenger's first instinct was to smack the girl. However, he ever so slightly managed to refrain from doing. He noticed the culprit was Honoria. As such, he grabbed a hold of her perfect pale cheeks and slightly pulled on them while chastising the young princess as if she were an errant child. "You nearly gave me a heart attack. What the hell were you thinking?" Seeing that Berenger was not as entertained as she was, Honoria began to pout in response to the scolding she had received. She just wanted to play a prank on Berenger. There was no reason for him to overreact so much. As such, the sly little vixen decided to shift the topic to avoid an apology. "So, what are those coins for?" Berenger, who was too enamored with the coins he had produced, quickly fell for Honoria's trick and began to lecture her on his new currency. "This is the new centralized Austrian currency. In the future, this silver coin will become the staple of our economy. It is made purely out of silver, so its value is substantially higher than the previously issued coins." When Honoria heard this, she was quite surprised. Even the Byzantine currency was extensively debased. Thus Berenger's ambitions to create a pure silver coin were ambitious. However, she had a rough estimate of the wealth Berenger had amassed in terms of silver and gold after expanding into and monopolizing so many businesses. If anyone could do such a thing, it would be him. Honoria grabbed a hold of one of the gold coins from Berenger's grasp and closely observed its features. She then realized that the technology Berenger was using to make these coins must be exceptionally advanced, as the coins were nearly identical to one another. The presentation of his face was exceptional by current standards. Seeing his handsome visage embossed on a coin made Honoria excited, so she kissed him on the cheek before whispering in his ear, "As long as these coins exist, people will remember how handsome you were." That is an impressive feat if you ask me. Berenger chuckled at this before he shooed the girl away from him. He did not have time for her games at the moment. "Honoria, sweetheart, I am busy with work. I will play with you and Linda later. Go do something productive." With that said, Honoria began to pout once more as Berenger had not taken the bait. However, she eventually said nothing and blew Berenger off. It was his loss if he did not want to fool around. As such, she went out looking for Linda. Maybe Berenger's other lover was doing something interesting that she could join in on. Thus, Berenger was left by his lonesome as he finished off the paperwork regarding his economic overhauls. After many hours of administrative work, Berenger finally completed his workload for the day and sighed heavily after he had completed it. Only one thought escaped from his lips as he rested his weary head in his hands. "I need to get somebody to do all of this paperwork for me." With that having been said, Berenger got up from his seat and sought out his two lovers. He needed to blow off some steam, and now that he was finished with his work, it was the perfect time to do so. Chapter 299, 298. Operation Thunder. Gunshots echoed in the air as the small iron projectiles flew forth from the hand cannons and into the torso of the advancing knights who charged on foot at the defensive position. This attack resulted in several heavily armored knights losing their lives as the projectiles pierced through their armor at close range, turning them into bloody sieves. Due to the introduction of barbed wire in the Bohemian conflict as means of Austrian aid, horses found it challenging to navigate the treacherous terrain. The Catholic knights were forced to attack the Hussite positions on foot more often than not, leading them to walk into a wave of crossbow bolts and gunfire. Close to 2 years had passed since the Hussite wars had begun. During this time, the Hussites had found themselves on the defensive. Still, due to the Austrian forces' creative tactics and advanced technology, they could hold the line successfully and slowly deplete the alliance of Catholic parties who advanced upon them. These knights were from the Poland-Lithuanian Commonwealth. After defeating the Teutonic state and seizing its territory, the Polish knights answered the Pope's call to arms and marched on Bohemia. After a swift victory over the Teutonic state, resulting in a small enclave of Teutonic knights to exist in a fraction of its previous territory, the Polish knights believed that sweeping up the Hussite heretics would be a simple matter. They were mistaken, as they met the stiffest resistance they had ever come across. By now, they had poured thousands of knights and men at arms into the field and lost almost all of them. If things continued this way, defeat was inevitable. As such, the Catholic forces were scratching their heads, thinking of a way to penetrate the Hussite territory. Thus far, no significant gains had been made. After gunning down the newest wave of crusaders, the Hussites began to reload their firearms. Nearby was Eckhard, who stood at the front lines of this war, overseeing the static defenses that had been made to counteract the Catholic invasion. Eckhard estimated that it would not be long before Berenger entered a war with the Holy Roman Empire for his independence. As such, he needed to continue his efforts here in Bohemia to distract the Catholic forces for some time yet. With that in mind, the Crusaders began to charge at the static positions once more. As they did so, Eckhard instructed the men nearby to hold their fire. Hold your fire." Many of the men were aware of the current plan and began to have wicked grins as they imagined the result of the trap that had been laid for the Catholic armies who rushed towards their position. Somewhere between the Crusaders' encampment and the stone fortress established at the border of Hussite territory was a deep ditch that had been dug. To get to the defense, one would have to cross over this ditch. This ditch was not a moat as it was dug much further out than the fortress's walls. In fact, it had been used as a line of cover for the Crusaders before they advanced on the Hussites' position. Until now, the Catholic commanders considered the Hussite officers to be grossly incompetent for creating such a defensive position for their enemies. Because of this, the Crusaders had begun to rely on this ditch to block the initial volley of the Hussite handgunners and then charge at their position while they were reloading. At this point, it was second nature for the Catholics to do so. Once more, the Crusaders jumped into the ditch. This was their most considerable charge yet, with thousands of soldiers entering the trench line. They did not realize that several thousand pounds of TNT provided by the Austrian military were embedded within this trench system. The Hussites had been waiting for them to make such a massive mistake. After close to 10,000 soldiers entered the trench system, they waited for the Hussites to unload their initial volley before charging. However, the volley never came. Instead, they could hear the voice of the Hussite commander, who in this case was Eckhard, scream his orders at the top of his lungs. Now! The moment Eckhard said this, the detonators to the TNT were initiated and, in doing so, causing a massive explosion to erupt within the trench line, instantly engulfing thousands of Crusaders in the resulting explosive blast. Fire and smoke filled the air surrounding the trench line as the flames spread to every soul unfortunate enough to survive the vicious attack. Blood-curdling screams echoed in the distance as blood, bone, and sinew were scattered about. It was a truly horrific sight to behold. However, before the Hussites could calm their stomachs, the whistle blew signaling their duty to charge, and as such, thousands of Hussites exited their fortifications and ran over the trench line filled with burnt corpses and the ash of those consumed in the explosion. With bills, spears, swords, hand cannons, and crossbows in hand, the Hussites charged into the Crusaders' encampment where few of their soldiers remained, terrified by the sight of the massive explosion as if the gates to hell themselves had opened on the battlefield. Before these Crusaders could react, the Hussites were upon them, bringing with them the judgment of heaven as they descended upon the Catholic forces who remained within the camp. Thunderous blasts of hand cannons echoed in the air as their projectiles pelted the surviving Crusaders. Bolts followed alongside the iron projectiles of the hand cannons, creating a massive display of violence. After the initial volley had been fired, the melee combatants charged into the fray, skewering the disoriented Crusaders with their weapons in a slaughter so brutal that only the devil could enjoy such a sight. During the ensuing violence, Eckhard, alongside his attaché of military advisors, stayed within the fortress, observing the sight with a bitter expression. The veteran field marshal could not help but sigh in defeat as he watched the bloody scene. So much death, and for what? A difference of opinion over the word of God? Such a pointless waste of lives. The more Eckhard waged this religious war, the more exhausted he felt inside. If not for the orders he was given by Berenger, he would have left his role as the chief military advisor to the Hussites long ago. In his eyes, Berenger's wars were somewhat justifiable. After all, the man had been suppressed by many forces and was fighting back against them. His goal of unifying the German people into a single coherent empire was also noble and worth fighting for. However, this war was fought simply over religious differences, and tens of thousands of men had already died in the conflict. Was the Pope so blinded by power that he would allow such a thing to happen? The more the Catholics resisted the Hussite Reformation, the more Eckhard was convinced that their creator did not design mankind with peace in mind. This war had been exhausting both mentally and spiritually for the Field Marshal of Austria, and he knew the moment it was over, he would likely be defending his homeland from the same degree of nonsensical bloodshed. Thus, as Operation Thunder came to a close, Eckhard could not help but desire to have a drink as quickly as possible. In doing so, he hoped to forget the discomforting thoughts that plagued his mind. Despite the state of despair he felt for the ongoing conflict in Bohemia, the war would continue to wage on. However, with this victory, the Hussite forces had crushed the vanguard of the Catholic troops who attempted to invade their territory, and thus the roles were now reversed. The next stage of the Bohemian conflict would soon begin as the Hussite armies started their advance into Catholic-held territory. Chapter 300, 299. Declaration of Independence. Months had passed since Berenger's birthday, and it was now July 17th, 1421. This day would forever be remembered in German history within this world as a critical day in Berenger's schemes to unite the German people into a single cohesive empire. At the moment, Berenger had gathered together all of the significant noblemen and the political representatives of the Duchy of Austria, whether they be common man or nobility. The gathering in the castle of Kufstein was quite lively, as many of these men were from vastly different social standings. Nonetheless, they were not informed why they were summoned and were impatiently waiting upon Berenger's arrival. As a man with a taste for flair, he had decided to be fashionable late to this important meeting. An hour had passed after all of the representatives arrived before Berenger personally displayed himself. He was dressed in the most luxurious attire he had, set in the colors of his house. His Renaissance-style clothing had an elegant Dalmatian fur overcoat over it as he strode up to his ducal throne and sat upon it authoritatively. After sitting there in silence for a few moments, waiting for the voices to calm down, Berenger finally voiced his intent for gathering so many important figures to his abode. However, the manner that he performed it was different than anyone was expecting. "Guards, bring in the prisoner." With that decree, the heavily armored soldiers of Berenger's personal guard left the room before dragging a Swiss man who was bound and chained. Evidently, the man had been interrogated quite ruthlessly, as there were signs of physical abuse on his person. After being tossed in front of Berenger's feet and forced to kneel by the nearby guards, Berenger stared at the man with a cruel smile upon his face before giving him an order. "Tell these men who have gathered here on this day what you have confessed to me." The Swiss man had dirty blonde hair and dark eyes. His hair was unkempt and his appearance haggard. He gazed around at the various Austrian men of different social statuses with confusion, trying to understand what was about to occur. However, Berenger grew impatient and slammed his fist on his armrest, alerting the man to his fury. As such, the man immediately began to declare his guilt and the reason for his imprisonment. "I am a spy sent by Emperor Balsamo Corsini with the intent to sabotage Austrian development. My compatriots and I were caught red-handed in the act by the Austrian Department of Intelligence, and at this moment, I confess to the sins I have committed of my own free will." The moment the Swiss man said these words, the crowd began to erupt in debate. "The emperor seeks to cripple Austria? For what purpose? This is an attack on our entire nation and must be met with recourse. Damned Italians, always butting their heads into Austrian affairs. I say we give them a taste of their own medicine." Various voices of contention erupted in the great hall of Kufstein. However, after a while, Berenger tapped his armrest loudly, instantly calming the men who had gathered. "Order. I want order in my great hall. If you have any questions, direct them to the prisoner one at a time." As such, the men began to calm themselves. Marquis Otto, holding an essential position in Berenger's council, was the first to address his concerns to the Swiss agent. "Why would the emperor do such a thing to our duchy? We have not provoked him in any way." The Swiss agent immediately looked over at Berenger, who gave him a silent, murderous glare. This glance was enough to inform the spy of the penalty he would face for lying. As the chills invaded the prisoner's spine, he immediately confessed what he knew about the matter. "The emperor fears the rapid growth of Austria and is terrified of the prospect that Berenger might challenge him and his authority. As such, he has sent hundreds of agents into Austria with the intent to sabotage your industry. However, your industrial districts are heavily guarded, and we had no way to infiltrate them. As such, most of us have failed in our tasks." Upon hearing this, the Austrian representatives became thoroughly enraged. The emperor had violated the terms of vassalage. As far as the men gathered in the great hall were concerned, this was an act of war. As such, they began to erupt with fury in response to these claims. One political representative of common birth was the first to protest the emperor's actions. "Bastard! There must be war." Immediately after he spoke, a minor nobleman followed with an even more vicious response. "If they seek to destroy Austria, we should show them the power of Austrian steel. I would like to see who dares to bully us now that our military prowess is unrivaled in all of Europe. I volunteer to lead an incursion into northern Italy to drive this false emperor from his throne of lies." After this was said, an argument broke out between the politicians and noblemen within the chamber. You are but a small baron and have no prior military experience. What gives you the right to lead an army? I am a colonel in the armed forces and a viscount. I should be the one to lead the army to victory against the empire." The two noblemen began to verbally spar with one another until Berenger once more pounded his armrest, signaling them all to calm themselves. After this action, the room fell deathly silent as Berenger, with a stoic gaze on his face that expressed the personification of a sovereign monarch, made his official declaration of independence. In response to these scandalous actions by the Holy Roman Emperor who has betrayed the rights of vassalage, I hereby declare the independence of our realm and the formation of the Kingdom of Austria. I, Berenger von Kufstein, first of my name, and rightful sovereign of Austria, decree that henceforth I shall be the monarch of Austria and all of its people as granted to me by right of conquest and the support of the Lord Almighty. After saying this, Marquis Otto stood at attention as he saluted Berenger with a gaze of firm determination on his face. "Hail to the king!" The moment he did so, the various politicians and noblemen gathered in the great hall responded in the same manner without hesitation. These men immediately formed ranks and pounded their chests in salute as they repeated the words spoken by Marquis Otto. "Hail to the king!" Upon seeing this, a cruel smile curved upon Berenger's lips. He felt it was inappropriate to hail to himself, and as such, a wicked idea formed in his mind as he chanted the following words while saluting his subordinates. "Hail victory!" With those words stated, the men present formally drafted a declaration of independence and the formation of the Austrian kingdom. As such, they handed the letter to the Swiss spy and informed him to give their regards to the emperor. On this day, Austria had become an independent kingdom. In doing so, brought war to its doorstep that would soon shatter the foundation of the Holy Roman Empire. After all, the loss of Austria was not only a blow to the face of the Holy Roman Emperor, but his treasury as well, one that he could ill afford. Chapter 301. 300. Thousands of feet march to the beat. Captain Arnwald was a soldier who had been among Berenger's forces since the very beginning. He was present at the battle in Schwaz, where the enemy had ambushed Berenger's forces during Berenger's campaign for Tyrol. During that time he was only a private. Despite this, he had survived in Berenger's various campaigns until now and eventually completed officer school. As a man of common birth, he had risen through the ranks of Berenger's meritocratic system and become a full-fledged captain. At the moment, he led a grenadier company, which was the highest honor among infantry officers. For the past few years, his company was tasked with protecting the Austrian borders on the edge of Bavaria. Due to the peace agreement with Duke Dieter of Bavaria, there had been little more than a few skirmishes with brigands trying to enter Austria from the chaotic region of Bavaria. Aside from that, his job was mainly facilitating the temporary housing of German refugees from the north. However, overnight, his peaceful world was shattered, as the leaders of Austria declared their independence from the Holy Roman Empire and the formation of the Kingdom of Austria. Such a decree was a bold slap to the emperor's face and the German dukes. As a grenadier company, his unit was fully mustered from their relaxed position and had begun shipping off to the Italian border. Though news had not yet arrived in the rest of the world about Austrian independence, King Berenger was not wasting time when it came to deploying his troops. Every soldier he could get to the Swiss and Italian borders was an advantage in the upcoming days of the conflict. At the moment Arnwald clutched the dog tags in his hand with a downcast expression on his visage. Though he had personally survived Berenger's wars, his comrade Bardo, who fought alongside him for so many years, had unfortunately perished in battle. As such, the captain never forgot the loss of the man who had come to be his best friend during their tenure in Berenger's armed forces. After nearly 3 years of peace, the Austrian armies were on the march again, and Arnwald prayed that he might live to see the future of his homeland and the glory he knew awaited it. If there was one comforting thought, it was the fact that King Berenger would once more be leading their armies into battle. The man reflected on the past and how at one point he had fought side by side with a man who was now king. The very idea filled him with pride, as a warrior and as an Austrian. As he thought about such things, Captain Arnwald marched alongside his soldiers to the songs of the marching band as they made their way from the Bavarian border to the Italian Alps. At a marching speed of 3.4 miles per hour, it would take them roughly 82 hours to reach the Italian border. However, there would need to be stops along the way, so it would take them approximately a week to arrive at their destination. By the time the emperor received word of the Austrians' declaration of independence, Berenger would already have an army had amassed at his enemy's borders. As for the navy of Austria, the sly young king had already begun to sail his forces towards the Venetian coast. However, that was a story for another time. As the soldiers marched towards Italy, they came across a small village within Austria. Like most villages, this one was protected by a nearby garrison. Upon seeing the men of Austria go to war, the women and children came out from their homes and laid flowers down in the street. Despite none of the men in this unit being from this village, the people of Austria showed respect for its warriors who fought for their sovereignty. As such, the men in uniform gazed upon the villagers with solemn expressions. None of them knew if they would survive the upcoming war, and thus they gazed upon many of the pretty young girls with lament in their hearts. Some of these soldiers were married with children, others were single, but these soldiers reflected on the lives they would live should they survive the remainder of the duration of their service. Eventually, the company of grenadiers stopped outside of this village and made camp for the night. They were not the only unit marching towards the Italian border, and as such, Arnwald approached his superior officer, who was smoking some hemp in the form of a cigarette. Berenger was not the only one who had formed a habit of calming himself with the properties of the miraculous flower, considering it did not cause a high effect. Berenger had begun processing a portion of his hemp flowers into cigarettes to distribute to his soldiers. After all, without tobacco, something would be needed to calm their nerves, and alcohol was forbidden in the field. Berenger was a massive fan of hemp. It was a miraculous material that could make several sustainable products, such as paper. Due to the benefits of hemp, Berenger had begun to grow more of the substance to make paper rather than cut down trees. As such, not only were the cigarettes filled with hemp, but they were rolled with hemp-based papers. When Arnwald entered the command tent and saw the colonel smoking, he immediately saluted. However, much to his surprise, the colonel lacked any form of formality and merely handed Arnwald one of his cigarettes. Upon seeing this, Arnwald grabbed a hold of the hemp cigarette and lit it with a match before smoking the substance. As he did so, his nerves calmed, and he began to report to his commanding officer. "Colonel, the troops have finished setting up the camp and are preparing for rest. Food has been distributed and sentries are on watch. Any man who attempts to desert will be captured and put before a firing squad." After hearing this, the colonel nodded. He was an old knight from the days of Sieghard's rule and, under Berenger, had seen the transformation of medieval warfare into the form of semi-modern war. As such, he was not surprised in the slightest that Berenger would be bold enough to declare himself King of Austria. Because Austria's military was among the largest in all of Europe and was undoubtedly the best armed and trained among them, there was no longer a need to be a part of the so-called Holy Roman Empire. As such, the man took a deep puff before releasing it. After doing so, he sighed heavily as he spoke to Arnwald with a complicated expression. 75,000 men marching to the drums of war. Have you ever seen anything like it, Captain Arnwald? Arnwald was surprised to hear the colonel speak in such a manner. As such, he contemplated on his words. Over the past year, Berenger's main focus in military matters was expanding the navy, but that did not mean he neglected the army. Austria could project 75,000 men onto the battlefield. However, that was not the total size of the army, as garrisons existed across every city and district within Austria, enough to defend their borders while the Grand Army was at war. After reflecting upon this, Arnwald responded to the colonel's question with another question. What do you think our chances of winning are? To this, the middle-aged man chuckled before responding with a confident glint in his steel-blue eyes. Unless that king of ours suddenly returns to the form of the sickly, foolish, and lazy brat he once was, I'd say the odds are heavily in our favor. Arnwald had nearly forgotten the rumors that plagued Berenger in his youth. After all, the man had proven them wrong in so many ways. It was not something one usually thought of when they heard the name Berenger von Kufstein. Not anymore, that is. However, as a knight in Siegfried's service, the colonel seemed to know the reality of the situation and, as such, began to scoff as he reflected on the past. If you were to tell me 5 years ago that Berenger von Kufstein would rise to the position of King of Austria within my lifetime, I would assume you were possessed. How that boy managed to change his destiny in such a short period, I will never know. Upon hearing this, Arnwald was naturally curious and thus asked the question on his mind. Were the old rumors true? In response to this, the colonel silently nodded with a bitter expression on his face. He knew talking about such things in any detail would only bring him trouble, and as such, he no longer dwelled upon it. Instead, he gave Arnwald his orders. Get some rest while you still can. This march of ours is about to be the last peaceful days you see for a while. With that said, Arnwald saluted the colonel before departing towards his tent. He spent the rest of his waking hours reflecting on what the colonel had said. With this, the captain's admiration for Berenger grew considerably more significant. After all, to go from a weak, petty, and indolent wastrel to the King of Austria in just a few years was beyond impressive. It was practically otherworldly. Chapter 302. Emptive strike. While Berenger's armies were marching towards the Swiss and Italian borders that Austria shared with the two realms, his navy was on a more important mission. One that Berenger had learned from the Imperial Japanese Navy in his previous life. In Berenger's previous life, Pearl Harbor was a term that every American citizen knew by the time they were out of elementary school. It was a degree of defeat and humiliation that the United States had never suffered before on its home front. As such, Berenger fully intended to learn from the preemptive strike the Japanese had taken against their rivals and utilize the same tactics to eradicate the fleets of his enemies. The young Austrian king, who had yet to be coronated, fully intended to take advantage of the time it took for the Holy Roman Emperor to receive his declaration of independence by striking at the heart of their naval support. With this in mind, Berenger had tasked his admiral to immediately sail the fleet to the Italian coast, where Berenger intended to attack the Venetian and Genoan fleets while they were docked in the harbor. Admiral Emmerich was at the helm of the SMS Berenger, the first in the class of the 75 fifth-rate frigates constructed over the last year. By now, the Grand Austrian Navy had a total of 40,000 men among its ranks. Among these men, 33,750 were on board the ships as sailors, officers, or Marines. The armada of 75 frigates had a total of 3,324-pound cannons capable of launching explosive shells. The sheer degree of firepower that these ships possessed was unfathomable for this day and age. As such, Admiral Emmerich had split the fleet into two groups. The main fleet would comprise 38 frigates that would sail to the coast of Venice. The other group would consist of 37 vessels that would sail around the Italian peninsula and strike at Genoa's harbors. After nearly 14 hours of sailing at a speed of 13 knots, the main fleet had arrived at the Venetian coastline in the dead of night. Under cover of darkness, the Austrian fleet had snuck its way into the Venetian harbor without incident. At the moment, Emmerich was standing upon the helm of his ship, giving out a brief overview of the operation details to his officers. Every officer within the fleet was already aware of the attack plan, and as such, this was just a quick summary while the enlisted men got to work making preparations. We will set anchor here, 2,000 yards away from the coastline. Now that we are within range of the enemy's harbors, we will load our cannons and fire upon them, devastating the ships within the city. After annihilating both civilian and military vessels, we will turn our shells onto the harbor itself, destroying Venice's ability to receive and deploy ships. After we have destroyed the harbor, our guns will target the shipyards, making Venice utterly incapable of producing new vessels for the war effort. When the arsenal is in ruins, we will turn our cannons onto the castle itself, wiping out the command structure of the city. Any remaining shells will be fired into the industrial district of Venice. I want the Venetians to remember the price of conspiring against Austria. Let this forever be known as the day Austria struck first. With that said, the officers responded in the affirmative after they had received their orders. Aye, Admiral. After this, they quickly set about their tasks and began to load the 836 cannons facing the city of Venice. After all of the cannons were loaded among the 38 vessels, Emmerich grinned wickedly as he gave the order by shouting to the crew members of his ship, "Fire!" With those words, the cannons on the ship's side pointing towards the harbor immediately erupted as the explosive shells were sent from thousands of yards away onto the ports where most of the Venetian naval vessels were currently docked. The moment the SMS Beranger began to fire its cannons, the 37 other ships nearby unloaded their barrage onto the same target. Because the Venetians' vessels were treated with tar on their planks and ropes to preserve the materials, they were highly susceptible to fire. As such, when the explosive shells impacted the hundreds of ships docked in the harbor, the fires rapidly spread from the affected vessels to every ship in the port. Civilian and military vessels alike were lit ablaze, and those unfortunate enough to be on those vessels were either engulfed in the explosive blast or were burnt alive by the rapidly spreading flames. However, the bombardment did not stop with a single barrage as the cannons were rapidly reloaded and fired a second barrage onto the harbor. Not only did Emmerich plan to eradicate every single vessel docked at Venice, but he also planned outright to devastate the very foundations of the port itself. Thus the city bells began to ring as another barrage of cannon fire drowned out its tone with their thunderous echoes. It was as if hell itself had reared its ugly head upon the Venetians as the residents of the city of Venice gazed in horror at their mighty harbor, and the arsenal used to construct their fleet became engulfed fiery explosions. Because the Swiss agent who was sent to deliver the message to the Holy Roman Emperor was not granted a horse and had to travel on foot to the capital of the empire, Beranger had struck first and eradicated the majority of the Venetian navy. However, that was not the greatest insult to the Venetians. The fact that Beranger's naval forces had continued their bombardment onto the port, the shipyards, and the factories. The seafaring city was in an absolute state of humiliation the like they had never suffered. Despite this, Emmerich commanded the sailors to load the cannons and fire their barges onto the city. While doing so, the admiral laughed like a maniac as he roared along with the thunderous echoes that resounded from the hundreds of guns. Henceforth, this shall be my anthem. Despite his bold words, they went completely unnoticed by his crew as they were completely drowned out by the sound of the guns firing onto the city. While Emmerich was immersed in the site of the attack, the Venetian citizens who had survived the onslaught scrambled to put out the flames that had spread across their city. Despite their best efforts, the flames continued to spread, consuming life and property in the process. The sheer level of destruction that Emmerich had unleashed upon the city of Venice and its population was enough to be tried as a war criminal in Berenger's previous life. Despite this, Berenger would not punish the man. In fact, he might even give the man a commendation for his actions here on this night. It was only after half of the city was a smoldering ruin did the fleet finally run out of shells, and as such, they reeled in their anchors and set sail into the rising dawn back to the coast of Austria. Within a single night, Berenger's most significant rival on the Mediterranean had been brought to ruin. A year's worth of progress in building the largest armada in the world was blasted to the depths of the Adriatic Sea overnight. It would take decades for the Venetians to recover from this humiliation, and they would never forget what the Austrians had done this day. Though not all of the Venetian Navy's ships were present during the attack, the overwhelming majority of them were, thus significantly leveling the playing field in the number of vessels Austria would have to fight at sea. Though Venice was not the only target of the Austrian Navy, after all, Genoa would soon suffer a similar fate. With hundreds of ships at the Holy Roman Emperor's command destroyed in a matter of days, the empire would quickly find its most significant advantage against Austria snuffed out of existence before the war had even officially begun. As such, the first battle of the war for Austrian independence was a rousing success. By the time Emperor Balsamo Corsini heard of this news, he would be severely weakened in his ability to wage war against the Kingdom of Austria. Chapter 303, 302, Daily Life in Austria as the War for Austrian Independence began and the soldiers marched to war. The overwhelming majority of Austrians were relatively unfazed by the conflict at their borders. They were confident enough in their new king and his armies to defend their lands. After all, he had driven Bavaria's previous incursion from Austria's borders so rapidly. Now Berenger's army was more significant than ever, and the last few years of peace saw a massive military buildup in internal fortifications and garrisons. Despite Austria's neighbors being at war, it had never made its way into the citizens' daily lives, at least not since Berenger rose to power. As such, in the district of Kufstein, one man, in particular, was enjoying his daily life. The farming innovations that he had helped Berenger implement early on had paid off in the long run. His farm was now fully mechanized by Berenger's machinery, and it was among the first to do so. As such, he and his large family could operate thousands of acres of farmland by themselves. Gunther had used the wealth he gained from Berenger's innovations to purchase more and more farmland, to the point where he was not only growing agricultural products, but also a large amount of hemp. Hemp had become an essential resource in Berenger's newly established Kingdom of Austria. It was a versatile material that could be used in many aspects of daily life, including building resources and paper. Due to environmental concerns over implementing the Industrial Revolution several centuries earlier than in his previous life, Berenger had begun to slowly implement sustainable materials, such as hemp concrete, hemp paper, hemp clothing, and many other innovative uses for the fibrous material. As far as hempwood goes, Berenger would have to wait until he had access to soybeans, as the material used an eco-friendly soy-based adhesive to glue the plant fibers together in the form of hardwood. Otherwise, he would have already begun experimenting with the wood alternative in the form of sailing vessels. Due to the demand for the fibrous material, Gunther had become quite wealthy, and he was currently within the city of Kufstein's new expanded industrial district negotiating with a representative of Berenger's government for the right to lease a plot of land in Kufstein owned by Berenger for the purpose of opening a hemp-based paper factory. With the king away at war, the task fell to a knight's son known as Ingbert, who Berenger had previously used to establish a case against Lambert after the boy had attempted to assassinate Berenger on multiple occasions. Since the Kitzbühel border war, Ingbert has taken a step back from military affairs and focused on financial matters regarding Berenger's government. After being captured by the Baron of Kitzbühel and fearing for his life, the cowardly knight's son decided to return to civil affairs. Though his talent as an engineer was garbage, his knowledge of financial affairs proved to be the proper place for him in life, and, as such, Berenger tasked him with leasing portions of his land to would-be business owners. At the moment, Ingbert and Gunther were meeting at the plot of land that Gunther wished to lease from Berenger. The two men were gazing around the large tract of land that was sufficient to fit a 5,000-square-foot warehouse. After inspecting the plot for some time, Gunther smiled and nodded at Ingbert, who observed his actions. As he did so, he boldly declared his intent. "I will take it. How much is the rent?" Ingbert calculated the value based on the square feet of the property and then smiled before revealing 5 fingers. When he did so, Gunther was surprised at first and had to confirm his thoughts. 5 thalers. Ingbert began to laugh. He continued doing so for several minutes before shaking his head and responding with a stoic expression. 5 guldens. Gunther gasped as he heard this news. 5 guldens was no small sum for monthly rent, but when he thought about the prime real estate and the fact that it was one of the few plots left in Kufstein that could accommodate the factory that he desired to build, the farmer ultimately agreed to the price stated. Deal. With this, Gunther reached into a pouch he had brought with him and pulled out 5 golden coins, each one of them bearing the visage of Berenger on one side, with his coat of arms on the other. With this transaction completed, Ingbert smiled before informing Gunther of the terms for his lease. Fees are due on the 1st of the month. Since you are leasing industrial territory, the factory has to fulfill environmental regulations during its construction process. A government advisor will be assigned to you at your expense to make sure everything is up to code. After everything checks out, you will be permitted to purchase the land at a discount after 5 years of successful development. Are these terms acceptable? Gunther was already aware of the terms for leasing the property from Berenger. As such, he nodded his head in approval. Afterward, Ingbert handed over a ledger before confirming the agreement. Sign here, and you will be able to begin construction of your factory immediately. As such, Gunther read over the lease conditions thoroughly before he took a hold of the quill and ink provided to him and wrote down his signature. As an educated man in Kufstein and a member of the House of Representatives, he was more than capable of reading and writing. After he finished doing so, he handed the ledger back to Ingbert, who gave Gunther a small seal before explaining its function. This seal proves you are a factory owner here in the industrial district. Present this to the guards upon entry, and they will give you priority for entering the area. Other than that, if you don't have any questions for me, our business here is concluded. I hope that you can achieve success with this lot. With that said, Ingbert walked off the lot, leaving Gunther alone to stare at the vacant property. He was well prepared for the cost it would take to build a solid factory here on this plot of land, knowing after he had done so that he would make an even greater fortune for his family. Though he may not be nobility, one day soon he might become wealthier than all of the snobbish noblemen who had looked down upon him his entire life, and he only had one man to thank for such an opportunity, King Berenger von Kufstein. Without the young monarch's political and economic reforms, a man born a lowly peasant like Gunther would be forced to work the fields his entire life. Never in his wildest dreams did he believe that such change would come to Kufstein within his lifetime, let alone the whole of Austria. Because of the heights he had risen to, he had grown quite popular among the common people of Kufstein. Thus he was chosen as a representative for the government due to this rising popularity. He hoped to work hard in the future as a politician, as a farmer, as a factory owner, and as a father for the benefit of all people within the city of Kufstein and Austria as a whole. As such, the journey of this once lowly peasant was far from over. How far he would climb into this brave new world that Berenger was forging, only time would tell. Chapter 304, 303, Forward March. The light of dawn shone upon the southern border of Austria, within the Alps of Tyrol, in the Viscounty of Trent. Berenger stood upon a hill observing his army that was gathered below. A total of 50,000 men, armed in the unique quenched and hardened high-carbon blackened steel half-plate armor, stood in the valley overlooked by their king. Under the king's orders, the army had been split into two components: the Italian invasion force, which consisted of 50,000 men, while the Swiss invasion force consisted of 25,000 men. Berenger intended to use this war as an excuse to annex the Swiss Confederation. As such, he left the invasion of the Swiss Confederation to a competent general among his ranks. At the moment, Berenger wore his signature gilded three-quarters plate armor with a cavalier-style cloak made from Dalmatian fur draped across his left shoulder. The troops gathered below gazed upon his immaculate visage as he began to give his speech. Men of Austria, the Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire has engaged in attempted sabotage of our factories. In doing so, he has violated the rights bestowed upon us as vassals. Thus I, King Berenger, first of my name, have formally declared our independence from the Holy Roman Empire. Today you stand as the royal army of Austria as we march into the lands of the oppressor who has sought to hamper our progress towards the new dawn. I will not lie to you. The road will be bloody, but in the end, our people shall be free to pursue their destiny as a great power in Europe. God with us. The moment Berenger said his battle cry while saluting the 50,000 men standing below his plateau, all they began to chant the words in unison, echoing into the dawn while returning the salute to their king. God with us. God with us. God with us. Such was the sight on the Austro-Italian border as Berenger's men prepared for an invasion into their enemy's homeland. Afterward, Berenger gave the order to his troops. Forward march. It had been some time since Berenger's declaration of independence reached the emperor, and even longer since his preemptive strike on Venice and Genoa, as such war was inevitable. Berenger had mustered his forces at his enemy's border far quicker than the Italians could rally their own troops. Thus, the Austrians entered Italy without confrontation. As the soldiers began to march, Berenger mounted his trusty steed and soon found himself marching at the front of his army. The sight of 50,000 men entering northern Italy would be terrifying to anyone who witnessed such a thing. Such a massive army was rare in Europe during this time frame, especially considering how well-equipped and trained the Royal Austrian Army was. The Austrians marched for some time before they encountered any form of resistance. The first target of Berenger's campaign against the Holy Roman Empire would be the city of Verona. After all, it was the nearest major city to the Trent border. It took a few days for Berenger to reach the ancient town. However, when they did, they noticed that the walls were well manned. The local noblemen had been preparing for Berenger's arrival by fortifying the city and abandoning the towns and villages to Austrian cruelty, utterly unaware that Berenger did not need to ransack such locations. After all, his logistical network spread to every corner of Austria. When considering the small distance between Trent and Verona, Berenger left the villagers in between the two cities untouched by the savagery of war. When the Royal Austrian Army arrived at the gates of Verona, they instantly began constructing a proper siege camp. With the introduction of Schmidt guns, Berenger chose to mount them on the trench lines that he established outside his base with the intent to effectively use the rapid-firing firearms, capable of utilizing canister shots to repel anyone suicidal enough to charge at his defenses. Aside from the Schmidt guns acting as defense of the encampment, 14 17 12-pounder cannons were also placed under the protection of the trench line while raised in an elevation necessary to fire over it. With this elevation, the cannons would still be able to efficiently target the city's walls. The beauty of the M1857 12-pounder Napoleon that Berenger had based his artillery off of was that it was versatile enough to act as both a field gun and a howitzer. It was more than capable enough to successfully fire arced shots at his enemy's defenses. However, Berenger did not immediately begin his bombardment. In fact, he wanted to wait until the next day to start his assault. After all, he had all the time in the world and would prefer that his soldiers received some proper rest before engaging in a siege. Instead, after the siege camp was effectively set up, Berenger began distributing rations, which, as per usual, was a wheat porridge-based dish. It was filled with beef, onions, and mushrooms. It was not much, but it was enough to feed the soldiers and was relatively easy to prepare. After eating alongside his soldiers, Berenger retired to his tent, where he began to strip his armor before climbing into bed. As he did so, a particular memory flashed in his head. It was the moment he said goodbye to his two lovers and his children, as well as his younger sister. Berenger was clad in his armor as he hugged his young son Hans. Though the boy was only 3 years old, he gazed at Berenger with an understanding expression. The only words the boy said to his father as he prepared to march to war were, "Be safe, father." As for Helga, she was still too young to speak and was in Linda's arms, who once more had a worried expression on her face. As Berenger kissed his infant daughter on her forehead, Linda spoke the words on her mind. "I will pray for you." For some reason, Berenger found this funny and chuckled lightly as he dragged the beautiful young woman into his arms. Linda was far from devout. However, if there was one time she prayed to the Lord God Almighty with any sense of sincerity, it was when her man went off to war. After he embraced his lover, he kissed her passionately before saying his departing words. "I love you." Linda responded in kind before letting go of Berenger's grasp. "I love you too." With that said, Berenger turned to Henrietta, where he patted her on the head. The girl instantly hugged him. Over the past few years, she had begun to grow into a beautiful young adolescent girl. Berenger would soon have to think about finding her a fiancé. However, such thoughts were interrupted as the girl began to cry into Berenger's steel-plated chest. "Be safe, dearest brother." In response to this, Berenger hugged his little sister before replying to her. "I promise I will return safe and sound." After a few moments, Berenger forced himself out of Henrietta's grasp as he walked over to Anuria and grasped a hold of her hand before walking out the door of the building. He said his goodbyes to her as they approached the river port of Kufstein. Anuria had a far more critical job while Berenger was at war, leading her crew of salty wenches as they raided the Italian shipping vessels. As such, Berenger kissed her goodbye at the entrance to her ship in front of all her crew members. Elfrun in particular looked away in disgust as she saw Anuria fall for such a playboy once more. After making out with the gorgeous young princess, Berenger said the exact words that he left Linda with. "I love you, Anuria." In return, Anuria put on a smug smile before responding to Berenger's words with a snarky remark. "I know." After saying that, Anuria hopped out of Berenger's arms and onto her sloop of war, where she immediately began to depart. As the ship started to sail down the river and Berenger called out to her one last time, "Be careful." In response, Anuria smiled and blew a kiss to Berenger. It was only after the ship was out of sight that Berenger reunited with his army and departed for war. After reflecting upon the recent past, Berenger soon found himself asleep with a broad smile on his face. He would not awaken until the dawn of the next day, and when he did, it was to the sound of an artillery barrage going off. With such a thunderous noise acting as his alarm clock, Berenger knew that the siege of Verona had begun. Chapter 305-304. Gaining a foothold in the Swiss Confederation with the invasion of Italy underway, Berenger's efforts to conquer and annex the Swiss Confederation in his war for independence had also begun. Under the command of General Adelbrand von Salzburg, the Austrian armies had marched into the lands of their enemies with a total of 25,000 men. Adelbrand was promoted to the rank of general in the last few years of Austria's peacetime and military expansion. He had proven a competent commander during the defense of Salzburg from the Bavarian occupation of Austria. He also was loosely related to Berenger as the brother-in-law of Berenger's cousin Eva. After Berenger had liberated Austria from the Bavarians, the man immediately enlisted in the Austrian army during Berenger's brief regency over Austria. He had eventually gone through officer school and risen in the ranks quickly due to his natural talent as a military commander. This was his first major campaign as he marched the 25,000-man army into the Swiss Confederation with the intent of conquest. At the moment, the artillery was in the process of being set up, as Adelbrand's soldiers loaded their weapons with quick-loading tubes. Upon their invasion, they swiftly met a force of Swiss soldiers within the mountainous terrain. However, as the Austrians were preparing for battle, Adelbrand was surprised to see a white flag being flown by a representative of the Swiss forces flying the banner of the local nobleman within the province of Cha. Cha had long since been a home of the German reformist movement. When they saw the Austrian banners flying with the invasion force, the Count of Cha immediately began to negotiate his defection. If Berenger was fighting a war for independence against the Holy Roman Emperor, it was his duty as a devout reformist to aid that rebellion in any way he could. The Count of Cha, who only recently gained his position from the Archbishop of Cha, who had vacated after converting to the reformist religion, approached Adelbrand with his visor risen and a smile on his face. The man rode on horseback where he met Adelbrand in front of his army, utterly fearless of what the Austrians might do to him. The Count of Cha quickly declared his intentions as he greeted the Austrian general. "I am Count Rainer von Cha, ruler of this territory. As a devout reformist, I hereby surrender the county of Cha to Austria in the name of God and King Berenger. You are free to use my county as a base of operations for your war effort." When Adelbrand heard this, he was instantly shocked. He was not a devout reformist, nor did he have any loyalty to the Catholic Church. He respected military might, which was why he followed Berenger so passionately. To see a count so willingly surrender in the name of religious similarities was astonishing. As such, it took General Adelbrand several moments to find the words to speak. Eventually, he smiled before reaching his hand out as a friendly gesture. "I, General Adelbrand von Salzburg, formally accept your surrender. If your army would disarm yourselves, it would be most appreciated." Quite honestly, Adelbrand found the whole scenario hard to believe, and as such, he refused to fall into any trap. To his surprise, Count Rainer rode back to his army and gave them the orders he had received from Adelbrand, where the entire army threw their arms away and stripped their armor. After doing so, they knelt before the Austrian overlords as a sign of their submission. The Austrian soldiers were just as shocked as Adelbrand as they witnessed such a sight. Either this was the most elaborate ruse they had ever seen, or these Swiss soldiers were seriously devout reformists. With these two options in mind, Adelbrand proceeded with caution as he addressed the disarmed Swiss soldiers. "I accept your surrender and henceforth announce the annexation of the county of Cha into the Kingdom of Austria on behalf of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein. If you serve your new monarch honorably, I can assure you that the nobles among you may maintain your status within your new lives." As Wolfgang said this, the Swiss soldiers stood up in unison and saluted as they utilized the Austrian battle cry in response as an affirmation of their submission. "God with us." With that said, the Cha soldiers led the Austrians towards their fortresses, where they immediately came under the occupation of the Royal Austrian Army. As the army settled in, Adelbrand gathered intelligence of the Swiss Confederation and its military capabilities from Count Rainer. "So tell me, what is the strength of the Swiss armies? How many men will we be facing? Where are they located? What tactics will they be utilizing?" With this said, Count Rainer led the Austrian general into the war room, where he immediately pointed out the positions on the map of the Swiss armies. Aside from us and Cho, the Swiss Confederation has roughly 25,000 men at their disposal. These are mostly men at arms and knights that are similarly equipped to the mercenaries that Berenger defeated during the brief rebellion, those treacherous noblemen raised against him. Most of the armies are currently being gathered in Zurich up here. When they have rallied together, they will march on our position. My suggestion is to wait patiently and crush the main army in defense of Cha. Then, after they are utterly decimated, you will have free rein to conquer the small garrisons that litter the various major cities across the realm. Once those Swiss cities are defeated, the rest of the land will surrender with a simple show of force. What do you think? Although Adelbrand thought the plan was a good idea, he could not fully trust the Count of Che and his men, who had fully surrendered. As such, he shook his head before coming up with a different attack plan. You and your men will stay here and guard the border to Austria. I will lead my army to attack the enemy directly. Count Rainer could immediately tell that Adelbrand did not trust him, and he did not blame him. Surrendering to annexation without a fight was unheard of. However, he was a true believer in the reformist cause. Rainer believed that an independent homeland should be established for the movement, and as such, the man was more than happy to join his neighbors in Austria with who he shared a border as part of this envisioned reformist homeland. Thus he sighed heavily before agreeing to Adelbrand's plan. Trust could not be built overnight. All he could do was loyally abide by his commands and protect the Austrian border. With that said, the Austrian troops began to rest before they would depart the next day. Ever the cautious commander, Adelbrand left his troops on watch over the region and had given them specific instructions to be on the lookout for the Che soldiers' potential treachery. Despite expecting such a thing, it never manifested, and the Austrian soldiers were allowed a reprieve. With this, Austria had gained a foothold in the Swiss Confederation without firing a single shot. When the news finally spread to the Swiss Confederation about Che's betrayal, it would be far too late, as the Austrians would already be at their doorsteps. Chapter 306-305 A new era of naval warfare. While Berenger was invading northern Italy and laying siege to Verona, Adelbrand was marching his soldiers towards Zurich, where the Swiss army gathered. As for Anuria, she had already set sail from Kufstein and entered the Mediterranean via the Black Sea. She and her crew of salty wenches were prepared for their first encounter of naval warfare. Their target? Any sailing vessels that were flying the banners of a Holy Roman Empire state. Coincidentally enough, the moment they sailed into the Aegean Sea, they saw a ship flying the flag of Venice. While most of the Venetian naval and merchant fleets were decimated within the preemptive strike Emmerich had engaged in, there were still vessels already at sea that were spared their destruction. This merchant caravel, which had recently departed from Constantinople, was one of those ships. The 18-pound-long guns featured on the sloop of war known as Anuria's Revenge were not equipped with explosive shells. The reason for this was simple: such weapons were far too effective on wooden ships and would sink any form of loot to the depths of the sea. As such, Anuria's cannons were supplied with 18-pound cannonballs and chain shots, designed to take out the masts of any seafaring vessel and cripple their ability to sail, and this was precisely the munitions Anuria ordered her crew to load into the cannons. Load the chain shot and prepare to fire upon the target when we get in range. I want as many of the sailors taken alive as possible. The sloop of war, traveling roughly twice the speed of the caravel, quickly closed the distance. Judging by the Austrian flag that was being flown on its back, the Venetian sailors knew that their luck had run out. With this in mind, the crew began to pray to God as they began to load their bows and crossbows. However, Anuria's vessel was far from the range of such primitive weapons, and she quickly pulled up to the caravel's port side, where she gave a command to her cannoneers. Open fire. With that said, the 10 cannons on the port side opened fire as the linked cannonballs twirled through the air targeting the small caravel. Even though some of the chained shots missed their targets, more than enough had successfully hit the masts and, in doing so, crippled the vessel's sailing capability, leaving the Venetian caravel and its crew stranded in the water. Upon seeing this, Anuria's crewmates quickly began to load their 1421 repeating rifled flintlocks as they aimed the weapons in the direction of the Venetian sailors. The moment the sloop approached the derelict caravel, the Venetians began to fire their bows and crossbows upon Anuria and her crew. Seeing the bolts and arrows fly in her direction, Anuria, who was currently equipped in a half-plate breastplate and with Heraclius perched on her shoulder, gave the command to her crew to engage the enemy. Open fire. With this command, the wenches aboard Anuria's ship aimed their rifles, cocked back the actions, and fired their first shots. There were roughly 25 Venetian sailors on board the caravel. On the other hand, Anuria had over double that amount, who unleashed their fury on the hostile Venetians. A volley of lead bullets flew into the Venetian sailors and penetrated their flesh, spilling blood across the ship and into the sea below. More than one of these men fell lifeless into the depths of the Aegean Sea as the projectiles ripped through their hearts and skulls. After the first volley had taken place, the Venetians immediately dropped their weapons and surrendered. As such, the girls among Anuria's crew recocked their weapons before cautiously boarding the Venetian vessel. As they did so, they immediately bound the Venetian sailors. Their captain began to spew profanities at Anuria as she crossed over to the ship. "You fucking bitches! Do you have any idea who you are messing with? When the Doge finds out that you have attacked our ship, he will send the might of the Venetian navy after you. You will not be able to escape the wrath of Venice." The moment he said this, the women who now held these men captive began to laugh. They were already aware of the fate of the Venetian fleet before they even set sail. As for the Venetian captain, he had been at sea for too long. He was completely unaware of what had transpired. As such, he and his crew looked confused as they saw the women mocking them. Anuria backhanded the man fiercely before kneeling before him and explaining what the women found so funny. "The Venetian navy is lying at the depths of the Adriatic Sea. The Royal Austrian Navy sunk it along with half of your precious city weeks ago. All that's left are a few stragglers, and before long, they too will be mopped up. As for you and all the other merchant ships like you are fair game." The moment she said this, the captain spat on her pretty face and responded with another insult. "You're a fucking lying cunt. There's no way the Grand Armada of Venice could be destroyed so easily." In response to this insult to her integrity, Anuria coldly pulled out her pistol, cocked back the hammer, and shot the captain in the head. Maybe it was because of Berenger's influence, but the young Byzantine princess did not hesitate in the slightest to murder this man who had done nothing more than insulting her. Heraclius stared at Anuria with a look that conveyed his thoughts, which could be surmised with the phrase, "Was that necessary?" Anuria ignored the eagle's glare. As she did so, she wiped the spit from her face with her glove and kicked the corpse of the Venetian captain into the sea. After this was done, another hostage could not prevent himself from cursing the young princess. "Fucking pirates." When Anuria heard this, she gazed fiercely at the man, instantly shutting him up. As she did so, she reached into her pocket and pulled out a paper signed by the Berenger. She had a smug smile on her face as she educated the man about his ignorance. "Privateer, actually, this here is a letter of marque and reprisal from King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria, signifying that my crew and I can attack enemy shipping and naval vessels. In doing so, we are allowed to keep any loot we might come across. As for the rest of you, your hostages, we will take you back to Trieste where you will be ransomed off to whatever remains of your precious Venetian Republic." With that said, Anuria snapped at her compatriots as she bellowed her orders. lock them up in the brig, and transfer whatever treasure this vessel carries onto our own. We're going hunting." With this said, the privateers got to work. While all of this was going on, Elfrun had carried on a small crate filled with sticks of dynamite. As she placed it down on the deck, Anuria looked at her curiously before asking the question on her mind. "Elfrun, what are you doing?" To this, the young teenage girl smiled brightly before picking up one of the sticks of dynamite and holding a lighter that had been manufactured in Austria next to it. "I'm going to blow this ship up." The cute and excited expression on the girl's face did not match the violent words she had uttered. As such, Anuria was quite taken aback at first. However, after a few moments, Anuria began to break out in laughter. This caused Elfrun to pout in response. After calming herself down, Anuria walked over and hugged Elfrun tightly before responding to her claim. "Just make sure to do it after we have safely exited the vessel." Elfrun began to blush at the affectionate display. However, eventually, she embraced Anuria's gesture and closed her eyes while enjoying the moment. After a few seconds had passed, Anuria let go when she noticed Melissa had arrived. Melissa did not bother to question the scene in front of her and instead reported the crew's findings to Anuria. "We hit the jackpot, aside from some chests filled with hyperpyrons. We've got purple dye, loads of silk and cotton too. We also got some Indian spices and some rare animal skins. Evidently, they were on their way back from trading with Constantinople." When Anuria heard this, a pretty smile curved upon her luscious pink lips. She was delighted to know that their first take was so bountiful. As such, she asked the question on her mind. "Is everything transferred over?" In response to this, Melissa nodded silently. As such, Anuria commanded her crew. "Everyone, please get back to the ship. We are departing." After everyone was safely aboard and the vessel had begun to leave, Anuria tapped Elfrun's shoulder and smiled as she nodded silently. This was the cue the girl needed to start the fireworks. With a cruel smile on the girl's cute face, the pyromaniac lit the stick of TNT in her hands before tossing it on board the freshly ransacked caravel. The explosive compound landed perfectly in the stack of dynamite, where the fuse slowly began to consume itself. After Anuria's revenge had made its way to a safe distance, the stick of TNT detonated, causing a chain reaction with the other explosives, effectively blowing the small caravel to smithereens. As the explosion blasted the caravel apart amid the Aegean Sea, the crew of pirates gazed upon their victory with awe. They could hardly believe what they had just done. This crew of wenches had ushered in a new era of naval warfare. There was only one person to thank for such a thing, and that was King Berenger von Kufstein of Austria. Without his support to Anuria, these young women would never be able to feel the rush of adrenaline they had felt this day, nor would they ever see such wealth in their hands. Chapter 307-306 Catfight 3. While Berenger was away at war, one man was in Kufstein working exceptionally hard to cover for the king's absence. This man was Chancellor Otto von Grass. After the debacle with Lietbert, Berenger had selected someone else to act as chancellor. However, this man had utterly failed to live up to the task. Thus, when Berenger promoted his uncle and soon-to-be father-in-law to Marquis, he also gave him the position of chancellor, which in Berenger's kingdom was equivalent to the vice president. Otto had been working at home in Graz during his tenure as chancellor until now. After all, there was not much work that needed to be done in such a position. Now that Berenger was off at war, it was the chancellor's job to rule in his stead. Thus Otto had traveled to Kufstein with Adela in tow and was currently living within a chateau built within the city. Every day Adela would visit the castle of Kufstein, where she would interact with her rival Linda. She also played with her dear friend and cousin Henrietta, who had just begun to enter into her teenage years. At the moment Adela was in a meeting with Linda, The two young women were having a serious discussion now that they were alone for the first time in a long time. Adela had a calm expression on her face as she began to chastise Linda for her behavior that resulted in another child before Adela herself could marry her fiancé. You couldn't help yourself, could you? You just had to convince Berenger into giving you another child so soon, even though you knew there were still some years before he and I got married. That's selfish of you. You know that, right? I still have months before I can marry my fiancé, and in the meantime, he has given you his lover 2 children. Do you have any idea how envious that makes me? How long will this war last? What if he doesn't come home for a year or 2? If that is the case, then by the time I get married to him, your children will already be 5 and 3. How is that fair to me? In response to this line of questioning, Linda held her head high. She was exceptionally proud of her relationship with Berenger and felt no guilt for her actions. Seeing the smug grin on Linda's exquisite face, Adela sighed in defeat before placing her forehead in the palm of her hand. She sounded exhausted as she admitted defeat. Whatever, that's in the past. What I need to worry about now is Anuria. Just how much have the two of them been sleeping together? Do I need to worry about another bastard child being born before my own? The term bastard greatly pained Linda. However, she kept it to herself. Instead, a wicked smile curved itself upon the angelic beauty's lips as she thought of the question Adela asked. As such, Linda decided to punish the little fiancé for her cruel remarks. This did not go unnoticed by the shrewd girl, who confused Linda's smug expression as a sign that she knew something important. As such, a cold gaze spread across Adela's sapphire blue eyes as she glared at Linda with a stern expression. What are you telling me? Linda was aware of how many nights Berenger had spent with Anuria. Since his birthday nearly half a year ago, the man had been demanding that his 2 women share his bed with him at the same time. As such, there was not an intimate moment between Berenger and Anuria that the veteran spy master was unaware of, at least in recent history. With this in mind, Linda decided to play with Berenger's fiancé, who she thought of as nothing more than a naive little girl. Seeing Adela's reaction to the debauchery that Berenger engaged in with his 2 lovers every night would at the very least be entertaining to the young woman. I wouldn't worry about that if I were you. Berenger hasn't done anything that could get the girl pregnant. This answer confused Adela, as she was still young and innocent and was unaware that 3 people could share a bed, or how one could have sex without the risk of pregnancy. All she knew about procreation was the small details her parents had informed her of, which was nothing more than basic biology. As such, the young fiancé asked the question on her mind in a fit of fury. How could you possibly know that? Upon hearing this, Linda simply smiled before approaching the girl and whispering in her ear the grotesque details about how she and Anuria would service Berenger every night. Before long, Adela's cute face was flushed red with embarrassment. No matter how much Linda said, she could not pull herself away out of curiosity. After Linda had spent a few minutes explaining her usual nightly play with her master, she broke away from the girl with a satisfied expression. The embarrassed and shocked appearance of Adela was too cute, and Linda intended to enjoy every second of it. It took Adela a few moments to find the words to rebuke Linda. At first, she stammered over herself before gradually forming the words to chastise the vixen in front of her. Why? Why? You pervert. You're sick. There's no way Berenger would do such a thing. You have to be lying. However, Linda giggled in response to Adela's innocent reactions. To her, this was the best form of revenge for what the little girl had said about her children earlier. As such, she responded to Adela in an amorous tone. I am sure that after your wedding night, he will pressure you into joining the fun. I can't wait until I see the day, little sister. The moment Adela heard those words, she began to pout and reject Linda's statement. There was no way she could ever conceive of the idea of sleeping with Berenger along with his 2 lovers. It was simply out of the question. I will never do such a thing, even if Berenger asks it of me. That's just wrong. For so many reasons, how can you possibly live so sinfully? Are you not afraid that God will punish you? To think you would drag Berenger down into such filth with you. This comment only made Linda laugh even more. This statement was just too funny to her. As such, she laughed so hard that she nearly collapsed. After over 30 seconds of laughing, the young woman finally began to calm down and wiped the tears from her eyes. Adela, of course, was furious at this response and had grit her teeth while curling her fists as she struggled to contain her inner wrath when she asked about Linda's outrageous reaction. What's so funny? To this, Linda sighed before informing Adela of the reality. It was not me who suggested such a thing to begin with. Adela found this shocking. If it was not Linda, it could only be Honoria. However, Adela did not immediately pin the blame on the young princess. Instead, she asked the identity of the pervert who first thought up such wicked behavior. Then who was it? Linda struggled to contain her laughter as she anticipated Adela's expression when she heard this next piece of information. Well, Berenger had joked around about the idea a few times to me, but it was ultimately Honoria who came up with the plan to give him such a birthday gift. I had my reservations at first, but it was quite an enjoyable experience. I am sure you will join us soon enough. After all, I can tell that you are curious no matter how much you protest. After saying that, Linda walked past Adela, tapping her on the shoulder before leaving the room in silence. In doing so, she left Adela alone with nothing but her imagination about such a situation where she, Linda, Honoria, and Berenger all embraced one another. The more Adela thought about it, the more her mind went numb until she finally shook herself out of her stupor. At that moment, the little fiancée made a solemn vow to herself as she cursed Linda beneath her breath. I will never allow such a thing to happen. Just you watch, bitch. After saying this, Adela too left the room. However, unlike Linda, who had left in style, Adela had gone out in a tantrum. She could not believe Berenger had fallen to such depravity. As such, she made it her mission to bring Berenger back into the light. Whether she would teach the man she loved the error of his ways or fall to the depravity she resented was yet to be seen. Chapter 308, 307, Excessive Plunder. After having successfully raided the Venetian merchant vessel, Honoria and her crew had begun to set sail for Trieste. Austria did not have much coastline at the moment, and Trieste had formed the central trading hub. It was also the city with the largest harbor, as it held Austria's most significant shipyard. The haul that the crew of Honoria's Revenge had achieved was substantial. Not only did they manage to loot the wealth the merchants had gained from their recent trade with Byzantine merchants, but they also got a hold of the expensive items they were bringing back to Venice. On top of this, they got several prisoners to ransom back to Venice. If Venice refused to pay for their ransom, they would sell them to slavers within Constantinople for profit. Either way, there was money to be made with the captives. At the moment, Honoria was enjoying the beer Berenger had given to her. It was the standard drink prepared on board the vessel. In the middle of her captain's quarters, she was lying on her plushy feather mattress, which was covered with silk sheets. She immensely enjoyed the freedom of the seas, and she could not thank Berenger enough for fulfilling her dreams. The only thing she regretted was that her lover was off at war while she returned to his borders. If not for that, she might stop by Kufstein to engage in some fun with Berenger and Linda. However, Honoria's thoughts did not last long as she overheard a knock on her door. As such, she rose from her bed and walked over to the door. After opening it, she saw that Elfrun was standing at the entrance with an excited expression on her face. Before Honoria could inquire about it, Elfrun blurted out her news. "Captain, we have spotted a Genoan vessel. It appears to be a carrack. What are your orders?" Hearing that such a large merchant vessel was nearby brought a smile to Anuria's face as she immediately placed her bier upon her cupboard and grabbed a hold of her baldric, which contained her pistols and her sword. After slinging it over her shoulder, Anuria put on the cavalier hat Berenger had given her and smiled before giving her orders. "We're going to pillage it, of course." With this, Elfrun's excitement grew even further as she grabbed a hold of 2 grenades from her belt and rubbed them with anticipation. "I can't wait to use these bad boys." Seeing such a cute expression on the young adolescent girl's face as she talked about violence brought a smile to Anuria's own immaculate visage. As such, she grabbed a hold of the girl and stuffed her into her bosom before exclaiming, "Oh, my sweet little Elfrun. You're just too adorable." Elfrun did not deny the hug and nuzzled against Anuria's chest like a cute little kitten with a smile on her face. After a few moments, Anuria released the girl before dragging her up to the ship's deck as she began to shout her orders to her crew of salty wenches. "Prepare for battle. We are taking this carrack." With that said, the girls on board began to cheer as they loaded their weapons. Before long, the sloop of war that was Anuria's privateering vessel caught up with the Genoan carrack. With this in mind, Anuria immediately gave the order when they had successfully entered the firing range. "Fire at will." The moment Anuria gave this command, the 18-pound-long guns opened fire on the carrack with their solid shot. They did not intend to cripple or blow up the ship. A carrack was a mighty vessel capable of journeying from the Mediterranean to the Baltic, and as such, it was worth a fortune. If they could capture the vessel and repair it, they could sell it to the Byzantines or Granadans for a substantial sum. With this in mind, the cannons fired their solid cannonballs into the enemy vessel. Before the Genoans could even react, they found themselves being blasted apart. After the first volley of 10 cannonballs was propelled at the target, Anuria's crew rapidly began to reload the guns before once more firing the projectiles. With each cannonball, a bit more of the carrack was chipped away, and the Genoan sailors were forced to bilge the rising water within their vessel. This was an issue Anuria's ship did not have due to the watertight seal created from the galvanized steel-plated hull. The carrack was nearly defenseless from the cannon fire forced upon it by Anuria's vessel. After all, it utterly lacked in offensive weapons, aside from a few crossbows utilized by the sailors. The roughly 50 sailors aboard the Genoan vessel fired their crossbows at the enemy, but Anuria and her girls were well protected by the cover the ship's hull provided. As such, the women on board Anuria's Revenge fired their repeating flintlocks at the enemy sailors. The rate of fire, the effective range, and the damage these weapons were capable of was vastly superior to the crossbows used by the Genoan sailors. Before long, half of the Genoan sailors were dead, and they had begun to raise the white flag. After this action was completed, they disarmed themselves, and Anuria's crew lowered the planks, where they quickly boarded the vessel. After doing so, they began to restrain the surviving Genoan sailors. The crew of the carrack was surprised to see that the pirates who attacked them were all women. As such, the captain of the vessel began to bark at the lasses who had attacked his ship. "Which one of you bitches in charge?" The moment he said this, Anuria appeared before him with a cruel smirk on her face. She kicked the man in the gut in response to his statement before informing him of her status. "I am Captain Valeria Zanara, privateer licensed by the Kingdom of Austria to combat the enemies of His Majesty King Berenger. You will show me some respect." The man had just begun to recover from the violent reaction when he spat on the ground before further cursing the woman. "Fucking Austrians. They've now got women doing their dirty work. You fucking barbarians should learn your place." Anuria glared viciously at the captain of the Genoan vessel. These sailors had no respect for women or Berenger's people, and as such, they needed to be taught a lesson. Thus, a devilish idea formed in the princess's mind as she barked her orders. "Elfrun." With this, The little girl immediately jumped up from her spot and saluted Honoria. "Yes, Captain." A wicked grin formed across Honoria's immaculate visage as she asked Elfrun the question on her mind. "Do you think you have a grenade that can fit in this man's mouth?" Elfrun went from shock to a state of excitement as she matched Honoria's malicious smile before fumbling in her pockets. As she did so, she found a small steel ball filled with explosive powder and a fuse. The moment she pulled out the small explosive device, the little girl leaped with joy as she walked over to the Genoan captain and forced the grenade in his mouth with the fuse sticking out. After doing so, she gazed at Honoria, who nodded at her in response. Upon seeing this, Elfrun lit the fuse with her lighter before backing off from the blast zone. The captain's eyes opened wide as he tried to scream for help, but it was no use. The grenade was lodged between his jaw, and he could not quickly spit it out, nor could his cries for help reach the ears of his compatriots who were bound nearby. Witnessing such a horrific sight, the Genoan sailors began to scream for Honoria to stop. "Mercy. Show him mercy, please." Luckily, the fuse was a slow-lit match. Otherwise, the man's head would have exploded by now. As such, Honoria glanced over at Elfrun before asking the question on her mind. "What do you think? Should we show mercy?" With this, the little girl began to pout. She wanted to see the sight of the man's head explode, purely for scientific reasons, of course. However, after thinking about it, the girl thought it might be a bit too cruel and pulled the grenade out of the man's mouth before tossing it into the sea. After doing so, Elfrun realized that the man had quite literally pissed his pants in fear, and as such, the girl was disgusted before walking back to Honoria's side. It took the Genoan captain a few moments to come back to his senses before he gazed up at Honoria as if she were the devil. As he stared at the foreign beauty, a malicious smile spread across her visage before she leaned in and whispered to him. "Call me a bitch again, and I promise you the next time I will go through with it, do you understand?" The Genoan captain had shivers down his spine as he nodded silently towards the demonic woman in front of him. Afterward, Honoria called out to her crew. "You know the drill. Put them in the brig and plunder the vessel. Whatever, we can't take leave on the ship, after all. We're sailing this baby to port." With that said, the girls quickly got to work, locking up the prisoners and distributing the goods. Before long, the two ships were sailed side by Honoria's crew on their journey to Trieste. The gains they made on this day were substantial. One thing was sure, Honoria and her crew would be eating well tonight. Chapter 309-308. The Holy Roman Empire responds within the city of Florence. The doges of Venice and Genoa were kneeling before the Holy Roman Emperor. Emperor Balsamo Corsini was beyond livid after the preemptive strike Berenger had engaged in on his two most powerful vassals. The destruction of the majority of the Genoan and Venetian navies was a massive blow to imperial power, not just in the war against Austria, but across the Mediterranean as a whole. Besides this, Berenger had openly licensed pirates, or privateers as he referred to them, to attack what little shipping remained of empire. With this in mind, the emperor had called his two subordinates to the current capital of the empire with the intent of seeing how this crisis they were suffering could be salvaged. The Venetian doge was the first to speak his mind. "3/4 of my navy was destroyed in the attack on my harbor, along with well over half of my merchant fleet. The attack has laid waste to the pier itself. As such, Venice can no longer accept trade by sea without a port. If that were not bad enough, our shipyards were annihilated, and our factories have been reduced to rubble. Because of this, we cannot build new ships for God knows how long." The Venetian doge's face was flushed with anger, and his fists were curled as he shouted these words at the emperor. The attack was swift and unexpected. Berenger had purposely sent the Swiss agent without a horse to deliver the news of Austria's independence to the emperor. With the time it took the man to reach Florence, Berenger had engaged in preemptive strikes on Venice and Genoa and amassed an army at the Italian borders. The aftermath of these attacks had severely reduced the empire's ability to fight on the seas. The Genoan Doge was not in any better condition. Despite this, unlike his Venetian counterpart, he remained calm and collected as he informed the emperor of Genoa's losses. "We are in a similar situation. 80% of our armada now lies at the bottom of the Ligurian Sea. Our harbor is non-existent, and our ability to manufacture new ships has been crippled. We don't even possess the ability to repair the ships that remain. I must say, Your Majesty, we are poorly equipped to face the Austrian navy at sea." The emperor frowned as he heard this and tapped his armrest repeatedly as the noise echoed in the otherwise silent throne room. He could not believe that such an attack had occurred. Not only that, but the Austrians were now laying siege to Verona as he spoke to his vassals. Eventually, the emperor collected his thoughts before asking the question on his mind. "How many ships do we still have?" The Genoan and Venetian doges looked at one another before the Genoan doge answered the emperor's question. "Less than 300, Your Majesty." The emperor sighed when he heard this. If this was the case, then the empire as a whole had between 300 and 400 ships left available for combat. The losses they had suffered in Berenger's sneak attacks were an unmitigated disaster. As such, the emperor asked the following question on his mind: how many ships do the Austrians have at their disposal? The Venetian doge was the one to speak as he gave a rough estimate of the Austrian naval power. In their navy? About 75. However, there also appears to be a half-dozen of these so-called privateers attacking any imperial merchant vessel they can get their hands on. So it is closer to 80 in total. The problem is the Austrian ships are larger and carry far more cannons on board. We don't know the exact number, but they should have thousands of cannons on their 80 or so ships. The emperor gripped his armrest tightly when he heard this report. He gritted his teeth as he struggled to contain his inner fury. Eventually, he calmed himself down before inquiring about information on the firepower that their remaining fleet possessed. "And pray tell, how many cannons do we have on board our vessels?" The Venetian and Genoan doges looked at one another with fear in their eyes. The two men were terrified to answer the question. Ultimately, the Genoan doge mustered the courage to reveal the truth of the matter to the already agitated emperor. "Less than 1,500 in total. The Austrians may have fewer vessels than we do, but their firepower and speed are vastly superior to ours. To engage them in direct conflict is suicidal." This was not the news the emperor wanted to hear. However, it was real, and he was forced to deal with it. As such, the emperor sighed heavily as he placed his face in the palm of his hands while struggling to come up with a solution for the crisis they were facing. What are the odds of us being able to attack their shipping? If we can return the favor and cripple their economy, then surely we might be able to turn the tides of war around. In response to this question, the Venetian doge was far from calm on this matter as he immediately objected to the notion's feasibility. "Impossible. The Austrian merchant vessels travel at an incredible speed. They are capable of close to 3 times the speed of our ships. There is no feasible method that we can use to pursue them effectively." When Balsamo heard this, he began to grind his teeth in discontent. It appeared as if he were out of options at this point. However, he outright refused to abandon the naval aspect of warfare with the Austrians, and as such, he began to ask for suggestions from the 2 naval experts in the room. "Tell me then, how do you suggest we most effectively utilize our remaining naval power?" With this said, the Genoan doge immediately presented what he believed to be the most efficient use of their ships. "We should use our remaining naval vessels as escorts to our merchant ships. With such a large number of warships protecting our trading fleet, the Austrian pirates will have to think twice about attacking them." Having heard this, the Venetian doge nodded as he voiced support for the proposed plan. "If we cannot protect our merchants, then our economy will crumble, and we will not be able to sustain the war effort against Austria. I support my Genoan counterpart's plan of action. It was quite possibly the first time these two men had agreed on anything, and as such, the emperor was quite surprised. Thus, he sighed heavily before making a decision. We will do as you suggest then. I would like to see how daring these privateers are when a naval escort protects our merchant fleet. After this was said, the two doges nodded their heads in firm resolve. They would immediately relay the orders to their remaining warships to protect merchant convoys at all costs. As such, the emperor dismissed his two vassals so they could make the appropriate preparations. As for the emperor, he sighed heavily as he thought about the numerous problems with the war for Austrian independence. While he was sulking in his thoughts, a general came into the fray and handed the emperor a report from the battlefield in the Swiss Confederation. The moment the emperor finished reading the report, he tore it apart in a fit of rage as he chastised his general heavily. The county of Cha has surrendered without a fight? What lunacy is this? The general bowed his head respectfully as he tried to appease the enraged emperor. Your Majesty, the county of Cha is a hotbed of reformist thought. It does not surprise me in the least that they would defect to Berenger's cause. If this is the case in Cha, it could prove to be a potential reality in other parts of the empire that have begun to embrace the German Reformation. The emperor struggled to maintain his dignity as he heard this observation and ultimately failed to do so as he lashed out at his general. These damned heretics. The fact that you refer to them as reformists shows where your loyalties truly lie. Get out of my sight before I have you executed. The general was shocked to see the emperor behave in such a manner. He was utterly unaware of the conversation that had just taken place and had no way of knowing that the poor news he brought to the emperor was just the icing on the cake. Despite his reservations over his mistreatment, he merely bowed respectfully in response to the emperor's request. With his departure, the general left behind the words, "As you command, Your Majesty." In the end, the emperor was left alone, seething in his enraged state as his world began to collapse around him. The truth of the matter was, with half of the empire already embroiled in a state of conflict, the emperor was not ready to fight a war with Austria. The Italians had yet to muster their army in its entirety, and 50,000 Austrians were already laying siege to Verona. By the time the Italians could rally their forces to combat the threat, half of northern Italy was likely to be taken by the Royal Austrian Army. The emperor may be quick to anger, but he knew well enough that if he met the Austrians in the field, only death awaited him and his men. With this in mind, the emperor began to construct a plot to slow down the Austrian advance and buy him the time necessary to build an army large enough to counter the Austrian invasion of Italy. Chapter 310, 309, For King and Fatherland. Berenger awoke to the thunderous echoes of cannon fire from among his encampment. The weapons went off the moment the sun rose in the sky above the city of Verona. In his army of 50,000 men, Berenger had 3 entire brigades dedicated to artillery that was a total of 12,000 men and 210 field guns. If one were to take his entire army into consideration, Berenger had a total of 5 artillery brigades, 2 of which were currently located in the Swiss Confederation along with Adele Brand and the rest of his forces. Out of 75,000 men, 20,000 of them were dedicated to artillery, with the remaining 55,000 being a mix of infantry and cavalry. That meant that Berenger had a total of 350 artillery pieces in his entire army, most of these being 14, 17, 12-pounds cannons. With these 210 cannons fielded in Berenger's current army, which had a rate of fire of 1 round per minute, he was capable of bombarding a region with 12,600 explosive shells in an hour. As such, the city walls of Verona fell before the population dwelling within had even consumed breakfast. As the northern wall crumbled to the ground from the hellish bombardment, Berenger stood among his forces, clad in his gilded black 3/4 plate armor. He held his burgonet under his arm as he addressed his soldiers gathered in the field. Men of Austria, We have many goals here in Italy, and that is not simply to force the emperor to recognize the independence of the fatherland. With this war, we have been granted an opportunity for the expansion of our people's wealth and prosperity. In this city, and every city like it here in northern Italy, lies a trove of wealth that few countries have ever amassed. There is gold, there is silver, and we will take it all. Now my rules of war still apply to each and every one of you. However, what I ask of you here today in Verona is to plunder every item of value from this city and bring it back to Austria. We will smelt the silver and gold into our currency and stimulate the growth of our economy, which has already begun to stagnate. Anyone who tries to stop you in your actions is to be considered an adversary and should be treated as such. God with us. The moment Berenger finished his passionate speech, the army of 50,000 soldiers gathered around him began chanting their war cry. God with us! God with us! God with us! After saying this, Berenger placed his burgonet on his head and unsheathed his sword before leading the charge into the rubble that once was the city's northern wall. As he charged into the fray, he noticed the few thousand defenders gathered among the rubble, preparing to lay down their lives in defense of the city and the people within it. As such, Berenger halted and allowed his soldiers to form ranks, where a battalion of grenadiers fired their shots into the crowd. The moment they did so, the lead projectiles found their way downrange and into the men who had gathered before them, piercing through their iron armor as if it were a knife passing through butter, and with it turning their armor into bloody sieves. For good measure, the grenadiers followed the volley by lobbing their grenades at the enemy. After 1,000 grenades went of those were left standing were either blown apart along with their fallen comrades or rendered in a condition unfit for battle. In a matter of seconds, the only thing that stood in the Austrians' way was sorely defeated. In response to this, the battalion who had fired their shots reloaded their weapons, as the other infantry battalions rushed into the fray. Berenger stood back among his grenadiers as he allowed them to reload their weapons in a matter of seconds with their quick-loading tubes. After doing so, they advanced over the piles of mutilated corpses and into the city of Verona, where the chaotic scene displayed itself. While Berniger's troops were disciplined thoroughly, to the point where killing or raping civilians was strictly off-limits, they had been ordered to ransack the city, and as such, they behaved like a horde of barbarians, kicking down doors and tearing the houses apart looking for anything of value. Those few citizens who dared to resist found themselves gunned down or ran through with a bayonet. In this chaotic time, the denizens of Verona found themselves gazing in horror as their city was torn apart by a horde of Austrian soldiers. Berenger personally led his troops to the area he knew to be stashed with the most significant amount of wealth, and that was the city's cathedral. When he kicked down the door to the church, the priests and citizens who had taken refuge inside gazed upon the Austrians with horror, as if they were the same barbarians who tore Rome apart centuries ago. The priest immediately approached Berenger and got in his path as he entered the building, holding a cross in his face and proclaiming the cathedral to be unassailable. "This is holy ground. You devils cannot be here. Turn back or face the wrath of God." Upon this priest's neck was a golden crucifix worth a substantial sum, and as such Berenger gazed at the men with a wicked smile before grabbing a hold of him by the necklace. As he did so, he stared into the priest's eyes before mocking him. "Relax, I'm not here for your worthless lives, only the wealth you church hoards away." With this said, Berenger ripped the golden crucifix from the priest's neck before knocking him out with a solid punch. The steel gauntlet on Berenger's hand aided in the desired effect. As the priest tumbled to the ground, Berenger caught a hold of him to make sure he did not crack his skull on the wooden pews and gently laid him to the ground. As he did so, the crowd of civilians shrieked in horror. However, Berenger simply ignored them before commanding his grenadiers to strip the cathedral of its wealth. Take everything of value, and leave the people be unless they make an attempt on your life. Do no harm unto them." With this said, the Austrian soldiers began to tear down the crucifixes, stash away the chalices, and even tore down the golden statue of Christ himself before carrying it away. After everything of value from the church had been seized, Berenger and his troops left the cathedral in a bare state, with the civilians inside bawling like children. It did not take an army of 50,000 men long to ransack everything of worth within the city of Verona, and they had turned the city upside down in the process. After acquiring every small piece of gold and silver and transferring it into a giant pile outside the city, Berenger stood before his troops and gazed upon the wealth that Verona had stashed away. An avaricious smirk was spread upon the young monarch's face as he witnessed the spoils of war. Yet it was not enough. The true prize was in the city of Florence, for there lay an exceptionally wealthy family of bankers who had the fortune to rival even Berenger. This family was not yet nobility, and yet they held enough wealth to finance Berenger's enemies, that being the entirety of the Catholic Church. Berenger's true goal in this war was not something as simple as independence. It was to strip away every bit of gold and silver the Medici had stashed away, and cripple the Vatican's ability to finance a crusade against him. Austrian independence and the establishment of a separate northern Italian kingdom as a protectorate beneath his suzerainty was secondary to acquiring the vast fortune of the Medicis. However, those were plans for the near future. For now, Berenger had other thoughts in mind. As such, he gave yet another impassioned speech to his troops as they gazed upon the wealth they had acquired from Venice with greed. "Any man among you who has through a moment of weakness stashed away some spoils gained in this battle, step forward and add it to the pile, and I will grant you impunity. I know the hearts of men. I too have the instinct to hoard this pile of gold away in some corner of Austria, never allowing it to see the light of day. Yet I am strong enough in my conviction to utilize every speck of wealth we have gained here on this day, and in our future campaign in Italy for one single purpose: the minting of currency. I will not lie to you. Our kingdom faces economic stagnation. There is not enough gold and silver to go around to fill the pockets of the people of Austria who work every day for a better future. This wealth is intended not for my personal fortune, but for the prosperity of all Austrians. So, those among you who have stashed away some of the gains you have found within the city, I implore you once more to step forward and add it to the pile, if not for yourselves, then for the good of kingdom." There was silence for some time until one man, in particular, walked forward. This man was Captain Arnwald. He was a man respected by the soldiers under his command. As Berenger had said, in a moment of weakness, he had stashed away a small pouch filled with gold coins within his belt's congeners. After the man had emptied the pouch of coins into the vast pile, it did not take long before more men followed suit and emptied their hidden wealth onto the pile. Before long, over half the army had done so, until not a single missing piece of treasure remained in the hands of his soldiers. As Berenger saw this, he nodded his head and smiled upon his men. In doing so, he made them a solemn vow. "For your loyalty and faith in your fatherland, I will make you a promise here on this day. Every single piece of this treasure shall be used to invest in the future of the Kingdom of Austria. With it you and your families shall see greater heights of prosperity. Make no mistake, you all shall see your fair share of the spoils we gain in this war." After saying this, Arnwald saluted Berenger and voiced his chant, "For King and Fatherland." After saying so, the entire army repeated these words in unison. After this speech was over, Berenger had every piece of treasure that was pooled in the pile recorded, and then sent a convoy of 5,000 men to ensure its safe return to the royal treasury of Austria. Berenger would stay true to his vow and use the vast stockpile of gold and silver by smelting it down into the pure currency he had established. In doing so, he was able to temporarily stall the stagnation issues his economy was currently facing, and do so bring greater prosperity to all of Austria. Chapter 311, 310, Selling Stolen Goods. After Anuria and her crew had attacked and ransacked two imperial vessels, they immediately made their way to the port of Trieste. Trieste quickly became a significant trading hub within Austria, as it was the realm's largest harbor. After several days of sailing, Anuria and her crew finally arrived within the city, where they intended to sell the goods they had captured for a fair price. As such, Anuria, with Melissa and Elfrun by her side, stepped off of the vessel and began to search the marketplace for an appropriate buyer. The rest of her crew were waiting on board the vessels, guarding the prisoners and waiting for their pay so that they could get in a little R&R. After strolling through the markets of Trieste for some time, Anuria came across a textile trader. The Granadon merchant was stunned to see a group of women dressed in pants and clad with weapon belts walking around in the Trieste market. His first instinct was to ignore the three women. Fortunately for him, they began to approach the merchant, and as such, he let out a sigh before putting on a friendly facade. "How can I help you?" With this in mind, Anuria took out two shipping manifests that she had captured from the imperial vessels. "We have these goods to sell. I am sure you might be interested in our wares." The merchant looked through the items listed on the manifests. Initially, he had a dull expression. However, when he gazed across their contents, his dark eyes quickly shined with avarice. The goods on this manifest were of the highest quality of Byzantine silk and Indian cotton. It was not easy for a merchant from Granadon like him to get a hold of such items, and as such, he was greatly interested in bringing the materials back to the emirate to sell for a profit. Of course, silk and cotton were not the only things that caught his interest. The purple dye was the most attractive of all the goods that the women had to offer. After thinking about it for a few moments, the merchant began to inquire about the origins of such fine materials. "Where did you get such exquisite items?" If these goods were stolen, it could cause quite some difficulty to the man, and judging by the attire these women were dressed in, they likely weren't merchants. However, to the man's surprise, Anuria pulled out a letter and handed it to the man. This piece of parchment was the letter of marque and reprisal that Berenger had signed, permitting Anuria to engage in piracy against the Kingdom of Austria's enemies. By now, the term privateer had become quite notorious among the merchants of the Mediterranean. Berenger's introduction of privateering was an action heavily criticized by various states who had coastlines within the region. Despite these protests, many merchants were willing to purchase such wares as they could be resold at a substantially higher rate in their home countries. As such, the merchant was far from reluctant to buy the goods. If anything, it was in his favor that these women had found him to fence their ill-gotten gains. After thinking about it for some time, the man raised two fingers to name his price for the goods. "I will pay 10,000 Austrian thalers for the cotton and silk. As for the purple dye, I am greatly interested in it, but the cost is negotiable." Upon hearing the merchant's offer, Anuria discussed the costs with her crew members. "I think it is a good deal. That is a substantial sum and is slightly below market value. After all, the merchant has to resell the goods to make a profit. As for the purple dye, we have 5 pounds of the substance, and the dye is worth 3 times its weight in gold. As such, we should demand guldens in exchange for it." Melissa nodded her head in agreement. The gulden was used for large transactions such as this, and they highly doubted the merchant had 107,143 Austrian thalers lying around. As such, she quickly agreed to Anuria's proposal. "I agree. The gulden is better to trade with. The amount of dye we have is worth roughly 1,530 Austrian guldens. This is a fortune. We should ask for 1,500, so he can still make a decent profit." Elfrun was primarily left out of the conversation. As such, Anuria and Melissa agreed to pose their offer to the Granadon merchant. Anuria put on a confident facade as she did so. "My offer is 1,500 guldens. If you don't like it, I am sure that other merchants would kill for the opportunity to buy such a stockpile of purple dye for the price I have offered. The merchant knew the market value of such a precious substance, and it could be sold for an even greater price in Granada than here in Austria. After all, relations between Granada and Byzantium were complicated to say the least, as such trade between the two nations had suffered greatly over the years. Very well, if you would transfer the materials to my vessel, I will meet you there with the promised sum. It is a pleasure doing business with you girls. After saying this, the man gave them the information on the location to meet up, and Anuria and the others returned to their ship, where they began to gather the resources for the trade. Just by selling the textiles and dye, they had gained a substantial profit. If deposited into the National Bank of Austria, they could withdraw the amount of value from the Austrian guldens in their thaler equivalent, roughly 490 Austrian thalers per Austrian gulden. Before long, the members of Anuria's crew handed over the goods in exchange for several chests filled with Austrian thalers and guldens. After carefully calculating the goods and checking to see if there were any counterfeits, Anuria accepted the transaction. After returning to the sloop of war known as Anuria's Revenge, the crew gathered around the multiple chests filled with the large silver and gold coins. They could not believe their eyes as they gazed upon the pile of wealth. The wealth sitting before them was enough to buy a manor for several of the crew members and retire peacefully. However, greed was a natural human instinct. After seeing how much fortune they had gained without suffering any casualties, not a single woman among Anuria's crew desired to retire after a mere 2 battles. Silver and gold had an unnatural effect on the human mind. Men and women alike would be willing to stab their siblings in the back for more of the substance. However, rather than turn on each other, these women desired to raid the merchants of the Holy Roman Empire. Reflecting upon her own internal desire to do so, Anuria decided to give a speech to her crew. We will be distributing the wealth we have gained to each member of the crew in equal shares. We are all one family on board Anuria's Revenge, and thus we will share our fortune equally. You may do what you wish when it comes to your wealth. However, I will be depositing my share into the National Bank of Austria under an account in my name, and I advise you to do the same. It is far safer under the protection of the Austrian crown than it is hidden away in some far corner of the world. After saying this, not a single woman among the gathered crew members could disagree with Anuria's words. They were privateers licensed by the Austrian crown and afforded legal protection in that regard. They were no mere pirates, thus they did not have to worry about their assets being seized by the government. Before long, Anuria and her crew had sold all of their goods, including the carrack they had gained from the Genoan merchants, amassing a substantial fortune on their first run. With this in mind, Anuria kept her word and divided the shares equally among her crew members. This was the result of the first of many pillages that the wenches of Anuria's Revenge would engage in during the Austrian War for Independence. Chapter 312, 311. The Italians strike back while Berenger was marching on to his next target, which was the city of Milan. His supply routes were being maintained by the 5,000 soldiers who had transferred the treasure hoard gained from ransacking Verona. These men were dedicated to ensuring that the main army was well supplied and that any spoils were transported back to the royal treasury in Kufstein. However, due to the nature of their mission, they swiftly became targeted by the Italian forces. Because the Italians could not contend with Austria in the field, they had begun to resort to skirmishing tactics against their enemies' scouting regiments. Since this was the way that they had chosen to engage in warfare, Berenger had devised a series of search and destroy tactics to hunt down the ambushers in advance of his march. As for the logistical network, Berenger had increased the number of soldiers among their ranks from 5,000 to 5,500, adding a few scouts with them to ensure that the path ahead was secure. At the moment, this force of soldiers was led by the colonel, who was Captain Arnwald's superior officer, with Arnwald's grenadier unit acting as the central offensive unit within their ranks. Currently, this supply caravan was in the middle of their encampment, within the fields between the Italian Alps and Milan. It was early morning, and the men had just woken up. They were in the process of tearing down the camp so that they could begin their long march to Milan, where Berenger's main army was sure to be located. Captain Arnwald was sharing a hemp cigarette between himself and the colonel as they discussed their plans over a map within the command tent. Our supply route should lead us safely to the front lines where we can resupply King Berenger and his forces. The scouts have spotted ahead, and they have assured us that there are no traps or ambushes laid out within our path. Give it another day or two, and we should have arrived at our destination without incident. Arnwald, on the other hand, was not convinced. Things had been quiet since they had begun their journey back to the front lines. Over a week had passed since the siege of Verona, and during this time, they had traveled to Kufstein and back. Yet not once had they encountered an enemy ambush or any attempt at it. It was mind-boggling. After all, the best tactic the Italians could come up with to slow down the Austrian advance was ambushing smaller units detached from the main Austrian army. Despite being separated from the main force and tasked with the essential job of maintaining the supply routes into Italy, the Italians had seemingly ignored their intrusion. It was almost as if they were watching and waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike while the Austrians least expected it. This made Arnwald quite paranoid, as he was confident the Italians would have targeted the Austrian logistical network. Regardless, neither the scouts nor the intelligence agency had informed them of any nearby hostiles. As Arnwald and the colonel discussed their plans for the remainder of their journey, an unarmored Italian knight dressed in simple attire was located in the distance, overlooking the Austrian encampment from the hilltops above. The Italian crown had become aware of the infiltration into northern Italy by Berenger's spy network. In response to this threat, the Italians had adopted a compelling tactic. They had begun to shed their arms and armor and travel under the guise of refugee and merchant caravans. After all, their armor was practically useless in the face of Austria's wonder weapons. The difference between these caravans and actual refugee groups was that they were comprised of the battle-hardened soldiers of Italy and their hidden arms, which were needed to ambush the Austrian armies. They had even brought women and children along with them to make things convincing, not fearing what would happen to the poor souls once the battle had erupted. After carefully observing the Austrian encampment and the soldiers within it for some time, the Italian knight rode his horse back to his unit, where he informed his commanding officers of what he had discovered. Since the Austrians were in the middle of tearing down their camp, it was the perfect time to ambush them. Before long, this so-called refugee convoy approached the Austrian forces, who were in the middle of preparing to move out. Because of this, there were only a few men on guard, and as such, it took some time before the Italian caravan was spotted between the hillsides of the Milanese plains. When the Austrians finally realized that an unknown caravan was approaching, the guards lowered their weapons towards the approaching strangers. However, before they could utter their commands, the men on horseback within the Italian forces unleashed their blades and charged towards the guards, piercing through their open-face helmets and reaping their lives. The moment the cavalry charged into the encampment, a large group of the Italian soldiers split off and began to swarm the Austrian soldiers before they could grab a hold of their weapons to retaliate. As the Italian men-at-arms charged towards the Austrian soldiers, arrows and bolts had begun to fly into the encampment. The camp quickly found itself wholly overrun with the Italian soldiers who began to butcher the Austrian soldiers that struggled to equip themselves in an attempt to counter the well-planned ambush. While chaos erupted in the camp, a soldier rushed into the command tent, informing the colonel and Captain Arnwald of the enemy ambush. "Sir, we are under attack." Both the colonel and Captain Arnwald gazed at each other with confusion. Just where did the enemy soldiers come from? Despite their questions, both officers knew now was not the time to ask, but instead, Firm action was needed to be taken if they wished to survive the enemy ambush. With this in mind, the colonel and Captain Arnwald burst from the command tent and began to rally their troops for battle. Form ranks. Grab your muskets and form ranks, damn it. Hearing the confident voice of their commanding officer pierce through the air was enough to snap the nearby soldiers into their senses, where their reflexes as battle-hardened veterans immediately took over. Now was the time for the extensive training they had been put through to truly reveal itself. The soldiers rushed into their tents, where they retrieved their 14-17/18 rifled muskets, along with their web gear that contained their munitions. Before long, the Austrians began to form ranks while firing upon the so-called refugees who had snuck into their encampment. Thousands of Austrians had now armed themselves with their muskets and began to effectively counter the Italian assault. As they rapidly reloaded their weapons and fired a second volley, the Italian forces were quickly cut to ribbons. As the battle continued to wage, Arnwald rallied his grenadiers, who fulfilled their purpose as the shock troops of the Austrian army. Without fear, they began to load their muskets and fire into the mob of Italian soldiers. After doing so, they lit their grenades and lobbed them into the fray. Once the grenades had exploded, killing hundreds of Italians in the process, they fixed their bayonets. Where the fearless grenadiers charged at the concussed soldiers of the Italian army, skewering them with the triangular steel blades, causing mortal wounds that were impossible to stitch up, leaving the Italians to bleed out in a pool of their bodily fluids. While this was going on, a few dozen Italian knights recovered muskets from the fallen Austrian soldiers. After doing so, they immediately mounted their horses and fled into the distance. The moment they did so, the remaining Italian soldiers took notice and began to retreat, providing cover to the knights as they escaped from the chaotic battlefield. The tides of war rapidly shifted in the Austrians' favor. As the Austrians regained their footing, the Italian ambushers were quickly slaughtered like a bunch of stray dogs. The battle had ended as soon as it had begun, with an overwhelming victory for the Austrian soldiers. Unfortunately, the knights had gotten away with a few dozen muskets, which they would undoubtedly bring back the Empire's engineers. One thing was sure, such a result would have far-reaching consequences about the leaking of technology and the advancements that Berenger's enemies would soon come to possess. The days of overwhelming technological dominance would quickly come to an end. If Berenger did not innovate his armies further, he would soon be combating forces with a similar military capacity to his own. Chapter 313, 312, Fall of Zurich. While the Austrian supply caravan had suffered many losses on their journey to the city of Milan due to the enemy ambush, Adelbrand had been marching towards the rally point of the Swiss forces within the city of Zurich. Until now, the Swiss had not tasted the power of steel and shot, and as such, they were fairly arrogant. Aside from the mercenaries who were wiped out during Berenger's rise to power, the Swiss had not become aware of the effectiveness of Berenger's weaponry and refused to believe that the Austrians had become superior to their mighty forces. As such, there was a degree of arrogance among the Swiss armies gathered in Zurich as they witnessed the Austrian soldiers clad in their black and gold equipment arriving outside their city's borders. The commander of the Swiss forces gathered in Zurich was the Duke of Zurich. He was the current head of the Swiss Confederation and was a man of renowned power within the Alpine state. As he gazed upon the gathering Austrian army below his ramparts, a smug smile formed on his face as he boldly declared the city's impregnability. "I don't care what wonder weapons these Austrians have allegedly created. They will not be able to penetrate through the mighty walls of my city." However, the moment the man said this, the echo of the 14, 17, 12 pounds artillery pieces roared through the air as the shells whistled by and detonated upon the mighty stone walls of the city. In a fit of cosmic irony, the section of the wall that the Duke of Zurich was standing upon was struck by one of these shells. The explosive impact crushed the ramparts and sent him spiraling below to his death. With each barrage fired, the stone walls were rapidly chipped away as the explosive blasts engulfed the material that they were comprised of. With 140 cannons unleashing hell upon the city's walls, it was only a matter of hours before they were brought to rubble, much to the chagrin of the Swiss defenders. As the Austrian soldiers came pouring over the rubble that was once the mighty walls of the city, deemed impregnable by the Duke of Zurich, the Swiss could hardly believe the sight. In such a short period, the city walls were brought to ruin, and the enemy had rushed into the fray. With their bayonets affixed, they formed ranks and fired on the stunned Swiss defenders. Adelbrand gazed upon his army from afar as they advanced into the city and engaged in battle with the Swiss soldiers who had gathered within its gates. Unfortunately, they arrived early and were battling only half of the troops the Swiss Confederation could manage to field. Without a shadow of a doubt, Zurich would fall on this day, and with it, half of the Swiss army. With this in mind, Adelbrand approached the front lines of the battle, where he witnessed the Austrian soldiers gunning down the Swiss spearmen who rushed towards the Austrian lines. They had not been informed that human wave tactics did not affect the Austrian army. As the Swiss stepped ever closer to the Austrian lines, smoke filled the air, and thunder echoed in the distance as thousands of guns went off in unison, shredding through the armor of the Swiss soldiers like a knife through butter, and tearing apart their internal organs. Blood and bones scattered across the battlefield with each volley, creating panic among the Swiss forces. In the height of their hubris, they had not believed for a moment that the Austrian weapons could so easily pierce through their high-quality armor. The Duke of Zurich was now buried beneath the rubble of the wall he was standing on, his head squashed like a melon as the giant piece of stone debris replaced where his skull once was. He had not survived the initial barrage and therefore could not rally the city's defenders behind him. With their chain of command broken, it did not take long for the Swiss soldiers to break ranks and flee from the city's rear gates, struggling to break through at the expense of their comrades' lives. Unlike in Italy, the plan was not to raid and plunder the cities of Switzerland for their worth. Instead, it was a matter of conquest and annexation. Thus, while Swiss soldiers fled the city rapidly, the Austrians secured the critical areas while leaving the civilians to their own devices. After a few hours, the battle had come to a close, and all resistance within the once mighty city of Zurich had fallen. The Austrian flag was slowly raised above its walls as Adelbrand gazed upon the setting sun with a stoic expression. While gazing off into the distance, his second-in-command approached him and relayed the information that he had received. Out of the 10,000 soldiers of the Swiss army who were stationed in Zurich, over half of them were killed in battle. As for our casualties, less than 1,000 men were wounded or killed in action. What are the plans for the deceased? Adelbrand sighed before shifting his attention from the beautiful sunset towards his executive officer. Bring the Austrians back to the fatherland and have them buried in the national cemetery. As for the Swiss soldiers, bury them most fittingly. We are here to rule over these people, and thus we should not make a mockery of their dead. The officer nodded his head in response to these orders. While he did so, he prepared to leave before remembering he had a note in his pocket that had arrived from the Italian front. With this in mind, he retrieved the letter and read its contents to General Adelbrand. The supply caravan tasked with providing logistical support to Berenger's army has been ambushed. They suffered minimal casualties, and a few dozen muskets were looted. Berenger has advised all forces that the enemy may disguise themselves as refugees or merchants, and that we should remain vigilant. It would appear the enemy has realized that they cannot contend with us in the field and thus are utilizing some unconventional tactics. After hearing this, Adelbrand sighed heavily before giving his orders to the officer. Double the protection of our logistical network and relay these orders to the officers in charge. I don't want any mishaps here on our campaign. If the Italians have adopted such tactics, it is only a matter of time before the Swiss do as well. After hearing this, the officer saluted General Adelbrand before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, sir." General Adelbrand returned the man's salute before giving him one last order for the day. Dismissed. With that having been said, the officer left the area where Adelbrand was standing, and the general was left by his lonesome, gazing off into the beautiful sunset that filled the sky with a unique blend of orange and purple light. Only one thought escaped the man's lips as he reflected on this new information he received. Looks like things won't be so boring after all. With these events, the war for Austrian independence had taken a new turn. The days of significant field battles and human wave tactics would soon come to an end, as the Italian and Swiss forces would engage in unconventional warfare against the numerically and technologically superior forces of the Royal Austrian Army. The Austrian occupation and annexation of Switzerland would become a long and brutal conflict, as the non-German population was sure to retaliate against the forces who presided over them with an iron fist. Berenger had no use of those who did not toe the line, and rebellion could not be tolerated. Despite the Austrian conquest of Zurich, the war for Switzerland had only just begun. Whether General Adelbrand could adapt to the new tactics employed by the enemy had yet to be seen. Chapter 3:14, 3:13, Keelhauled among the crew of Honoria's Revenge, one lass, in particular, stood out among the primarily European crew. This woman was named Naziha al-Fahmi. She was a woman from the Mamluk Sultanate who had made her way to Austria as a slave sometime earlier in her life. However, due to Berenger's legal reforms that outlawed slavery within the Kingdom of Austria, Naziha soon found herself accessible and incapable of working. After all, she was both a woman and a minority, and she was not afforded the privileges that the normal Austrians received. With nowhere to go in life, she had ended up selling her body to sustain herself within the city of Kufstein. After all, a foreign beauty was a highly desirable object by many of the patrons who visited the brothel where she had previously worked. Naziha was out purchasing supplies on one fateful day when she came across Princess Honoria, who had introduced herself as Valeria Zanara. The two ended up chatting for some time before the runaway princess gave Naziha an offer, one where she could live a life of freedom and fortune. After carefully considering the offer, Naziha had joined Valeria's crew. She did not mind that Valeria was a Byzantine, despite their two peoples being bitter enemies for centuries. After all, it was not like she was a member of the Byzantine aristocracy who was responsible for the numerous invasions into her people's lands. Or so she thought, and as such, she had been enjoying her time as a member of Honoria's crew. However, the more she utilized the weapons provided to her by the Austrian crown, the more she became convinced that such weapons needed to be smuggled into her homeland so that they could be used to repel the Byzantine invaders. Due to Austria's military aid, most of Egypt and Libya had fallen to the Byzantines. With it, the most economic regions of her homeland had fallen to their bitter enemies. As a profoundly patriotic woman, Naziha desired to aid her people in whatever way she could. Thus, while the crew of Honoria's Revenge was docked in the city of Benghazi to sell the loot they had acquired from the vessels they had recently ransacked, Naziha was undertaking another mission. Hidden beneath her cloak was one of the 1421 repeating flintlocks that Berenger had designed for Honoria's use. She was secretly heading to a clandestine meeting between herself and a representative of the Mamluk Sultanate. Unbeknownst to her, she had been followed by a mysterious agent in the shadows. For over a year now, Linda's spy network had expanded to Byzantium and the Mamluk Sultanate, with the opening of trade routes across the Mediterranean largely in part to Berenger's naval expansion. Opportunities for embedding agents across the coastal regions of the sea presented themselves. Never one to miss an opportunity, Linda had taken this chance to expand and strengthen her spy network. As such, a small cell of Austria's intelligence agency was located in Benghazi and had become aware of this meetup. They had quickly identified the target and followed her to the meeting, where she was now standing face to face with a member of the Mamluk military. The man was a high-ranking official tasked by the Sultan to procure the advanced weaponry that the woman claimed she had come across. As he stood in front of Naziha, he asked the question on his mind. "Do you have what you have promised to bring?" Naziha nodded her head silently before revealing the repeating flintlock. The moment the officer gazed upon the weapon, he knew it was not something remotely similar to the arquebus in use by the Byzantine forces. As such, he reached out and grabbed a hold of the weapon, pointing it into the air and cocking the action back before firing. The shot flew into the air, and after it had done so, he cocked the flintlock back and fired again. After several uses of the weapon, the officer nodded his head with an excited grin curved upon his lips. He handed the gun off to a subordinate before taking out a small chest filled with gold coins, which he handed over to Naziha. "Your service to the Sultanate is greatly appreciated, a small reward on behalf of the Sultan as proof of his gratitude." Naziha's eyes widened as she saw this wealth and quickly grasped a hold of it before stashing it away beneath her cloak. She bowed her head respectfully before departing from the meeting area. The young Arab woman was utterly unaware that after she had left earshot, the officer and his assistant were assassinated by the Austrian agents. The weapon was recovered, and Anuria had been informed of the woman's betrayal. As such, when Naziha finally returned to the vessel after spending her newfound wealth on frivolities, she found Anuria and the crew gathered before her, armed and ready to restrain her. Naziha knew not what she had done to invoke their ire, but she knew she was in trouble. However, before she could escape, one of the girls hit her on the back of the head with the stock of her firearm, knocking the lass out completely. When she finally came to, she was tied up with steel wire rope and lined against the ship's edge. Naziha had no idea that her treachery had been revealed and attempted to plead with Anuria. Caption? "What are you doing? Let me go. I have done nothing wrong." However, in response, Anuria simply sneered in disgust before retrieving the repeating flintlock that Naziha had sold to the Sultanate. The weapon had the same proof mark and the serial number of the musket she had handed over to the Sultanate, and after observing this, the Arab beauty's eyes widened in disbelief. Seeing Naziha's expression, a sadistic grin curved itself upon Anuria's immaculate lips as she asked the question on her mind. "Do you deny that you have sold the weapons afforded to you by the Austrian crown to its enemies?" After hearing this question, Naziha looked away. She knew there was nothing she could say to prove her innocence. Evidently, the agents of the Austrian crown had found out about her betrayal, and they had the evidence to prove it. As such, the woman accepted her fate, though she had no way of knowing just how cruel the punishment for her crimes was. With the evidence presented before the crew and a lack of denial for the crimes, Anuria declared Naziha's guilt for all of the crew to witness. Naziha el-Fahmi, for supplying the rivals of the Austrian crown with the advanced weapons His Majesty's generosity has afforded us, you have not only betrayed this crew, but endangered the lives of every one of your sisters who have fought beside. For the crime of treason and mutiny, there is only one punishment. I sentence you to be keelhauled. May God have mercy on your soul." With this decree uttered, the steel wire rope bindings were looped beneath the vessel before Naziha was tossed into the Mediterranean. As the ship sailed through the sea, Naziha was slowly dragged along the keel of the vessel. Multiple lacerations accumulated on her back as she was violently forced across the sharp steel-plated keel. Whether the woman bled out in the water or drowned was uncertain. However, what was undeniable was that Naziha had died a miserable death for her actions against the crew and, more importantly, the Crown of Austria. If Berenger's agents were not already in Benghazi spying on the Sultanate for the Byzantine Empire, then the likelihood of Berenger's rivals reversing engineering such advanced weaponry within the next 10 years was high. Luckily for Austria, Their intelligence network had spread across the Mediterranean and was able to intercept such valuable technology before it fell into the wrong hands. With the increase in trade to the regions of the Mediterranean, Berenger was able to easily infiltrate the societies that shared the sea. To what degree depended entirely on the area his agents had entered. With this in mind, Anuria sighed heavily as she returned to her captain's quarters with a bottle of whiskey in her hands. It was never easy to punish someone you thought of as a friend after they had betrayed you. As such, the runaway princess began to sulk alone in her room. As she drank from the whiskey bottle, she expressed the thoughts on her mind. Berenger, I miss you. When will you return home? Anuria was utterly unaware that Elfrun had been listening to her complaints from the other side of her door, with an ugly expression on her otherwise cute face. The fact that Anuria thought of Berenger in such times greatly annoyed the adolescent girl. As such, she refused to stand by and listen to Anuria's words. Instead, she departed from the corridor in silence. Nobody ever was aware that she had been eavesdropping on the captain. Chapter 314, 314, Formation of the National Militia. While Berenger was off at war, Chancellor Otto von Graz was running the state in his absence. While there were a few garrisons located throughout the kingdom, the fear of invasion from foreign powers had begun to infect the minds of a small portion of the populace. In response to this, Count Otto devised an idea and presented it before the Reichstag. This idea was loosely based upon some of the drunken ramblings Otto had engaged with between himself and King Berenger in the days before the war. Otto was an efficient statesman who was entirely capable of being inspired by Berenger's half-brained, intoxicated ideas and turning them into a practical reality. At this moment, the Chancellor of Austria was standing within the Reichstag, speaking his mind to the congressman who was gathered within. As a representative of the people, Gunther was among the crowd of men elected by people of all social standings to represent the people's interests. As such, he was privy to the ideas presented by the Chancellor as he spoke with passion. Months ago, I discussed with King Berenger about a matter of critical importance to the safety and security of the Kingdom of Austria. We spoke about the possibility to form a National Guard, a registered and well-regulated group of civilians who undergo military training on weekends and act as an extension of the pre-existing armed forces. The purpose of this National Guard is to ensure that the Austrian people are sufficiently armed and trained to defend their life and property in the event that foreigners were to invade our country. Today, I have given every one of you a copy of my proposed plan for the Austrian National Guard. All able-bodied men between the ages of 16 to 20 will be required to undergo weekly training based upon military standards, including physical fitness, firearms training, and tactics. Of course, these men will be appropriately compensated for the time spent training in the militia. This said, I will leave this proposed bill for all of you to look over and discuss. However, now more than ever, I think it is pertinent that we make sure that Austria is well protected from all internal and external threats. With these words spoken, the Chancellor left the podium and returned to his chateau in Kufstein, where he began to relax until an agreement could be made between the legislature and himself. He had nothing to do while the Reichstag debated among themselves, and as such he enjoyed a nice cup of coffee. While Otto was enjoying his free time with leisure, Gunther was in the middle of looking over the proposal. It was by no means a poor idea, and he knew that Austria had the capability to supply the militia with the weapons necessary for their objectives. As such, he was in favor of the idea of establishing a national militia. After all, the garrisons spread throughout Austria were not enough to protect the fields and the village folk from a potential invasion. With this in mind, he looked over at the other representatives in a fierce debate with one another. Many of them had sons that were within the age group listed and feared their children being forced to take up arms to defend the nation should it come under attack. Gunther decided he would do his best to convince the Reichstag to agree to Chancellor Otto's terms. The man shivered in anxiety as he approached the podium and tried to gain the attention of the arguing representatives. "Excuse me." However, his actions went completely unnoticed. As such, he decided to steel his resolve and speak with some force behind his tone. "Quiet down." When Gunther shouted these words at the top of his lungs, everyone finally noticed that someone was standing at the podium and was intrigued as such. Gunther cleared his throat before speaking in an authoritative voice. "Some of you may not be aware of who I am, but my name is Gunther. I am a representative selected by the people of Kufstein to represent their interests. I know many of those among you come from noble upbringing, but allow me to tell you who I am. Until 4 years ago, I was a common serf. I tended to the fields in the name of my masters, the von Kufstein family. When I first met King Berenger, he was a frail, sickly youth, but he had a dream. A dream of a self-sustaining Kufstein where the people were appropriately compensated for their labor. It is a dream that any man, regardless of their upbringing, could achieve in life whatever they desired based upon their merit. At first, I thought he was just an idealistic youth, but I have seen the town I grew up in transform into a marvelous city over these last 4 years. Berenger von Kufstein conquered Tyrol after Count Lothar betrayed Duke Wilmar through the hard work of better men than me. To my surprise, the man who once toiled a field beside me was now the Count of Tyrol, and with it, he brought the same innovations that had led his barony to prosperity to the entirety of the county. Yet that was not enough. As the Bavarians invaded, Berenger led the men of Tyrol to retake Austria as a whole. Unfortunately, the Duke and his line had passed away in its entirety shortly after, and Berenger was named the new Duke. We have had a stable peace throughout these past 2 years, allowing us to grow in wealth and prosperity. King Berenger has done the unthinkable. He has created a world where a lowly farmer like myself can own my land and operate it entirely with my family. The wealth I have gained from this has allowed me to buy more land and expand upon that. I now have a factory under construction that will be producing paper from the products I grow. 4 years ago, I could never imagine such a fate, but this is the reality we all see. Without Berenger and the brave men who have laid down their lives to pave the way for this future, I would not be where I am today. I likely would have starved to death alongside my family in a particularly harsh winter. So, I think it is the duty of all men, capable of bearing arms, to at the very least provide a last line of defense for our homeland. While our soldiers are away at war securing our independence, the responsibility to protect our homes, our families, our businesses, and most importantly, our nation should fall to every able-bodied man in Austria. I, for one, support the move for a National Guard, and I hope that every one of you will reflect upon what you have gained from the sacrifice of young men who have fought and died to achieve what we have all gained under Berenger's leadership. That is all I have to say. With this impassioned speech, Gunther stepped down from the podium and returned to his seat. As he did so, he heard a slow clap, which began to spread. Before long, the entire room was filled with applause. After he did so, the House leader stood up at the podium and began to cast a vote. All in favor of the establishment of a national militia as proposed by Chancellor Otto von Grass? After Gunther's speech, those who had reservations about the bill were silenced and even showed their support for the idea. The decision was ultimately unanimous, and after the Reichstag passed it, it would be sent to the Senate, where they would vote upon it. It was only after it was approved in the Senate that it would be sent to the Chancellor's office, where in Berenger's absence, he had the authority to sign it into law. The Militia Act of 1421 would become the first significant piece of legislation passed entirely by the fledgling semi-constitutional government that Berenger had established. While he was away at war, the capable hands he had left Austria's governance to begin the progress of creating a society where martial training at a young age would one day be considered the norm. Chapter 316, 315. the Princess of Granada, while the war for Austria's independence was ongoing within the Kingdom of Italy and the Swiss Confederation. Another battle was beginning to intensify as the Granadans fought against the Iberian Union. Due to Austrian military aid, the Granadan forces had multiplied and were relatively well trained, at least compared to their enemies. While Hassan's soldiers were engaged in a bloody conflict at his borders defending the last vestige of Al-Andalus, he was busy entertaining himself with women and wine. At the moment, Hassan was back at his palace in Granada. Unlike Berengar, he had no desire to lead from the front lines. The few battles he waged were enough to last him a lifetime. Instead, he left the war effort to his commanders with the aid of the Austrian military advisors. The young sultan enjoyed himself on a sofa while his wives attended to his needs, feeding him a bowl of grapes while he sipped on his fortified wine. During Hassan's purge, Berengar's guards had killed one of his wives who attempted to take his life, and he had eliminated another who was loyal to the fundamentalist faction. As such, the young sultan currently had no more than 2 wives. Despite this, he was looking to expand his harem. However, he would not accept just any woman. He wanted a harem of beautiful young women to take care of his needs as Berengar had obtained. While basking in hedonism, a gorgeous young woman approached the young sultan. This woman was quite tall and had an exceptionally curvy figure. One could say her measurements hit the perfect ratio, and her bust was even more significant than Linda's. Her tan skin glistened with sweat from the heat of the arid climate that surrounded the city of Granada. This woman was dressed in a traditional silk kaftan-style dress dyed purple and had golden embroidery on it. She wore a matching face veil made of sheer silk, giving it a semi-translucent appearance. Her dark hair was tied up into a ponytail, and her glistening amber eyes were enough to intoxicate any man who gazed upon the vivid gemstones that were her irises. This woman was not one of Hassan's wives. Instead, it was his older sister Yasmin. When she saw her little brother lazing about with his wives, instead of leading his armies, she crossed her arms beneath her heavy bosom and began to chastise the young sultan as if he were a mere child. My, what do I see here? If it isn't my sweet little brother, here you are lazing about in Granada while you send your soldiers to die on the front lines against our enemies. If I didn't know any better, I would say that you are afraid of battle. When the princess said this, the wives of the sultan glared at her viciously. They were aware of the way she pampered her little brother, and were also jealous of her natural beauty. Despite their skimpy attire resembling that of a belly dancer, they still could not captivate a man's interest while Yasmin was in the room. Sensing their hostility, Yasmin smiled cruelly beneath her veil before shooing the pesky vixens away. If you don't mind, I have some proper business to discuss with my little brother. Though Hassan's wives continued to glare at her, Hassan ultimately sighed before dismissing his women. Go. As Yasmin has said, we have a business to discuss. With this said, the 2 wives begrudgingly left the room. It was only after Yasmin made sure the 2 women were out of earshot that she further began to condemn Hassan's actions. Honestly, little brother, I know there are no women at the front lines, but as Sultan, it is your job to inspire your troops on the field of battle, even if you do not directly participate. I can hardly think of a monarch who actually stands toe-to-toe with his soldiers on the front lines. If word gets out that you retreated from the war effort so that you could bask in the arms of your wives, what will your soldiers think of you? Would they consider you a sultan worth dying for? As Hassan heard these harsh words, his expression sank. After doing so, he stretched out his body on the couch and yawned in exhaustion. I'm just not fit for warfare. I nearly died in the last battle I fought. I almost had my head taken off by one of my cannons. I've decided to leave war to the men best suited for it. Besides, with the Austrian support, there's no way we can lose this war. Seeing Hassan's relaxed composure, Yasmin sighed before sitting down next to him, stroking his dark hair. which matched her own as she pampered the young sultan like he were a mere child. As she did so, she offered words of wisdom. "I only criticize you because I care about you. You rely on your allies too much and not enough on your own power. What if the Austrians have ill intentions towards our emirate? After all, they are Christian, and though they may be reformists, that does not mean the centuries of hatred between our people can be eroded so easily." Despite her warning, Hassan did not seem concerned. Instead, he shifted his attention and gazed into his sister's gorgeous amber eyes with a look of affection on his face. "That won't happen. I know that Berenger intends to use us as a means to stall the Catholic Church, but we need him if we wish to survive this turbulent era. So I have decided, the next time I see him, I will do my best to convince him to take your hand in marriage and cement this fragile alliance of ours for the foreseeable future." The moment Yasmin heard her brother's plans for her, she withdrew her hand and in shock and looked the other way as she struggled to come up with the words to convince him otherwise. "Hassan." However, before she could finish those words, Hassan raised his hand to silence her before speaking over her thoughts. "Yas, you just turned 26 in June. You are well past the age of marriage. If you do not get married soon, you will never have a husband or a family. The only reason you aren't married already is because our father doted on you too much and was never able to find a man he approved of for his precious little daughter." The Granadon princess continued to stare away as she lightly murmured the words. "What? What if he says no?" In response to this, Hassan grabbed a hold of Yasmin's veiled face and dragged it over into his sight line as he responded with a severe expression. "I will not allow him to say no. He's already discussed the desire to have multiple wives, and if he doesn't respect our alliance enough to take my beautiful sister as his bride, then he can consider it over. Obviously, I won't pressure him so seriously at first. The next time I see him, I will float the idea and judge his general reaction. Then I'll continue to pester him until he says yes." Yasmin began to sigh heavily upon hearing this before shaking her head, which was still grasped by Hassan's firm hand. "Dearest brother, you have actually thought something through for once in your life." Hassan feigned offense as he pulled his hand back and began to criticize his elder sister's choice of words. "What do you mean for once in my life? I think things through all the time." With that said, Yasmin began to giggle before she grabbed a hold of Hassan's head and stuffed it into her bosom while stroking his hair while speaking to him in a condescending tone. "Of course you do." Being treated like a child once more, Hassan began to pout. No matter how old he grew, his sister would continue to treat him in such a manner. Thus he sighed heavily as he enjoyed the embrace. After a while, Yasmin released him before approaching the exit. As she did so, the gorgeous princess called out to her little brother once more with a stern gaze hidden beneath her veil. "You would do well to remember that you are the Sultan of Granada and that your soldiers need you." With those words spoken, the beautiful Granadon princess departed from the room, leaving the young sultan to himself as he grinned with a smug expression on his face. Afterward, he picked up the bottle of wine that he had obtained from trade with Austria and began to pour its contents into a crystal glass where he swirled the red liquid around before taking a sip from it. After doing so, he exhaled deeply before he thought aloud. "I wonder how Berenger will react when he sees my beautiful sister for the first time." Chapter 316, 316, Battle of the Andalusian Plains since the victory and seizure of the province known as Murcia. The Granadans have been busy defending their borders from the Iberian Union's attacks. They were not as well prepared for a full-scale invasion of Iberia as they thought they were. The first few battles they fought showed a severe lack of discipline in their ranks compared to Berenger's troops. The reason for this was simple: the Austrian military attaché had not drilled the Granadans as hard as they would their own troops, nor did they put them through specialized training. As such, after Hassan had returned to Granada to engage in hedonistic activity, The Royal Granadon army was left in the hands of General Ziad ibn Uwais, who was far more competent on military matters than the young sultan. This general was a middle-aged man and was currently engaged in a conversation with General Arnulf of the Royal Austrian Army. It had been roughly a year since he last saw his home in Kufstein, and despite this, he was not weary in the slightest. At the moment, the two generals were conversing with each other as they rode their horses next to each other in the middle of the formation, under the protection of thousands of Granadon troops. So Hassan abandons his army so that he can go and gorge himself in women and wine, leaving us to look after his army. That has got to sting a little, does it not? My dear friend. In response to this, General Ziad merely laughed before responding to Arnulf's jest. Certainly not. I am actually glad that the Sultan has left the war effort in my hands. Don't get me wrong, he is a decent administrator, but a wet blanket would make a better commander in terms of strategy and warfare. The Sultan is liable to get himself killed out here. It is better for him to be the face of the recruitment efforts back home than to be the man leading the charge. Before Arnulf could respond to this statement, he noticed a rider in the distance. This man wore the standard mirror pattern and mail armor that most of the Granadon troops were equipped with. As such, he was allowed to pass into the army, where he immediately strode up to the command. "Permission to speak, sir." Judging by the frantic expression on the soldier's face, Ziad knew the news must be urgent. As such, he nodded his head in silence, bracing himself for the information he suspected would ruin his mood. There's an enemy army numbering roughly 20,000 heading in this direction. They are approximately 10 miles out. As soon as he heard this, Ziad began to give his orders to the troops in his army. Get in formation and prepare for battle. Load your weapons. I do not want you firing your weapons until you see the whites in their eyes. This phrase was how the Austrians had drilled the Granadon troops to utilize their primitive arquebus firearms in the most efficient manner. Whether or not they were capable of maintaining such a high degree of discipline was another story entirely. As such, the Granadon troops, whether they were infantry, artillery, or cavalry, quickly began to load their weapons with the means available to them. After doing so, they began to form ranks and wait for the enemy to arrive. After a few hours, the enemy forces arrived, and when they did, they were shocked to see the Granadon army waiting for them. The Iberian army was comprised mostly of the Crusader order known as the Order of Calatrava, but there were also a few Iberian Union units among their ranks from Castile. These soldiers had become increasingly aware of the advantages and limitations of the Granadon weapons. As such, they instantly began to charge the arquebusiers suicidally, hoping to clash with them before they could reload their guns. While the Iberian troops began to recklessly charge at the Granadon forces, the Granadon artillery began to fire their grapeshot at the enemy lines via their falconet cannons. Numerous projectiles filled the air and blasted into the enemy ranks, causing massive casualties on the Iberian forces. Whether it was faith in God or fearlessness in death, the Iberians were not deterred. Instead, they madly charged into the line of fire without any regard for their safety. When Arnulf saw this, he became quite concerned. The Iberians vastly outnumbered the Granadon troops, and the Granadon weapons required a far longer duration of time to reload than the weapons of the Royal Austrian Army. As the enemy line began closing in, several Granadon arquebusiers started to fire their weapons in trepidation, which caused a chain reaction from the soldiers as others instantly opened fire despite not hearing an order to do so. Though some of these shots found their marks, piercing through the enemy's armor and into their flesh, most of them utterly failed to do so. This action forced Ziad to shout his orders at his troops, which were relayed across the army by the other officers and NCOs. Hold your fire. Hold your fucking fire. Despite these orders, more rounds fired off until a point where roughly half of the soldiers still had loaded weapons, forcing them into a dangerous position. While the other half began reloading their guns as fast as they could, the Iberian troops had finally reached the front lines of the army. In doing so, they rushed straight into a volley unleashed by the half of the soldiers who had contained their shot. While this volley was effective in devastating the enemy lines, it did not have nearly as significant an effect as possible. As such, the pikemen took their place and began to battle with the enemy. However, as the battle waged on, the Granadon army started to suffer losses. There were too many Iberians for their army to handle effectively. It would be another story if the soldiers had maintained the proper discipline and fired when they were commanded. However, the reality was a different story, and roughly 5,000 arquebusiers had missed their targets during the initial chaos of the battle. Before long, the pikemen could no longer contain the Iberian infantry, and they began to break ranks and flee the battlefield. Cutting down the Moorish soldiers with fanatical hatred, the Catholic forces began screaming in their native tongue a series of battle cries that sent chills down the Granadon army's spines. Death to all Moors! God wills it! Granada must burn! Before long, the Granadon lines began to crumble, and the soldiers started to rout. Though General Ziad attempted to rally his forces behind him, the effort was in vain. Arnulf grabbed the man by the shoulder and gazed into his dark eyes with a stern expression. "The battle is lost. Give the order to retreat, or we will die here." Ziad clenched his teeth and fists in fury as he witnessed his army break ranks and flee the battlefield. However, there was nothing to do about it now. As such, he followed Arnulf's advice. Retreat. All units fall back. As the few remaining Granadon soldiers heard this, they slung their arquebuses over their shoulders and began to retreat from the advancing army. On the other side of the battlefield, the Calatrava commander was eager to pursue the enemy and give them no quarter. As he was just about to give the command to annihilate the enemy, he felt a firm hand grip the armor on his shoulder. As such, the man turned around to see the true mastermind behind this attack. It was a duke under the employ of the King of Castile. The man glared at the Crusader commander before shaking his head. "Let them go." When the Crusader heard these words, he was outraged and immediately protested. "But your grace, if we do not pursue them, they will regroup and become an even greater threat to our existence." However, the Duke remained unconvinced and simply gazed toward the direction that all of the Granadon soldiers were fleeing. "If we pursue them, we may be walking into a trap. I would rather have them regroup and crush them again than march my men to a meaningless death. You should be thankful. Without my advice, this victory would not have been possible." After saying this, the Duke released his grip over the Crusader and strode his horse forward, commanding all Iberian soldiers to stop. "Halt! We shall go no further. Scavenge the enemy's weapons. We shall bring some of these back to Castile so that we may figure out how they function. As for the rest, arm yourselves with them and become acquainted in their use." The Granadans no longer have an authority on advanced armaments. With these words said, the Catholic Iberian soldiers began to cheer. They had accomplished a great victory here on this day, and with it, acquired the means to reverse-engineer the arquebus. Perhaps such a thing would turn the tides of war in their favor. After all, the resurrection of Al-Andalus was something the Catholics could not allow to take place. Chapter 318, 317. Arming brigands. Months had passed since Operation Thunder proved to be an initial success. The Hussites had advanced well into web audio channel announcement. Thank you for listening. If you want to listen to the full series and hundreds of audiobooks similar to this, please join our Discord or join our Patreon on patreon.com/webaudio. The link will be in the description and also pinned in the comment section. Thank you. Loyalist territory during this time. So much so that the Catholic armies were now on the back foot. As a result of this, civil disobedience began to break out all over the realm, which quickly turned to riots. The result of this was a spike in crime. Bands of brigands had begun to appear all over Bohemia, acting as a scourge upon the local populace. While Eckhard was busy acting as the chief military advisor to the various Hussite sects, agents of the Austrian crown had begun to supply various brigand groups with the weapons they needed to cause even greater chaos. The shipment of arms had come straight from Vienna and passed through Eckhard's area of operations. As such, he tasked one of the field agents embedded with his unit to take charge of the delivery. At the moment, this agent was standing in front of the leader of one of the most fearsome brigand gangs within the borders of Prague. The Hussites would soon be marching on this territory. With this in mind, Eckhard devised a plan that involved the brigands' armament, with the intent to distract the loyalist forces. The agent dispatched to supply these criminals was currently standing in a forest outside of a village that lies within the boundaries of the city of Prague. The man in front of the agent went by the name Radovan Donau. He was a particularly rowdy individual who was a convicted criminal willing to use violence to achieve his goals. As such, he and his gang of brigands were ideal candidates to arm with hand cannons. With this in mind, the agent and his fellow operatives dressed like lowly bohemian peasants entered into the back of their wagon before pulling out a few wooden crates. After using a crowbar to pry them open, the primitive hand cannons revealed themselves. The agent, whose identity was shrouded by a hood, pulled the firearms out from the container and handed them over to Radovan and his men. As he did so, he spoke in a perfect bohemian accent. "These are the standard hand cannons that have been retrieved from defeated Hussites. You load the gunpowder through the barrel, followed by the projectile, where you then pack it down with a stick. After doing so, you put a bit of powder in the pan, where you ignite it with a slow-burning match." As the agent was saying this, he was demonstrating the use of the weapon. After reaching the end of the loading process that took roughly a minute, a loud echo resounded in the forest as the gun discharged its projectile, which embedded itself into a large tree approximately 3 meters away. After successfully testing the weapon, the other agents went back into the wagon and pulled out several more crates filled with hand cannons, as well as a few casks. Some were filled with gunpowder, others were filled with projectiles such as iron balls. Having witnessed the destructive nature of the weapon and the relatively simple loading process, a wide grin appeared on Radovan's face. The man was missing several of his teeth, which resulted from the number of bar fights he had been in during his lifetime. The man pulled out a pouch filled with coins minted by the local lord. He prepared to pay a hefty price. "How much do I owe you?" In response to this, the agent merely shook his head before responding. "Consider it a gift from the Bohemian crown. Just promise me that when the Hussite forces move on to Prague, you and your band of thieves will provide one hell of a distraction to those damned heretics." Radovan chuckled slightly as he heard this before reaching out his hand in agreement. It will be one hell of an occasion." After saying this, the agent and the brigand captain shook hands. The deal was sealed with this, and the Austrian agents departed from the town. This was just one of the many gangs of criminals and thieves they intended to arm in the upcoming days. As such, they departed from the borders of Prague and journeyed to the next town on their list of objectives. After the Austrians had left, one of the members of Radovan's gang approached him with a worried expression on his face as he asked the question on his mind. "Are we really going to aid the crown? We are all wanted men. Who is to say if they use this as an excuse to round us all up and execute us?" In response to this, Radovan spat on the ground before handing the hand cannon over to the minion who asked such a stupid question. "I promised them I would simply make a distraction against the Hussites. I don't plan to do anything more than that. With these weapons, we will intimidate merchants and townsfolk into giving us whatever we want. I say that's a reasonable price to pay for such destructive power." After hearing this, the brigands who followed Radovan felt a sense of ease. They did not desire to see the Hussites win the war, but they also did not wish for this chaotic era to end so soon. There was profit to be made for cutthroats like themselves during times of war, and the best way to do so was to rob towns, caravans, and refugees. Luckily for them, the Austrians had provided them the means to do so more effectively. Unfortunately for them, they were utterly unaware that agents of the Austrian crown had supplied them. Instead, they believed it was Bohemia who had given them the weapons. Thus, when Bohemia's armies finally captured them, they would be completely and utterly confused as to why they were being executed for acting on behalf of the Bohemian crown. Meanwhile, in the supply wagon that had begun to depart, another agent pulled down her hood to reveal her pretty face. As she did so, she began to question her team leader for the actions they had taken on this day. Why are we providing these weapons to a bunch of thieves and murderers? Has the marshal gone mad? Such actions will surely cause significant harm to the Bohemian people. When the lead field agent heard these questions, he merely snorted in response. There was silence for some time before he revealed his thoughts on the matter. It is no secret that our hand cannons have begun to find their ways into the hands of the Bohemian crown's forces and that of their Crusader allies. After all, they have been captured in battle from the corpses of the fallen Hussite soldiers. I don't speak for Marshal Eckhard, but he is likely thinking that by leaking these weapons to criminals, such actions can be blamed on the corruption of the Bohemian crown, which is why we introduced ourselves as their agents. This can be used in propaganda efforts to rally the people against Bohemia and her allies. Such a result would be disastrous. People have already begun to riot in response to the food shortages and the excessive demands of the loyalist factions. When the people hear that corrupt agents of the crown have distributed weapons to brigands for pay, they will take up whatever means they can to outright resist Bohemia and her allies. When this occurs, it will split our enemies' attention from our allies' attacks and force them to fight a two-war front against the Hussites and the Bohemian populace. By the time the war comes to an end, the Bohemian people will welcome Berenger's troops as a means to provide stability to their lives. Upon hearing this, the female agent began to pout. Marshal Eckhard was willing to cause such harm to the people of Bohemia in order to inspire greater chaos within the realm than was already present. It was simply madness in her eyes. However, she was an agent of the Bohemian crown, lifted from the status of a lowly orphan to serve the state. Thus, despite her reservations, she would fulfill her duty to the fullest of her ability. After all, without Berenger and his reforms, she likely would have died long ago. She owed her life to the Austrian crown and would never even think of disobeying Marshal Eckhard because she found his actions immoral. Austria was at war and surrounded by enemies. They did not have the luxury to fight a war in a fair and just manner. The actions of the Austrian agents within Bohemia would ignite a fire in the heart of the Bohemian populace against their king and his allies. Before long, resistance from groups of all different ideologies would spread across the realm, causing an even greater degree of conflict than already seen. This would create the perfect storm for Berenger to usurp power when he finally managed to secure his victory over the empire. Chapter 319. West Schism. Deep within the center of Constantinople, the Byzantine emperor sat on his throne with a downcast expression. The man was on the verge of tears, but he could not allow himself to be seen crying as emperor. As such, he steeled his resolve and continued to read the letter in his hands written by his son Decentius. Arethusa was dead. According to his second son, the man had died in combat against the Mamluk forces early on in the campaign. Since then, Decentius had been leading the Byzantine troops to victory in North Africa. The news of the death of a man who was more of a brother to Emperor Vatronis than his siblings was a great shock to the man. With the stratego's death, many things became uncertain, especially in regards to their relations to the West. News had spread to Constantinople about Austria's war for independence, which appeared to favor the self-proclaimed king Berenger von Kufstein. The Byzantines had not taken a stance on the conflict. Instead, they stayed utterly neutral. After all, Berenger was the largest supplier of arms and armor to the Byzantine Empire. Though they had begun to have success in replicating the arquebus, most of their weapons still came from Austria. Meanwhile, relations with the Holy Roman Empire were tenable at best. This was not the only reason for staying neutral in Austria's war for independence. There was a matter of significant debt that the Byzantine crown had towards Austria due to the agreement made about unlimited arms support. Arethusa was the mastermind of all dealings with the upstart king in the West. Without him, it would be challenging to maintain the friendly relationship that the Byzantines had with their debtor. If he sent the wrong diplomat to negotiate further, it could spell ruin to the empire's finances. Losing his closest aide and confidant, who was the godfather to his children, was one thing. Yet, the ramifications such an occurrence had was enough to cripple the emperor with anxiety. On top of this, such a tragedy occurred shortly after his daughter's disappearance and presumed death. The only good news that Vetranis had heard within the last year or so was that his son had salvaged the situation and had rapidly begun to reconquer Egypt and Libya. Before long, the entirety of those two regions would fall into the Byzantine Empire's hands, and they would be able to repay the massive debt that had accumulated with Austria. With this in mind, the aging Byzantine emperor sighed heavily. Now that his alliance with France had crumbled, his next best option was an independent Austria, if Arethusa was still around. Vetranis was sure the man would advise him to establish friendly ties to the young king. If only Honoria was still alive, Emperor Vetranis might consider betrothing her to the upstart king from Austria to cement an alliance between their two realms. Of course, that was assuming Berenger was willing to break his betrothal to his cousin. Honoria was an imperial princess, and he would not tolerate her being a concubine. Austria had proven itself a military and economic power like no other. Even now the staple currency of international trade had begun to shift to the Austrian thaler. So much so that some merchants who visited the empire had started to accept the Austrian currency as the sole means of coinage for their products. If the Austrians were indeed to become independent and annex the Swiss Confederation as they have proclaimed, the future was bright for the fledgling kingdom. As such, the emperor was at a crossroads. For some time now, there had been significant pressure from the Vatican on the Orthodox Church to support them in their efforts to combat Berenger's alleged heresy. To the point that the Patriarch had been visiting Vetranis daily, insisting on cutting off trade with the self-proclaimed kingdom to the west. As Vetranis was thinking of such matters, the Patriarch of Constantinople appeared before him in his great hall. When Vetranis saw this, he sighed heavily before speaking his thoughts aloud. "Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Tell me, Petrus, just what have you come to ask of me this time?" If it is about cutting ties with Austria, my answer remains the same. When Petrus heard this response, he frowned. The relations between the Vatican and Constantinople were beginning to deteriorate rapidly. The more the emperor stalled on giving him a reply, the worse the situation became. If he did not provide the Vatican with what they wanted soon, a full-scale schism was bound to occur over the issue of the Berenger heresy. With this in mind, the old Patriarch of Constantinople began to address the emperor in a dignified fashion. "Your Majesty, a representative of the Vatican, has arrived, and given us a request if we do not publicly denounce Duke Berenger von Kufstein and his heresy, as well as provide monetary aid to the Vatican for their upcoming crusade against him. Then the results will be an outright schism. The Vatican will denounce your Majesty and me as heretics and condemn us to hell for eternity. We will be forced to do the same in response. There will be no mending this bridge. You must choose a path as Emperor of the Romans. Do we stand with the Vatican as we have for centuries, or do we embrace the German Reformation as a legitimate branch of Christianity?" In response to this, Vetranis tapped his armrest repeatedly as he thought about how best to handle this situation that had presented itself. Ultimately, he could not afford to denounce Berenger. The man held too much debt against him. With his licensing of privateers, Austria could easily cripple the trade of the empire if they reneged on that deal. Just like they had done to the Holy Roman Empire, the might of the Austrian navy was not to be underestimated. Though the combined might of the Catholic world might be enough to bring down Berenger's grand army, it would be years before they could fully mobilize their forces, and by then, Berenger's army may have grown triple in size. It would be capable of holding its own. After careful consideration, Tyranny stood up from his golden throne before responding with a firm tone. Inform Pope Lucius that the empire stands with King Berenger and the Kingdom of Austria. Tell that fool that under the declaration of the Emperor of Byzantium and the Patriarch of Constantinople, the German Reformation is at this moment considered a legitimate branch of Christianity. When Petrus heard this, he sighed heavily as he rubbed his temples in an attempt to cure his growing headache. While he knew that Austria's wealth and power were multiplying at a rapid rate, openly supporting them, and their so-called German Reformation would undoubtedly mean war with the Western world. Such a thing could prove disastrous. Nevertheless, he was willing to follow Emperor Tyranny's decision on the matter, and, as such, bowed before the emperor respectfully. Yes, Your Majesty, I will relay your words to the Vatican. Hopefully, they won't react too harshly to our decision, but I fear this will create a rift between us that will never be mended. In response to this, Tyranny simply sat down upon his throne once more and rested his face in his hands. As he did so, he made one more comment about how he perceived the future. With the rise of the German Reformation and others like it throughout Europe, the days of papal dominance have come to an end. They are too foolish to realize that their crusade will be the end of Catholic authority as we know it. I do not care for Berenger or his religious beliefs. I am merely choosing the winning side. With that said, the Patriarch of Constantinople was dismissed, and Tyranny was left by his lonesome once more as he began to sulk in depression over the loss of his comrade. Oh, Arethes! Surely if you were still alive, you would counsel me on such a course of action, would you not? With Arethes gone, the emperor's confidence in ruling his empire effectively had crumbled. Without the support of the mighty strategos and his charisma, Tyranny would begin to second-guess his every decision. With the choices made by the Byzantine emperor and his subservient patriarch on this day, the East-West schism had finally occurred. The year 1421 AD in this world would forever mark the divide between the Roman Catholic Church and Eastern Orthodox churches. The reasons surrounding the schism were entirely the result of Berenger's effects on the timeline. Had he never risen to power and challenged papal authority, the likelihood of such a divide occurring would be slim, thus proving once more that Berenger's existence in this world had forever changed its course of destiny. What effect the schism would have on Byzantine growth and prosperity had yet to be seen. However, one thing was sure. Such actions were bound to breed conflict between the Rus and their neighbors in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Even Berenger could not predict the rapid changes that would occur in Eastern Europe because of his actions. Chapter 320, 319. Dieter's intentions while Berenger invaded Italy and the Swiss Confederation. The ongoing war in Germany had never ceased its activities. Duke Dieter was currently in a dilemma. Over the years, he had compensated for his losses in Austria by fielding peasant levies to make up for the numbers of troops slain during his botched occupation of his southern neighbor. For over 2 years now, the Bavarian Duke had been at war with his northern neighbors and relying on his levies and allied troops to keep the Luxembourgs at bay. To refrain from paying Berenger the reparations he owed the Austrian people, the Duke had sent an envoy saying he would not be able to meet his payments and instead would pay in one lump sum at the end agreed time frame. Dieter had no intentions to pay Berenger or the Austrian people such an unreasonable amount of money, reparations for actions taken during warfare? Just what kind of stipulation was that? It was simply being unreasonable. Nevertheless, his general had agreed to the terms and entirely withdrew Bavarian troops from Austrian soil in the designated time frame. By doing this, he had bought Bavaria 5 years of peace with their rapidly expanding southern neighbor. At the moment the Bavarian Duke was sitting in his castle within Munich, surrounded by his ministers, one topic of contention seemed to invoke the ire of everyone present. One of his ministers was practically spitting as he shouted his views on the issue at hand. Berenger cannot be allowed to achieve independence. By claiming himself King of Austria, he declares himself independent of the rightful King of Germany, our liege Duke Dieter. Austria is a vassal of Germany first and foremost, and every duke of the German realm should oppose this. Upon hearing this, another man spoke up in an equally furious state. The Austrians have gotten too full of themselves. What gives them the right to declare themselves as an independent kingdom? I say we establish a temporary truce with the Luxembourgs and march on Austria, showing this upstart king his place in this world. The fact that a lowly baron's son could rise to such a prestigious position is an insult to every prominent nobleman within the German-speaking regions. Having heard this asinine statement, Duke Dieter slammed his fist on his armrest in a fit of fury. As he did so, he gathered the attention of all of his counselors who were present in his great hall. Dieter gazed furiously at those around him as if he were looking at a bunch of idiots. After doing so, he spoke abruptly and loudly as he chastised the minister for his stupidity. Nobody gives Berenger the right to declare himself king. He takes it by force. While we have weakened our armies with years of conflict over a meaningless title with no genuine authority, Berenger has centralized power over his state while expanding his military and economic might. For Christ's sake, our merchants have begun utilizing Austrian currency because it is so pure. In comparison, the money of our realm is given to the individual lords to mint and is debased to such a point that it would take tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of our pfennigs to account for one of their thalers. If we were to win this war and Austria was still subservient to our rule, what kind of joke would I be as the alleged King of Germany? Might is right. Berenger has the power to declare himself king. Hell, the man is winning a war with the Empire to establish his ability to do so. Which one of you has the confidence to declare ourselves independent of the Emperor in Florence? If any of you think we should align ourselves with the Luxembourgs and march on Austria, you should remove yourselves from this council and put forth your resignation. I do not need the counsel of such fools. This statement was undoubtedly a harsh one. However, it made a valid point, and that was the idea of marching on Austria being absurd. If one wanted to know how well that would turn out, they just needed to turn back the clock 2 years to their last attempt at such a thing. The minister who had proposed such an idea a few minutes before had an ugly expression on his face. However, he remained silent as he stormed out of the room. After his departure, Dieter gazed upon his counsel with an equally vicious stare as he expressed his following thoughts. Does anyone else have any other bright ideas? For some time, there was an awkward silence in the room as the counselors struggled to come up with a suggestion on how to deal with the growing power of Austria as well as the stalemate that had been playing itself out on the front lines of war with the Luxembourgs. After a while, one of the men present began to speak up. He was the marshal of the realm and knew how to resolve the situation with their enemies to the north. What if we use the money we are supposed to pay Berenger to hire mercenaries to fight the Luxembourgs and their allies? At the moment, we are not even pulling our weight in the war effort. If we don't find a solution to our troop problems soon, then our allies will begin to feel pressured and withdraw their support. After saying this, the counselors present began to debate over the credibility of such an idea. First, the initial minister to speak up voiced his concerns over the issue. If Berenger were to find out about the wealth we have been hiding away and that we spent it on mercenaries, he could see this as a provocation and march his troops into our lands. We would not be able to last the winter if he managed to do such a thing. While he made a valid point, neither Duke Dieter nor the marshal was alarmed about such a possibility. Before they could explain why that was the case, another minister dismissed the man's concerns for them. Berenger is in the middle of a war with His Majesty Balsamo Corsini and his Swiss allies. It will take some time before he is able to march troops into our lands. Even then, his armies will surely be battle-worn from their efforts in those two theaters. We don't have to worry about such a possibility. What we do have to worry about is the fact that if we don't find a way to field more troops, our allies will abandon us. Though the minister who had his concerns about angering the Austrians was not entirely convinced, he also could not argue against this point. As such, he kept silent about any further objections he might have. After a bit more discussion, the plan of action was accepted by Duke Dieter, and thus he made a bold declaration. Send forth the word to all of the free companies that I will pay a handsome amount of gold to whoever fights for Bavaria. I want this stalemate to be broken by spring so that we may advance upon northern Germany. After that was said, Duke Dieter dismissed his counselors with only his marshal remaining behind. The two men had one severe issue to talk about that Dieter did not want the other counselors to hear. After everyone else was out of each shot, the Duke of Bavaria closed the door behind them, sighing heavily before speaking. If we do not do something about Berenger's rise to power, in less than 3 years, we will be facing an army that we cannot contend with. These mercenaries of yours better win this conflict for the crown of Germany before then, or else we will have neither the troops nor the wealth to contend against Austria. In response to this, the marshal grinned confidently as he assured the Duke of their future success. Not to worry, Your Grace. With the addition of these mercenaries to our armies, I have complete confidence in being able to break this stalemate by spring and marching upon the enemy's capital within 2 years. By then, you can take all of Germany for yourself, and in doing so, raise an army that can contend with Austria. Berenger von Kufstein will pay for humiliating Bavaria. After hearing this, a wicked grin formed on Duke Dieter's face. He could not forgive the young upstart from the south for crushing his armies so thoroughly. There was only one response for such audacity, and that was war. While Berenger fought with the emperor and his forces for independence, the other German duchies began to conspire against him, after all by declaring Austria to be an independent kingdom. Berenger had essentially slapped the rest of the German nobility in the face. For such a thing, war was the only outcome. Little did they know that is exactly what Berenger desired. Chapter 321, 320, Cultural Reforms. Within the heart of the city of Kufstein lies a grand castle, which was the home to the von Kufstein family. Inside its cold stone halls, there was a small stage set up, where over 100 patrons had gathered to watch the display. Adela gazed upon the audience from behind the curtains with an overwhelming sense of excitement and anxiety within her beating heart. For years now, Adela had been surprised with every visit to Kufstein. The first time she had entered the region, it was nothing more than a small agricultural town. Yet now it had grown into a massive city and was expanding with each day. However, despite the city's massive growth, it was lacking in several areas, at least in Adela's honest opinion. Though Berenger had long since begun sponsoring artists, actors, and musicians for the sake of funding some culture within Austria, the capital city of the kingdom was severely lacking in venues for these creative types to display their talent. With this in mind, the 15-year-old girl sat down at the seat, in the center of the stage that had been set up within Castle Kufstein. She had decided that while her fiancé was away fighting a war for her nation's independence, that she would begin the process of advancing culture within the city of Kufstein, hoping for it to spread to Austria as a whole. The crowd gathered before her was filled with over 100 men and women, primarily from among the ranks of the local nobility. They gazed in silence at the beautiful young girl as she began to play a song she had created to express the difficulties surrounding her relationship with the man she loved. In particular, this song revolved around the sorrow she felt while he was away at war, leaving her behind to wait for his safe return. The sad song echoed in the venue's air, filling the noblemen and women with complicated emotions as they listened to the young girl pluck away at the strings of her instrument like an angel who wept from the heavens. While Adela was playing the harp with masterful talent, a pretty young woman stood beside her and sang the lyrics that Adela had written. This woman was a talented singer from the common populace who was among the many musicians Berenger had sponsored during these past few years. Her exquisite alto voice flowed perfectly with Adela's instrumentals as she pronounced each word without fault. Her tone of voice perfectly expressed the lonesome lyrics that Adela had written, filling the audience with the same sense of abandonment that the girl felt every time she thought of Berenger and how far away he was from her embrace. Before long, the song came to an end and silence prevailed amongst the audience before they broke out in thunderous applause. Several more eager crowd members cheered for the artists who had performed such a beautiful and touching song. After the small concert was over, Adela and the singer began to speak to the gathered crowd. They entertained their guests for some time with graceful smiles before they had all departed, leaving Adela and the singer by themselves gazing upon the stage reluctantly. One could say that this small concert was a resounding success, and neither Adela nor the singer desired to let it go so quickly. Despite this, the two women eventually looked each other in the eyes with a similar sense of excitement. The singer soon approached Adela and hugged her tightly before thanking her. "Thank you for this opportunity. You have no idea how much it means to me. With this, I might finally be able to make a living off of my music and no longer mooch off of your fiancé's generosity." Adela put on a pretty smile as she nodded her head before responding to the woman's praise. "With your talent, that won't be an issue. The problem is that there simply isn't much in terms of venues for musicians such as yourself. I will speak to my father about this and see if we can construct a grand concert hall so that all musicians within Kufstein can make an appropriate living and share their work with the people." After hearing this, the young woman nodded her head and smiled before responding to Adela's claim. "That would be wonderful. If your father doesn't want to approve of it, we can only wait until King Berenger returns. I am certain he will listen to your advice on the matter. Thank you for doing this for us. Though the king has provided living expenses for all of the artists, actors, and musicians within the city, it would be great if we could survive on our own." When Adela heard this, she nodded in silence. She too was a talented musician. However, unlike the ones who Berenger supported, she was a noblewoman of the highest caliber and was destined to marry the King of Austria. As such, she could not make a professional career out of playing her harp. Eventually, the singer noticed the time on the clock and realized that she had to return home. As such, she hugged Adela and expressed her thanks one more time before departing from the venue. "Thanks again. I appreciate the opportunity." After saying this, the young woman left Adela by her lonesome, where the adolescent girl stared once more at the stage with a bitter smile. She hoped one day all major cities in Austria would have a venue for artists to display their talent. With this in mind, the young beauty left the venue and departed towards Berenger's study, where her father was surely hard at work. It would be best to discuss her ideas with the Chancellor of Austria as soon as possible. As such, when she arrived at the door, Adela steeled her resolve before knocking on the door thrice. Immediately after she did so, Adela heard the familiar voice of her father from behind the door, calling out to her, "You may enter." Upon hearing this, Adela opened the door where her father Otto gazed upon her fondly. His little girl had grown up so fast. Just a few years ago, she was merely a small child, but now she was a beautiful young woman. Soon enough, she would be married to Berenger and become the Queen of Austria. With this in mind, he asked Adela for the reason she had intruded upon his work. "What can I help you with, baby girl?" Adela took a deep breath before exhaling, calming the nerves in her heart as she expressed her desire to begin a cultural shift within the Kingdom of Austria to her father, the Chancellor. "I have come to you to make a request, not just on my behalf, but for all of the people of Kufstein. I think it would be best if we began construction on some locations for the artists, actors, and musicians that Berenger has sponsored over the years to display their talent in exchange for compensation. I was considering constructing a series of grand venues, such as a concert hall, a theater, and an art gallery. I think it would be suitable for the people of Kufstein to spend some of their hard-earned money on entertainment and culture. We could even aid the local chefs by having them provide some form of food and drink for the guests, for a small fee, of course. When Otto heard this, he was pretty shocked. He had not even thought of this as a possibility, nor had Berenger expressed his long-term plans for financially supporting the artists, actors, and musicians within Austria. After all, a fair degree of expense was going towards paying these creative types a living wage so that they can continue to develop their skills. Otto thought about it for a few moments before a warm smile broke out on his face. The benefits of such venues were numerous. Not only could it act as a means of entertainment to appease the masses, but it could also be used as a way to spread Austrian propaganda to the people of the nation. On top of these two things, it would create another form of revenue to stimulate the economy. Thus, the Chancellor was entirely on board with his daughter's ideas. As such, Otto nodded his head and agreed to Adela's terms. That is a splendid idea. I will begin drafting the plans immediately. Tomorrow, I will meet with the architects to discuss the feasibility of building such structures. When Berenger returns from the war, he will be extremely pleased with the results, and more importantly, he will be grateful for your contributions. Adela smiled when she heard this. For too long now, she had done very little to support her man. After all this time, she finally discovered a way to do so. Adela desired to become the face of Austria's cultural reforms and become the architect behind them. With this in mind, she bowed gracefully to her father before departing. Thank you, father. If there is nothing else to discuss, I will return to my quarters for now. After hearing this, Otto appropriately dismissed his youngest daughter. Afterward, he immediately began to draft up the necessary paperwork to fund the aforementioned cultural exhibits. With the influx of Italian silver and gold transported to the Royal Austrian Treasury, there was no need to worry about the expenses for such things. Chapter 322, 321, Austrian Ghosts Within the Valleys Beneath the Italian Alps. The Italian army had begun to resort to unconventional tactics. The Italian commanders had come to recognize that there was no conceivable way to win a field battle with the Royal Austrian Army. As such, they had begun resorting to guerrilla warfare, utilizing skirmishers dressed as peasants, villagers, refugees, and merchants to attack the Royal Austrian Army via ambushes. As a result, Berenger had slowed his march to Milan and instead sent out his Jaegers to hunt down and destroy the Italian guerrillas. These Jaegers were an elite unit of marksmen and skirmishers armed with the 1419 Jaeger rifle, which was based upon the Whitworth rifle from Berniger's previous life. These weapons were capable of engaging targets out to 1,000 yards and, thus far in Berenger's service, acted as snipers hidden behind enemy lines. However, they were more than simple marksmen, seeing as most of these men came from a hunting background. They were skilled trackers, scouts, and light infantry. The Jaegers were also fully capable of sustaining themselves in the field. As such, the Jaeger Corps were among Berenger's most elite units, and thus he equipped them in such a manner. While initially dressed in green and black Landsknecht-style clothing, this fashion proved to be widely ineffective in the field. As such, Berenger had recently begun experimenting with rudimentary camouflage patterns. Unlike his primary units, which were designed to attack in formations, this specialized unit of skirmishers was intended to blend in with their environments and take out high-profile targets from long range. As such, Berenger had opted for a far more modern approach to their uniforms. Rather than the flashy Landsknecht pattern attire of Austria's regulars, the Jaeger units fielded uniforms that were a mix of World War I and WW II German uniforms from Berenger's previous life. The base attire was a standard M43 pattern uniform in the color of Feldgrau. These men would wear a splinter camouflage smock over their field jackets and a matching M43 field cap. They were also equipped with a more modern-style helmet based upon the M38 Stahlhelm used by German paratroopers in World War II. This Stahlhelm was painted like the breastplate and had a wire net around it which contained various forms of fabric to act as faux foliage. These Jaegers wore hardened and quenched high-carbon steel breastplates based upon World War I German trench armor designs. However, they had been modified to make it easier to shoulder a rifle and were lighter weight with improved mobility. These breastplates were hand-painted in earthly colors by the soldiers who wielded them, in a pattern similar to that seen on old German M38 Fallschirmjägerstahlhelms from World War II in Berenger's previous life. Over these breastplates was a brown leather webbing in the form used by Imperial German soldiers during the Great War within Berenger's past life. The primary difference was that this web gear was made out of dark brown leather and was designed to carry their quick-loading tubes as well as other tools like bayonets, canteens, and spades. Their boots were also made of the same dark brown leather. When compared to the Renaissance-style uniforms fielded by Berenger's regular troops, these Jaegers were far more modern in appearance and were very hard to spot when adequately concealed. As such, they were the perfect unit to hunt down and destroy the Italian skirmishers. At the moment, a captain of a Jaeger company was crouched within a tree line, observing a group of potentially hostile targets in the distance. This officer was named Andreas Jaeger. Like so many of the men in this elite unit, he was a hunter before being drafted into the Austrian army during Berenger's previous campaigns. For some time now, he had fought among Berenger's forces and was one of the first to be trained into the role of a Jaeger. With ample experience in unconventional warfare, he was the ideal candidate to lead the more veteran Jaegers in the hunt for the Italian guerrillas. While he and his soldiers quietly marched through the Italian Alps, they spotted a trade caravan roughly 500 yards in front of them. Captain Andreas motioned for his troops to hold their position and conceal themselves. As they did so, he pulled out a pair of binoculars from his webbing and began to observe the caravan's movements. What he saw confirmed his suspicions. This alleged merchant caravan was comprised entirely of relatively young men. These men appeared to have weapons within their wagons, such as crossbows, longbows, and rudimentary hand cannons. At the moment, they were gathered around a fire drinking wine and feasting on a fresh game that they had hunted. Andreas placed his binoculars within his webbing before unslinging his rifle. After doing so, he cocked the flintlock action on his weapon, where he began to adjust his iron sights so that they were set to the appropriate distance. While he was doing this, his soldiers took note of his actions and prepared to take their shots. After Andreas lined up his sights upon his target, he gave the order to his nearby troops in a hushed tone. "Fire at will." With this said, Andreas squeezed the trigger on his rifle, where the flint struck the pan and ignited the gunpowder contained within, sending the hexagonal projectile downrange and into the torso of a man who was barking commands at the rest of the Italian skirmishers. The 1419 Jaeger rifle had a muzzle velocity of roughly 1,200 feet per second, thus breaking the sound barrier. As such, the hexagonal-shaped bullet struck the target before he could even hear the sound of gunfire go off. Shortly after the echo of gunfire was heard in the distance, the Italian soldiers began to panic. This was because the man's torso was blasted apart by the .451 projectile before they could even hear the crack of gunfire. Before long, more thunderous echoes could be heard in the distance, which followed the deaths of their comrades. With this in mind, the Italians broke free from their shock and began to take cover behind their wagons. When Andreas saw this, he motioned for his troops to flank the enemy position. Two smaller groups of Jaegers immediately broke off from the main force and approached both sides of the enemy encampment. One Italian soldier reached into the wagon where he grabbed a hold of a longbow contained within and a quiver of arrows. However, before he could get back behind cover, he was shot through the gut by Andreas, who was hidden in the distance. The man instantly fell to the ground while grasping a hold of his punctured gut. He struggled to hand off the weapon and its ammunition to a nearby soldier as the life faded from his eyes. The Italians were shocked by the recent development. Aside from the muzzle flash and the following smoke plume, they could not make out the slightest semblance of the enemy's figure. At a distance of 500+ yards, the camouflage pattern uniforms considerably broke up the silhouette of the Austrian Jaegers, who continued to maneuver and fire upon the Italian skirmishers from the tree line on the hills above. Eventually, one of the Italian soldiers managed to get a hold of a bow and randomly fired into the distance near where one of the muzzle flashes went off. However, the Jaeger was far out of range of the primitive weapon and remained utterly unscathed. Instead, such actions brought the fury of the soldier who was target, and his next shot penetrated right through the forehead of the Italian soldier who had dared to fire upon his location. Before long, the Austrian Jaegers had flanked the Italian skirmishers on all sides and set up a crossfire where the remaining Italian soldiers were gunned down, like the dregs they were. After it was confirmed that all of the Italian skirmishers dressed as traitors were killed in battle, the Jaegers approached the encampment to search for anything of value, whether that was intelligence or simply supplies. A few Jaegers were put on guard while the remainder ransacked the camp until finally, an exciting find was made by one of the Austrian soldiers. The man who found the piece of parchment quickly brought it over to Andreas, where he laid it out on the ground. This large piece of parchment contained the deployment of all Italian scouts and skirmishers within the region. It was a valuable piece of intelligence. When Andreas saw this, he grabbed a hold of the man's shoulder and grinned emphatically. "Private Mueller, you have done well. With this, we know the general locations of our enemies and can quickly ambush them. I want you and your squad to copy down this information and relay it back to the main force." The young soldier quickly saluted Captain Andreas before following his orders. With this piece of information, the Austrian army would have an easy time cleaning up the Italian soldiers who sought to hamper their advance through unconventional warfare. While this company of Jaegers had engaged in an ambush on the enemy skirmishers, others like them were fighting throughout the northern Italian front, advancing upon the Italians while hiding within the terrain like a unit of specters, reaping lives while moving unseen. As soon as the information of the enemy's whereabouts was spread to the other units, a slaughter the likes the Italians had not expected would occur. The invention of camouflage would play an important role in Austria's future success with the many conflicts they would engage in. The Italians would come to refer to the Jaegers by the nickname Phantasmi Austriaci, in other words, Austrian ghosts. Chapter 323, 322, Battle of the Adriatic. While Berenger's Jaeger Corps was in the process of hunting down and eliminating the Italian skirmishers who had embedded themselves along Berenger's path to Milan, Grand Admiral Emmerich had begun the single most decisive naval battle of the Austrian War for Independence. A massive force of several hundred Italian warships had gathered. Their goal was simple: to cause as much damage to the Royal Austrian Navy as possible. Unfortunately for them, the size of the Austrian armada had been growing as the weeks passed by, and the Austrians now had over 80 Berenger-class frigates at their command. Meanwhile, the cities of Venice and Genoa had been devastated to the point where they were incapable of producing new vessels. After the privateers and Austrian fleets had begun sinking the imperial trade convoys, the emperor was left with only one option on the sea, and that was to trigger a large-scale naval battle and hope that God favored him. As such, 80 frigates flying the Austrian flag had gathered in the Adriatic Sea. Across from them was what remained of the imperial navy, a mix of galleys, carracks, and caravels, most of which were armed with less than 5 cannons on board. Grand Admiral Emmerich was at the lead vessel, the SMS Berenger, where he stood upon the bow, gazing at the hostile fleet in the distance through his binoculars. From what he could gather as he observed the enemy vessels, they were loading what few cannons they had with whatever they could arm them with. Emmerich had a smug grin on his face as he gazed at the enemy armada. His executive officer noticed his expression and sighed heavily before asking the question on his mind. "Sir, what are your orders?" In response to this, Emmerich stowed away his binoculars before addressing the executive officer's concerns. "Have the fleet load the guns. We're going to sail in between their fleet and tear them apart." In response to this, the executive officer sighed once more before accepting his orders. "As you command, Admiral." After saying this, he immediately proceeded to inform the fleet of their tasks. It did not take long for the fleet to be fully armed and prepped for battle. As such, they immediately began to sail towards the Imperial Armada. When the Imperial Admiral saw this, he thought that the Austrians must have gone mad. After all, they were sailing right into the trajectory of their cannons. As such, he made a jest to his executive officer as he witnessed the Austrian frigates closing in on them. "It appears the Austrian admiral has lost his mind. Well, I am glad to see that they are making this easy for us." When the executive officer heard this, he began to chuckle before asking the question on his mind. "Your orders, Admiral?" In response to this, a wide grin appeared on the admiral's face before letting his decision be known to all. "Open fire when they approach. I'd like to see how their ships survive the barrage of our combined might." After saying this, the Imperial fleet prepared themselves for the upcoming battle. Though the Imperial Admiral's mood was relaxed, the same could not be said about his sailors. Many of them had heard rumors about the effectiveness of the Austrian weapons and spent what they viewed to be their last minutes praying to God for salvation. Before long, the Austrian vessels got into range of the Imperial Armada's primitive cannons. When the Imperial Admiral noticed this, he gave the command, "Open fire." Upon hearing this, the gunners lit the first set of guns where they were quickly fired off at the swiftly approaching frigates. As the few cannons mounted on the galley fired onto the bow of the SMS Berenger, something happened that outright shocked the Imperial Admiral. The bow of the Austrian frigate deflected the cannonball. Due to the thin layer of steel plating covering the hull of the Austrian vessels, they were well defended against basic cannonballs, and as such, it would take more than a few of them to pierce through the hulls of the Berenger-class frigates. When the Admiral saw this, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he quickly began to panic. After all, he knew their weakness was that they had far fewer guns than the Austrian vessels, and that once the frigates reached their broadside range, they would be completely defenseless. As such, he called out to his sailors to take swift action. "Quickly reload and fire. Fire at will." As such, the hundreds of Imperial ships began to fire their 3-pound cannons at the oncoming vessels. However, the solid balls fired from these primitive bronze cannons were far from enough to inflict severe damage onto the Austrian frigates. The most damage that the frigates had suffered was from a few of these projectiles landing upon their wooden decks and causing minor destruction. Before long, the agile steel-plated ships made their way in between the Imperial vessels, where Emmerich gazed at the enemy admiral with a wicked grin on his face before giving the ultimate command. "All guns fire." The moment this command was driven, all 3,520 explosive shells were launched from their cannons on board the 80 frigates, where they were propelled into the ranks of the hundreds of Imperial vessels. The moment these shells impacted, they exploded, causing massive devastation to the tar-treated wooden ships. Those who weren't immediately blasted into smithereens were quickly engulfed in the resulting flames of the hundreds, if not thousands, of small explosions. The Imperial Admiral, who was so confident not 30 minutes prior, could only gaze in horror for a brief second before dozens of cannonballs impacted upon his war galley, instantaneously blowing the vessel apart, and he along with it. However, Emmerich was not satisfied with the results, as the enemy armada lay torn asunder and engulfed in flames on the Adriatic Sea. There were still a few partially intact vessels, and as such, he gave an order. Reload all guns and fire once more. Despite such an action being complete and total overkill, the ships within the fleet soon heard the command and, as such, reloaded their guns. The few sailors who had survived the initial volley gazed in horror to witness the Grim Reaper descend upon them and claim their souls. The moment the second volley was fired onto what few ships remained partially intact, the fiery explosions filled the air and engulfed what remained of the Imperial fleet. Emmerich gazed with a wicked grin on his face as he broke out into mad laughter. With the overwhelming technological advantage of the explosive shells and the 24-pound cannons capable of firing them, his fleet would be utterly unchallenged on the world's oceans for years to come. He was amazed that Berenger could invent such unique naval technology and was glad to be the first Grand Admiral of the Royal Austrian Navy. As such, he turned around to boldly declare their victory over the Empire in this war. Men, we have done it. In a matter of minutes, we have single-handedly brought down one of the largest powers on the Mediterranean. With the overwhelming advantage of our ships, nobody in this world can challenge our might on the seas. It is a dawn of a new age. The era of Austrian dominance is upon us. You all have witnessed this historical moment with your very eyes. For King and Fatherland. The moment Emmerich said these words, the crew aboard the SMS Berenger shouted at the top of their lungs in response. For King and Fatherland. The more they repeated this phrase, the more the nearby ships joined in, as the chant began to spread across the whole Austrian fleet like a virus. Tens of thousands of voices could be overheard in the middle of the Adriatic Sea, among the burning wreckage of the Imperial Armada as they chanted over and over again the words that had become one of several battle cries among Austria's grand military. With this victory, Austria had defeated any armed support the Holy Roman Empire could provide as an escort to their remaining merchant vessels, meaning that privateers and pirates alike were now free to raid the imperial shipping without fear of recourse from the Holy Roman Empire. When news of this victory eventually spread to the other powers of the Mediterranean, it would begin a new naval arms race. The balance of power in the Western world had shifted overnight, and Austria now claimed to be the region's most supreme power. Only by experimentation and construction of new vessels could the other powers hope to contend with the Austrian navy. For now, the Austrian sailors who had taken part in the brief but historic battle decided to sail back to port and celebrate their overwhelming victory. Chapter 324, 323, Advancements in Munitions Technology. Aldo von Passos stared at the substance in his hands with a cautious expression upon his face, almost as if he were afraid that the slightest movement would cause the petri dish in his hands to blow up in his face. The substance contained within the glass was none other than mercury fulminate, an explosive compound most commonly found within munitions such as percussion caps during Berenger's past life. The middle-aged chemist gazed fondly at the substance. After years of experimentation, he and his team had finally created a chemical compound that could be used to enhance Berenger's military might. While Berenger's enemies had begun the lengthy process of reverse engineering matchlock and flintlock weapons captured in warfare, it could be said that Austria had now reached a crucial point in arms development due to the efforts of the Kufstein Chemistry Department. It had been close to 3 years since the chemist found himself fleeing the Church's wrath into the then Viscounty of Kufstein. As Berenger's borders expanded, so too did the number of alchemists who were forced into Kufstein's labs to learn the science of chemistry. With more chemists appearing among Aldo's ranks, they had begun to experiment in many different directions within the field of chemistry. One of these directions was research into explosive compounds. After years of study, they had finally created mercury fulminate, which Berenger himself was incapable of doing. Though Berenger had a photographic memory filled with many important inventions from his past life, his knowledge of chemistry was basic, to say the least. As such, the young king had left the development of chemical compounds to the men best suited to the task, and that was Aldo von Passau and his department of chemistry. Aldo was quite excited about this new discovery. The mere thought of his newest invention brought a smile like no other to the man's face. His subordinates stared at his curious expression from afar, thinking that the man had gone mad. After a few moments of awkward silence, Aldo von Passau announced the results. "We have finally done it. We have created mercury fulminate. What we need to do now is create as much of this compound as possible so that by the time King Berenger returns from his war for independence, we may surprise him." When the man's subordinates heard this, they immediately began to frown. They were already overworked as it was. Now they had to produce a stockpile of this new compound. It would appear that Aldo wanted to work his men to an early grave. Despite their reservations, they did as they were instructed and began to prepare another batch. It would be well over 12 hours before they were finally afforded any form of rest. While the chemists of Austria were busy mass-producing mercury fulminate, Aldo had brought a sample of the substance with him to a man who was quite renowned within the city of Kufstein. Baronet Ludwig Schmidt had become an exceptionally wealthy man since Berenger's rise to power. Though he was getting on in the years, he continued to work in the industrial sector, overseeing Kufstein's massive industry. Ludwig, at the moment, was preparing his son Jacob to take over his role within the next 5 to 10 years. After all, he planned to retire when he reached an appropriate age and leave his work in the hands of his eldest son, who he knew would serve Berenger faithfully. While he was in his office with his son, the older man heard a knock on his door. As such, he immediately got out of his chair and walked over to it, where he was surprised to see the head of Berenger's chemistry department standing in his doorway with a vial that was filled with a fine white powder. Immediately, Ludwig's cheerful expression began to sink when he saw the dapper older man gazing at him with contempt. The contrast between the two men was quite substantial. Aldo was tall and refined in appearance, with a clean and elegant sense of attire, while Ludwig was short and ragged, dressed in a blacksmith's apron that was covered in filth. Even his skin had oil and soot spread across it. Ludwig gritted his teeth as he asked the question on his mind to the gentleman standing before him. As he spoke, it was not in the friendliest tone of voice. "What are you doing here, Aldo?" Aldo's expression was filled with smugness as he responded to Ludwig's question. "My department has just finished making something incredible. I brought a sample over for you to test. Be careful, I know it is difficult for a simple man like you to understand, but this is a hazardous explosive compound." When Ludwig heard these words, his natural prejudice towards Aldo immediately flew out the window. Instead, his curiosity had replaced any inner fury that may have been dwelling within him. Ludwig carefully grabbed a hold of the mercury fulminate and gazed upon it with keen interest. He could not help but ask another question of the man who was his bitter rival. "Tell me, Aldo, what exactly do you want me to do with this?" Aldo's arrogant expression never shifted as he spoke to Ludwig as if he were an inferior. "You're the engineer. It is your job to design new weapons for Berenger's forces to use. Figure out how to use this compound most effectively. Make it quick, too. We have no idea how much longer King Berenger's war for independence will last." Ludwig took a deep breath as he calmed himself. He never enjoyed spending time with Aldo. The man acted so high and mighty around him, all because he was born to a much more prestigious position. Aldo was one of the many older men in Austria who still treated the nobility as if they were superior to the common folk in every way. After Ludwig had reached a state of mind where he could deal with Aldo's taunts, he responded to the man's outrageous demands. "I will manage to make something by the time that our king returns from the battlefield, but Aldo, I will need more than just this tiny vial if my experiments are going to be successful. Are you certain that those chemists of yours are up to the task to produce the amount that I will require?" In response, Aldo merely scoffed as he held his head high, with a haughty expression on his lips. You can rest assured, Ludwig, my chemists will be able to produce more than enough to satisfy your so-called experiments. Just make sure you produce good results with the mercury fulminate that I will be providing you. I want Berenger to come home and see the contributions that my department has made with a proper demonstration. After saying this, Aldo did not wait for a response. He simply departed from the factory with a look of disgust on his face. Though he knew Ludwig had provided much aid to Berenger's rise to power, he could not understand why the king would promote such an uncouth man to any form of nobility. After Aldo had departed, Ludwig sighed heavily before returning to his son, who was sitting patiently observing the conversation. He placed the mercury fulminate in a safe location before commenting on the experience. That guy is such a pompous ass. Never mind that. Do you have any good ideas on how to use this stuff, boy? Jacob thought about the matter for some time before he was suddenly reminded of a serious complaint that his father had always mentioned regarding the existing flintlock mechanism. As such, he quickly got to action and searched amidst the piles of paper stacked throughout the office until he found what he was looking for. The young man cleared the table with a wide grin on his face and pointed at the rifle design that Ludwig had been attempting to create for some time now. The purpose behind this rifle was to solve the issues regarding weatherproofing that the flintlock action had by nature and to increase the rate of fire of the average soldier. Father, the critical component of your rifle design that has been missing was a means to ignite the paper cartridge once it's sealed within the chamber, correct? Well, what if we filled a small metallic cup with the explosive Aldo had given us and encased it within the paper cartridge? I mean, we don't know how this explosive works yet, but with some experimentation, we might be able to make this work. Ludwig was shocked. Until now, he had completely given up on the needle rifle design that he was experimenting with, but what his son had said was entirely feasible. With that in mind, the father and son immediately got to work, as they would begin to revise the blueprints and experiment with the explosive powder. Though the two men had no way of knowing it, they were about to invent an essential piece of military technology that Berenger had been planning for some time now. One that would allow Austria to remain dominant in a world where its enemies had begun to reverse engineer its current weapons. Chapter 325, 324. Surrounded by the enemy, Captain Andreas Jaeger rapidly loaded his quick-loading tube into his 1419 Jaeger rifle's muzzle. After finishing this task, he affixed his bayonet upon his rifle and prepared for the next wave of attack. He was surrounded and outnumbered while running low on munitions. If something did not change soon, he and his company of elite light infantry would quickly be defeated. Recently, he and his company of Jaegers had been deployed to the front lines to hunt down and destroy the various Italian skirmishers that had popped up on the field of battle. With the superior range and camouflaged equipment, these brave men had led the charge in the ongoing campaign against Austria's enemies within northern Italy. The Jaeger Corps had taken up the role of the Royal Austrian Army's premier light infantry as they advanced beyond their main force and hunted down all potential obstacles on their journey. After discovering the locations of the Italian skirmishers by sheer coincidence, they had begun an extensive campaign to clear the path towards the city of Milan. Unfortunately, the Italians realized their information was leaked after the Jaeger Corps several minor skirmishes between the Italian ambushers and the Austrian Jaegers. Because of this, the Italians had responded by successfully encircling Andreas' company while forcing them into defending their position within a small village against a couple of thousand Italian soldiers. At the moment, the Austrian Jaegers were holed up inside an agricultural village that lies within the vicinity of Milan. During their brief period of respite, they had used their time wisely, gathering whatever resources they could find within the town to create a makeshift barricade in an attempt to funnel the Italian soldiers into their line of fire. As Andreas finished loading his Jaeger rifle, he popped his head out from behind cover, aimed down its sights at the charging Italian horde, and fired his projectile straight into the torso of one of the Italian men-at-arms. The hexagonal bullet pierced through the man's breastplate as if it were made of butter before blowing out his insides. Blood flew into the air. However, Andreas did not enjoy the sight. Instead, he ducked behind cover once more and rapidly began to reload his weapon. While this was going on, all of his men were using a similar strategy. However, in between shots, arrows would rain down upon Andreas and his forces. One of these arrows fell upon Andreas' camouflaged steel helmet, getting stuck within the netting and faux foliage contained within. Luckily for him and his men, their armor was vastly superior to the primitive weapons used by the Italians, and they could easily resist the attacks. With this in mind, Andreas finished loading his rifle before aiming down its sights at the next attacker. The moment he pulled the trigger, the hammer of his action fell, and the flint sparked the gunpowder, propelling the hexagonal bullet downrange and into the torso of the man who was no more than 5 meters away. After doing so, Andreas did not load his rifle and instead prepared himself for the enemy charge. Before long, the soldiers under his command had also prepared their bayonets and thrust them towards the oncoming Italian soldiers, piercing through their mail and gambeson armor and into their vital organs. The Italians were funneled into the gaps between the makeshift barricades, a few men at a time, while facing the bayonets of a dozen or more Austrian. After well over 100 Italian soldiers, the wall began to break apart, and Andreas was forced to retreat. As such, he gave the command to his soldiers while gritting his teeth in defeat. Fall back to the secondary line. With this said, his soldiers who were still standing against the onslaught abandoned the first barricade, where they advanced back towards the second line of defense constructed within the village. As Andreas and his soldiers crossed back to the secondary objective, the defenders behind it opened fire upon the rampaging Italians, where the Austrian Jaegers quickly began to reload their rifles and fire a second volley. Andreas seriously wished at this moment that he had a Schmidt gun nearby to help deal with the massive numbers they were fighting against. They were too far ahead of the main army to gain support, and the closest units nearby were other Jaeger companies who were most likely unaware of their ongoing predicament. As his men were firing upon the nearby enemies, he noticed that one of his soldiers was carrying a pouch filled with several grenades. The moment Andreas saw this, he ran over and questioned the man. "Where the hell did you get these? We're not grenadiers." The soldier was so focused on fighting the battle that he forgot he was carrying grenades with him, as such a wide grin appeared on his face as he took a hold of one of the primitive steel grenades and lit its fuse before tossing it into the Italian mob. As it exploded, the device sent shrapnel in all directions, claiming the lives of the nearby Italian soldiers. When the soldier saw this, he began to cheer before answering Andreas' question. "I had forgotten I had these little bastards. I won them in a card game with some grenadiers. I suppose we're just lucky that High Command hasn't begun to crack down on inter-unit gambling yet." As he said this, the soldier began to distribute the grenades to the nearby Austrian Jaegers, who lit them and tossed them into the fray, blasting the Italian army apart, causing massive casualties to the enemy forces. After the vanguard of the Italian ranks was utterly decimated by volley fire and the grenades, the remaining Italian soldiers fled from the village and back into the field where their commander was gathered. Andreas sighed in relief. The Austrians had successfully defended against another wave, but how much longer they could hold out was another question entirely. As such, he quickly gave his orders to the men gathered beside him in the village. "Rebuild the front line. Attend to the wounded and prepare for the next wave. All we can do is wait and hope for reinforcements to arrive." Though Andreas severely doubted that aid would arrive. This was already the third wave of attack that they had repelled, and there was no sign of reinforcements on the horizon. They had no way to signal back to the main camp, and enemies had surrounded them on all sides. Things were looking grim for the captain and his company of Jaegers. Before long, The Austrian soldiers had refortified their position. There would be no grenades for this next wave, and they had no artillery support. Many of the men were beginning to run low on munitions. As such, they would not easily defend their position. Andreas waited, with his rifle loaded and flintlock action cocked back. Before long, the next wave showed themselves, so he gave his troops the command to open fire. Fire at will. With this said, Andreas squeezed the trigger of his Jaeger rifle and sent the hexagonal bullet downrange and into the torso of the enemy soldier. In doing so, the man dropped to the ground struggling on his last breath. After this volley was fired, Andreas and his soldiers quickly reloaded their rifles before firing another round of shots downrange and into the crowd of Italians. While Andreas was preparing his next load, a crossbow bolt flew past him and into the eye socket of the soldier behind him, killing him instantly. Andreas did not have time to lament the soldier's death. Instead, he finished loading his weapon before aiming his rifle and firing another shot at the enemy formation. Bullets were sent downrange, and arrows were returned upon his position, pelting his soldiers with the projectiles. Some died, some were wounded, and others were entirely unscathed by the grace of God. It did not take long for the Italian soldiers to arrive at the barricade, where they struggled to break through. A few men at a time were able to squeeze through the gap where the Austrian Jaegers pierced through their armor's weak points with their triangular bayonets, inflicting death on the men unfortunate enough to break through their defenses. Some of the Austrian Jaegers had resorted to sharpening their spades and began using them as blunt instruments as they cracked the Italian soldiers over their steel helmets, causing concussions and even death to occur among their ranks. The battle was bloody, and both sides suffered losses as the Italians struggled to seize the ground where the Jaegers had occupied. If they could not get rid of these ghosts, their army would suffer throughout this entire war. The thousands of Italians that were present threw everything they had at the Jaegers' makeshift defenses. However, in the end, by sheer force of will, they were repelled once more, falling back to their encampment. The night was beginning to fall upon the land, and with it, the sounds of gunshots and death throes came to a halt. Andreas did not know what the Italians had planned for the next assault, but if things continued as they had until now, defeat was inevitable, and that was something he was unwilling to allow. The Austrian captain would have to come up with an innovative idea if he wanted to defeat the Italians who had encircled the lightly fortified village. Chapter 326, 325. Surrounded by the enemy, 2 nights soon descended as the sky was filled with darkness, and the stench of death permeated the small farming village where Andreas and his men had set up their line of defense. They were surrounded by an army of over 1,000 Italian soldiers, and they had less than 100 able-bodied men at their disposal. The Austrian Jaegers were running low on munitions, and most of them were wounded to some degree. One thing was sure, if they remained within this village, it would become their grave. Andreas was having a serious discussion with his 2 lieutenants as they tried to come up with some plan to survive. One of the men in question had his helmet in one of his hands and his rifle slung over his shoulder. His face was covered in dirt as he presented an idea to the other 2 officers. "We have only one option. We must launch a night raid and kill as many of their men while they sleep. We do not have enough cartridges left to sustain ourselves against another assault." However, the other officer was against this idea. It was risky and most certainly would result in the deaths of their soldiers. As such, he began to offer his own plan of action. "That will never work. There are too many of them. All that will do is get our soldiers killed. What we need to do is flee under cover of darkness. There's less than 100 of us left. I say we pick up our gear, we build some stretchers, and we get our brothers out of here before we all meet our demise." Immediately, the first lieutenant argued against this point. There were too many valuable supplies they would be leaving behind for the enemy to scavenge if they left the field of battle. "You're saying that we abandon the corpses of our brothers?" What about the equipment they have? Their painted breastplates and helmets, their camouflage uniforms, their Jaeger rifles. If such valuable equipment falls into the Italians' hands, it will be used against us in the future. In response to this, the other officer snickered before commenting on the worst-case scenario. If we all die here, they will have 120 Jaeger rifles and camouflage uniforms to use against us in the future. Do you want to give the Italians such firepower? After hearing this, the officer who suggested a night raid gritted his teeth before bowing his head in defeat. A night raid against such a large force would not allow them to achieve victory. If they attempted such a suicidal move, they would be caught before they could kill even 100 of the Italian soldiers. At this moment, a feminine voice revealed itself from the shadows, startling the three officers as they pulled out their weapons. Might I make a suggestion? After posing the question, an above-average-looking woman revealed herself from behind a nearby hay bale. Andrea's two officers pointed their weapons in her direction while shouting commands. Don't move. Identify yourself. Seeing the frightened expressions on the officers' faces, the woman sighed heavily before reaching into her bust and pulling out a special badge. Agent Arc Alliance, Austrian Royal Intelligence. Now can you put down those rifles before you accidentally blow a hole through my torso? Andreas sighed heavily before motioning his two officers to lower their weapons. After doing so, he asked the question on his mind. What exactly is one of His Majesty's spies doing in an insignificant farming village like this? Arca frowned before responding to Andreas' question in a deflective manner. I am afraid that is classified. However, what I can tell you is that if you insist on running away, there is no possibility of you making it out alive. You are surrounded, and they are expecting you to make a break for it. I know I would if I was in their position. Upon hearing this, Andreas frowned. He expected it would be a bloody battle if they attempted to escape, but if the enemy were anticipating them to do so, it would only lead to a massacre. As such, he relented and asked Arca what she had on her mind. What's the plan? A sadistic smile spread across the female agent's face as she revealed her dastardly plot to defeat the enemy. It's simple. You have an entire village filled with hostages, release them all, and I will sneak into the Italian camp amid the chaos. In the process, I will poison their food and water supply. Tomorrow morning, they will all be so sick that they won't be able to resist, and you can sweep into their encampment and kill them all. Andreas thought about it for a few moments before he sighed in defeat. Very well, we will go with your plan. I will go round up the civilians. When we cut them loose, you will have your opportunity. In response, the girl nodded. Afterward, she was bound up in rope and carried off to where the other civilians were being held. Before long, Andreas' soldiers had gathered the civilians in the middle of the village, where he began to speak to them in an authoritative tone of voice. Tomorrow morning, the Italians will attack this village, and they will slaughter everyone within it to ensure our deaths. Let it be known that I, Captain Andreas Jaeger, in service of His Majesty King Berenger von Kufstein, am a merciful man. As such, I hereby release you. Go forth to your masters and seek their protection. With that said, the Jaegers walked behind the villagers and cut their bindings. As they did so, the villagers immediately fled from their homes and into the direction of the Italian camp, utterly unaware that there was a spy embedded in their ranks. After they were out of sight, one of Andreas' lieutenants approached him while lighting a hemp cigarette. Do you think she can succeed? In response to this, Andreas shrugged his shoulders before responding. I have no idea, but she is right. Her option is the best hope we have. While the Austrian Jaegers prepared themselves for battle, Arca had successfully infiltrated the Italian camp. The commander of the Italian forces was shocked to see that all of the villagers were still alive and even more surprised to see that the Austrians had cut them loose. This made him wary. He did not know what the Austrian captain had hidden up his sleeve, and as such, He sent a few of his forces to go scout out the village, while the rest of his soldiers sought to prepare accommodations for the villagers who were now embedded within their camp. As for Arka, she had already found her way into the water supply, where she took out a pouch full of white powder. This was the arsenic that Berenger so commonly employed in his assassinations. Her real reason for being in this village was that she had botched an assassination attempt against the Duke of Milan and fled from the nearby city. While she had escaped her pursuers, she soon found herself trapped in the village while the Jaegers fought for their very survival. After spiking the water containers with the poison, she soon made her way to the butcher's tent and the grain storage, where she spread the toxin to the wheat and meat supply. After doing so, she double-checked to see if she had been followed before making her way to where the rest of the refugees were located within the camp, where she began to blend in perfectly. With this, the Austrians had ensured their victory, as such many hours passed before the sun rose in the sky above. It was only after it was well past 10 in the morning that the Austrian Jaegers advanced into the Italian encampment. While the Jaegers cautiously approached the area, they soon realized that the Italian soldiers and civilians alike were sick to their stomachs and too feeble even to stand. With this in mind, Andreas smiled before giving his orders to his troops. Kill every soldier you come across. As for the civilians, leave them be. With this said, a slaughter began to unfold within the Italian encampment as men too weak to defend themselves were stabbed to death by the thrusts of the Austrian bayonets. Thousands of men met their end at the hands of the Austrian ghosts that the Italians had just the day before pushed to the brink of death. When the massacre was finished, Arka revealed herself to the Austrian soldiers. They were surprised to see that someone was not affected by the poison which had been inflicted upon the Italian soldiers and civilians. After all, Andreas did not reveal the entire nature of his plan to his troops. The identities of Berenger's agents were a highly regarded secret. As such, Arka did not reveal her information to the whole company and instead saluted to the captain as she made her request. "Captain, I am afraid that I require extraction. My cover has been blown, and I must confess that I have failed in my duties. I have to inform His Majesty of this information as quickly as possible." Though the Austrian soldiers did not know who this woman was, to salute the captain in such a manner and make such a request meant that she was most likely tied to Austrian intelligence. As such, they did not comment on the situation at hand. Instead, they merely allowed their commanding officer to handle it. With her so publicly asking for extraction in front of his men, Andreas had no option but to do so. The agents of Austrian royal intelligence were highly regarded and could control military units if necessary. If he declined her offer, she would simply order him to do so in front of his troops, which would be a significant blow to his prestige. The fact that she had made a request in front of his soldiers was a sign of respect. With this in mind, he nodded his head with a stoic expression before agreeing to her terms. "All right, I will escort you back to the main force. However, we will be taking my route. Is that understood?" Arka saw no fault with these conditions, and as such, nodded her head in silence. As she did so, Andreas gave his orders to his troops. "Men, recover the bodies of our fallen brothers and whatever supplies you can gather. I want you all ready to depart by noon. Do I make myself clear?" Without hesitation, the soldiers all cried out in unison, "Yes, sir." With that said, the battle had come to a close, and the Austrians did as they were instructed. While the other Jaeger units continued to battle the Italian skirmishers, Andreas and his men would be extracting the female agent back to the safety of the main host. Chapter 327, 326. Near effortless victory days had passed since the company of Jaegers led by Captain Andreas reached the main force and informed Berenger of their troubles. Berenger had a long conversation with the female agent about her failed mission before dispatching her on another classified operation. Eventually, the Jaeger Corps returned with minimal losses from their operation. Having cleared the entire path forward, Berenger and his army marched onto the city of Milan, where they were now outside its gates. A siege camp was rapidly constructed in the same fashion that Berenger usually established. An extensive trench line was based around the encampment, surrounded by barbed wire. Embedded within this trench line were the cannons and Schmidt guns that bombarded the city and defended the camp. Observation towers were set up, with snipers atop them, giving the Austrian army a select view of their surroundings and the ability to react to any threat that might appear. The thousands of tents were used to house the soldiers and their supplies within the center of the trench line. Though the siege camp was established, Berenger had not yet ordered the bombardment of the city. Instead, he was within his command tent, overgoing the strategy of how the Austrians intended to take the city in the most efficient manner possible. Surrounding Berenger was his highest-ranking officers, each one commanding a large section of his forces. Among them was the colonel tasked with leading his elite Jaeger Corps, who, unlike the rest of the soldiers that were dressed in Renaissance-style armor and attire, was clad in relatively modern equipment. Spread out on the table before the officers and their king was a map of the city. Berenger had marked the various gatehouses in the town and had begun to address his general, who was tasked with leading the artillery brigades. "I want the cannons fixed on these gatehouses. I want the gates turned into splinters, and the entire gatehouse brought to ruin. Once the gatehouses have crumbled, our armies will charge into the city and slaughter any resistance they might come across." When the artillery general heard this, he saluted Berenger before responding to his strategy. "It will be done, Your Majesty." As Berenger heard this, he smiled before addressing the officer in charge of the infantry brigades. "After the artillery has brought down the gates, I need your men to penetrate the gaps as quickly as possible. I want the city picked clean by sunset. There is no reason to prolong the siege. The longer we stay here, the longer the enemy has time to prepare for our advance." The infantry general quickly responded to Berenger's concerns in the same manner as the artillery general. After doing so, Berenger began to address the colonel of the Jaeger Corps. "As for you, I want you and your soldiers to gather what supplies you need and prepare to move out at a moment's notice. I want the path towards Parma cleared before we even begin our march forward. We have spent far too much time already bogged down here in Milan." When the Jaeger colonel heard this, he nodded his head in response before uttering his acceptance of Berenger's terms. "Don't worry, Your Majesty, we Jaegers are the spearhead of the Royal Austrian Army. I promise you won't see a single skirmisher on your journey to Parma." As Berenger heard this, he smiled and nodded before dismissing his officers. "All right, you all know your plans. Quickly set to the task. I want our troops prepared to move out before nightfall." When Berenger said this, all of the gathered officers quickly saluted him before responding in the affirmative. "Yes, Your Majesty." After saying this, they all exited the tent before preparing their troops for battle. As for Berenger, he pulled out a golden chalice and poured some fortified wine within it before taking a sip for himself. Thanks to his influence, the world was rapidly changing, and he knew it would not be long before his enemies began to adapt to his weapons. Sieges would not always be this easy, and as such, he had to savor the swift victories while still managing to achieve them. When he returned from this war, he desperately needed to begin the industrialization process of Austria. He had already advanced to the limits of pre-industrial society. If he wanted to maintain his dominance, the era of steel and steam would need to occur. As he was thinking about such things, the cannons began to echo in the distance as they unleashed their fury onto the gatehouses of the city of Milan. With his current prowess, Berenger estimated that at most it would take an hour before the city gates were brought to ruin and his soldiers could swarm the city like an army of locusts. As such, Berenger spent the remaining time of the bombardment within his command tent, overgoing his plans. The longer this war dragged out, the less beneficial it was for Berenger. He needed to quickly make his way to Bologna. However, there were several small cities in between, such as Parma, which he needed to pass through first. After doing so, he would head to Florence to capture the Medici's wealth and bring down the imperial crown. If things kept going as planned, this war would take at most last a few months. As Berenger was making these plans, an officer arrived within the tent, where he informed Berenger of their progress. "Your Majesty, the gates have crumbled, and our soldiers have begun to advance into the city." As Berenger heard this, he smiled before grabbing a hold of his burgonet and placing it upon his head. An army of roughly 50,000 men was rushing into the city and ransacking it for its worth. It would be a matter of hours before they began to depart. As such, Berenger intended to enjoy the sights and take a stroll through the city. With this in mind, he informed the officer of his decision. "Gather my guard. I will be entering the city." The officer nodded before departing from the tent. His guard was already established when Berenger entered the camp a few minutes later. Most of these men were among their respective units' elites and had formed a rudimentary protection unit for some time now. When Berenger saw this, he realized that he was now a king and needed a dedicated unit to protect himself and his family. He decided that after this war was over, he would establish a proper royal guard. After gazing fondly upon his soldiers, Berenger mounted his steed where the unit tasked with his protection followed suit. After seeing that the team was prepared to enter the city, Berenger called out his commands. "Forward march!" With this said, the King of Austria and his guard marched into the burning city as conquerors. As they passed through the gatehouse that was now nothing more than splinters and debris, Berenger noticed the pile of corpses, which mainly consisted of the Italian defenders. The rear echelon of his forces was already piling the bodies up into wagons so they could be properly disposed of. The scent of smoke and blood filled the air as Berenger advanced further into the city. What he saw was his troops looting everything of value and restraining the citizens so that they could not resist. It became increasingly clear that the level of resistance Berenger's army faced after entering the city was practically non-existent. Aside from a few hundred Italian defenders held up within the city's castle, the rest of Milan had already surrendered peacefully. The city's citizens gazed upon Berenger with a mix of awe and hatred, as they saw the legendary figure in the flesh, striding forth on horseback as if conquering their city was as natural as breathing air. In just a few hours, the once mighty city of Milan had fallen, and its riches plundered by the Austrian invaders. Despite this, no citizens chose to resist. They were well aware of the futility of fighting against the Royal Austrian army. News of the defeat of Verona had already spread across northern Italy, as well as the disastrous defeat in the Adriatic that sent the remainder of their navy to the depths of the Mediterranean. In the eyes of many Italian citizens, this war was already over, and the empire had lost. Despite this, the emperor did not offer terms of surrender, nor would Berenger accept them, not until he had seized Florence and taken the vast fortune of the Medicis for himself. In doing so, he would cripple his most giant enemy financially, and that was the Catholic Church. With this in mind, the city of Milan fell in a near-effortless victory for the Austrian royal army. What could have taken days of brutal conflict lasted a mere matter of hours. This would not be the last time Berenger ransacked a city in such a manner. After all, the will of the Italian people to fight against such an overwhelming foe who wanted nothing more than independence was waning by the day. Chapter 328, 327. One last act of desperation. Emperor Balsamo Corsini was sitting upon his imperial throne within the city of Florence. News of Milan's fall had just reached his ears, and he could hardly believe it. If it were not coming from a trusted source, the man would never dare to believe such shocking words. The Holy Roman Emperor swallowed the saliva built up in his throat before asking the question on his mind to the general standing before him. "Can you repeat what you just said for me?" Upon being asked this question, the general did not hesitate to respond with the words he had just spoken moments before. He sighed with defeat as he announced the grim news that he had only recently received. Milan has fallen. It took the Austrian army roughly an hour to penetrate the city's defenses. Afterward, resistance to the Austrian invaders ended as swiftly as it had begun. According to reports, the Austrians have been ransacking the wealth of our northernmost cities. Anything of value that can be taken has been stripped from the local populace, leaving the population poor and destitute. With this clarification, the emperor rested his head in his hands as he gazed at the floor with a panicked expression. He could seldom believe Milan had fallen so quickly, especially after he dispatched forces to hamper the Austrian advance. As such, he promptly asked about the status of his skirmishers. "What about the troops we have set in the field? How many of them remain to slow down the Austrian army?" The general who had given the emperor